The knight stirred the fire, sending sparks up into the windless air. His armor, ornate and burnished silver, bore the image of a dragon in mid-flight, its wings wide, its gaze forward. The flames caught in the polished steel, dancing across the symbol of his oath. They were not far now. As the fire settled into a steady blaze, the camp around him shimmered, a soft, pulsing aura, like the hush of a spell settling into the weave. Arcane energy coalesced, wrapping the space in quiet protection. The captain stood at its center. What had moments before been the figure of a tall, noble man, fair-skinned, silver-haired and solemn, now began to change. His form stretched and shifted, the magic parting around him like silk. Skin gave way to smooth, gleaming scale. A beard of fine chin spikes descended from a regal jaw. A tall, spiny frill unfurled above his head like a crown. Finally, as the glow receded, 2 orbs of pure mercury opened, calm, ancient, and wise. A silver dragon, one of the shield bearers, guardians of justice, protectors of mortal kind. He spoke with a quiet certainty, the camp sealed within a private sanctum of his making. "Just so," he said. "A quiet night, and then we march." Around him sat his companions, the knight now robed in ceremonial finery, a keen-eyed elven wizard, and a watchful hound dozing at the fire. Friends, allies, chosen not just for skill, but for loyalty. The knight, after some silence, asked a question seldom voiced. "My lord, why do your kind take such interest in our affairs? Would you not aspire to something greater, some higher purpose than meddling in mortal wars?" The dragon's voice rumbled softly, not in offense but reflection. "Some do, but we, the silver, we value self-determination, justice, and righteousness. These are not mortal ideals alone, they are truths that echo across realms. We act only when the cause is worthy, and when it must be tempered with wisdom." He turned his gaze to the fire. "Let me tell you of Argynvost. In the dark land of Barovia, where mists coil like serpents, and the sun is but a memory, there once stood a noble bastion. Lord Argynvost, an elder silver dragon, came to this valley not for conquest, but to guard it from a great and terrible evil buried deep within. He had learned of a power trapped beneath the earth, an ancient darkness that must never be allowed to rise. With his wealth and wisdom, he founded a fortress, Argynvostholt, upon a high ridge overlooking the valley. Alone at first, and then joined by knights and champions of great heart, he built a mansion of stone and silver. Turrets capped in fairy tale spires, sculpted battlements, a central tower, gleaming with alchemical purity, and at the front, perched atop a great granite plin, a statue carved in Argynvost's own image, its wings folded, its gaze eternal. At dawn, it shimmered like a beacon upon the mountain. Thus was born the Order of the Silver Dragon, protectors of Barovia and its people. Its knights were brave, its mission secret, for few knew their patron was no mortal lord, but a dragon in disguise. But the peace would not last. From the east came Strahd von Zarovich, already twisted by his own hubris and hunger. His castle, Ravenloft, cast a long shadow across the valley, and his ambitions soon turned to domination. At first, the battles were swift and fierce. Strahd's vampire spawn surged through the forests, only to be met by silver steel and radiant breath. Argynvost and his knights defended village after village, holding back the tide, but it was on the old Svalich road that history would remember them. There, beneath grey skies and wind-swept trees, Argynvost led the full strength of his order to face the vampire lord. Dozens of knights stood shoulder to shoulder, blades gleaming, banners snapping in the wind. Arcane sigils flared. Dragon-scale armor caught the stormlight. From the mist emerged Strahd's host, a legion of spawn, undead warriors and shadowed beasts, their eyes glowing with hunger. At their center, the vampire himself, mounted on a nightmare steed, sword drawn. The clash was terrible. Lightning cracked overhead as steel met fang. Arcane blasts lit the trees with fire. The silver dragon descended from above with a roar that shook the mountains, scattering undead with frost and fury. Strahd met him in the skies, blade against claw, magic against might. For hours they fought, dragon and dreadlord, locked in a duel that would scar the land. It began just before dusk. A hush settled over the pine-choked hills flanking the old Svalich road, as if the land itself were holding its breath. Clouds rolled heavy and low, pressing against the peaks, and the wind carried a chill that whispered of death. At the center of the pass, a host of silver and steel stood waiting. The Order of the Silver Dragon, fully assembled. Knights resplendent in polished armor etched with draconic filigree. Banners fluttered behind them, argent on blue, the sigil of Argynvost soaring across the fabric. Clerics murmured prayers, their holy symbols glowing with soft radiance. Mages traced protective glyphs in the air, their voices harmonizing in the ancient tongue of the weave. And above them, perched on a crag of stone, stood Argynvost himself. Massive, majestic. Every inch of him a creature wrought from living silver. His wings furled slightly, tail wrapped around the granite like a sentinel's chain. His eyes scanned the valley below, calm, calculating, as the first sounds of Strahd's army emerged from the mist. It began with silence. Then came the drums, low, distant, like the pounding of some monstrous unseen heart. Shadows stirred between the trees, dozens, then hundreds. Figures wrapped in armor dulled by rot, eyes aglow with vampiric hunger. Vampire spawn, ghouls, undead knights, creatures twisted by Strahd's will. They spilled from the tree line like a black tide, fangs bared, blades drawn, and at their head, cloaked in shadow and contempt, Strahd von Zarovich. Astride his infernal steed, its hooves trailing flame, the Dreadlord's crimson eyes locked on Argynvost. He raised a hand, signaling the charge. The forest erupted in motion. What followed was chaos. A maelstrom of steel and claw and spellfire. The front lines crashed with a terrible sound, steel clanging against bone and fang, war cries drowned beneath screams. The knights held firm, their formations precise, their strikes radiant. Every blow fell with purpose. Shields locked, pikes drove deep. Silver-tipped arrows arced through the air, felling abominations mid-lunge. From above, Argynvost descended. A roar split the sky, not of rage, but of righteousness. He swept across the battlefield like a living tempest. His breath weapons surged in a cone of freezing mist, locking Strahd's ghouls in jagged ice. His claws raked the earth, scattering legions like dry leaves. The light of his aura burned like the dawn itself, breaking enchantments, bolstering the living, and casting down the cursed. Strahd rose to meet him. Their duel was titanic, a clash of legacies, of ideologies. Strahd moved with supernatural grace, his dark sword crackling with necrotic energy. He struck with fury, but Argynvost met each blow with ancient strength and the wisdom of ages. Their fight carried them from earth to air and back again, carving ruin through the forest, shattering trees, cratering stone. Below, the Order pressed on. The elven mage unleashed torrents of flame upon undead lines. Clerics called upon divine power to banish Strahd's horrors. The Hound, faithful and savage, tore through the ranks at his knight's side, guarding the wounded and holding the flanks. Still, the Order was being pushed to its limit. Then came the turning. Argynvost, grievously wounded but unbowed, let loose a final, thunderous roar, a rallying cry. The knights surged forward. The weave flared around them. A renewed charge shattered the vampire lines, sending spawn fleeing into the mist. Strahd, bloodied but smiling, turned his gaze to Argynvost once more. "You win this day, old worm," he said, his voice curling through the smoke. "But Barovia is mine. The dark is patient." And then, with the howl of wolves and the screech of ravens, he vanished, retreating into the folds of his mists. The road was silent once more. Bodies littered the mud and stone. The dead, both righteous and damned, marked the land. The victory was real. But so was the cost. The Order had held the line. Barovia had seen a glimpse of freedom, but the storm had not passed, only paused. At last, wounded and driven back, Strahd vanished into the mist, his forces in retreat. But before the silence could settle, his voice echoed through the trees. Argynvost watched the horizon as the mists returned, knowing this battle was not the end, only the beginning. A promise had been made, and evil, when beaten, often returns. Before kingdoms, before even the gods laid claim to the heavens, in the beginning, there was Io, the first dragon. He who forged all dragonkind from the raw elements of creation. But when Io fell, his children warred amongst themselves. Before Toril, there was Bahamut, the platinum dragon, noble and just, and Tiamat, the five-headed queen of greed and tyranny. They worked to shape the material plane, and for a time, there was harmony. Like all true dragons, silver dragons trace their lineage back to the dawn of creation, when the first dragons were forged by divine hands. Most legends claim it was from Bahamut that the silver dragons were born, his most virtuous and friendly children. Some sages tell of the platinum dragon taking to the astral sea, sculpting the first silver dragon from an emergent white dwarf star and balanced with the most perfect of his silver scales. Others may say they emerged from the scales of Io himself, perfection made manifest. Irrespective of this, silver dragons are the beacon around which action takes place, a rallying cry to those who are beset by the evils and horrors of the multiverse, and when they roar, the stars beckon. When the moonlight glints upon their wings and the scent of distant rain whispers through the pines, know this: a silver dragon passes, and where it goes, so too travels mercy and wrath. Elarion the Whitequill, archscribe of Candlekeep. In the annals of the wise and the chronicles of the just, there are few beings held in higher esteem than the silver dragon. Among the noble metallics, it is the silver who walks most freely among mortals, cloaking its majesty in humble form and weaving itself into the lives of those it deems worthy. Their presence, though often unnoticed, has shaped the course of mortal history more times than most will ever know. To encounter a silver dragon is to witness both serenity and storm, for beneath their calm demeanor lies a spirit forged in righteousness and tempered by mercy. They are sculpted as if from moonlight and metal, their forms regal, their eyes wells of ancient memory. They do not crave power nor dominion, but instead hold fast to a higher calling, one rooted in the preservation of good, the defense of the innocent, and the quiet cultivation of harmony in a world too often torn by strife. Of all the metallic dragons whose wings shadow the earth, or whose forms lie coiled in ancient sanctuaries of stone and mist, none hold so cherished a place among mortals and myth as the silver dragon. Revered for their nobility, sought for their wisdom, and loved for their compassion, silver dragons are celestial sentinels who stride the balance between justice and mercy, drawn as much to the warmth of kinship as they are to the pursuit of righteousness. In aspect, a silver dragon is a living sculpture of divine craftsmanship. From snout to tail, Its form shimmers as though hewn from argent ore, its surface glinting like polished metal under the sun. In the early stages of life, a wormling's hide bears the hues of blue-grey cloud steel, adorned with streaks of silver like early frost upon stone. As the decades stretch into centuries, their colour brightens, their scales grow indistinct, and they take on the gleaming semblance of a statue animated by breath and soul. In the twilight of age, even their eyes undergo transformation, pupils fading into mercury orbs, unreadable yet unnervingly watchful. Their visage is regal, bearing the marks of ancient dignity. A smooth plate crowns their brow, interrupted only by a pair of sweeping horns, smooth, glimmering and dark-tipped, that arc from their skull like obsidian blades. Beneath the chin stretches a set of sweeping spikes, forming what many sages refer to as the draconic goatee, lending an air of age and wisdom even to the young. Upon the head and trailing down the spine lies a towering frill, rising higher than any known among chromatic or metallic kin. This frill is braced by long, dark-tipped spines, a proud crest that ripples when the dragon moves or takes flight. Ear frills, lined with spines of similar design, lend a feathered grace to the head, while a beak-like snout and pointed tongue complete their distinctly noble silhouette. A faint scent of rain heralds their presence, never overpowering, but always present, like the memory of a storm long past. From the skies, the silhouette of a silver dragon often betrays a curious deception. It resembles a red dragon in flight. Both possess broad wings with their greatest width along the trailing edge, and wing membranes that anchor behind the rear limbs and trail well down the tail. Darker markings trace the rear edges of the wings, just as they do with reds, and their horned crowns can cause wary watchers to mistake them for their malevolent cousins. However, a singular trait reveals their true identity: a secondary, thumb-like phalange along the leading edge of each wing, a feature absent in the chromatic line. As with all true dragons, the silver breed commands fearsome might, but theirs is the frost-born power of the high places, cold and pure. They are endowed with two breath weapons. The first, a cone of numbing cold, capable of halting armies and extinguishing fire and fury alike. The second, a cloud of paralyzing vapor, intended not to slay, but to neutralize foes without ending lives. This duality of destruction and restraint mirrors their inner creed. Yet it is not brawn alone that elevates them. Silver dragons are prodigies of magic. Their spells are laced with ice and truth, storms of freezing wind, enchantments that immobilize, and magic that pierces deception like moonlight through mist. Their greatest strength may lie in their ability to alter form, stepping between draconic majesty and humanoid guise with practiced ease. Many an old man offering wise counsel, or a striking stranger with silver eyes, has turned out to be one of these ancient souls in disguise. Their moral compass is not born of law or tradition, but of introspection and lived wisdom. Silver dragons believe in a life spent doing good without causing undue harm. They do not intervene hastily, but should inaction allow evil to prosper, their claws and breath will fall like divine judgment. They despise cruelty and injustice, but do not seek to punish evil. Rather, they shield the innocent and let that protection be the sword by which wickedness is cut down. Though proud, silver dragons reject rigid hierarchies. Their superiority, undeniable though it is a matter of burden, not boast. They reflect often and deeply, and in this they are prone to a perilous trait, letting the moments of the world slip past, caught in the trap of their immense lifespans. To them, mortals are wondrous, not because of what they lack, but because of how fiercely they strive. silver dragons admire this fleeting vitality and often seek to blend their perspective with the passion of shorter-lived races, believing it to be a wisdom most of their kind have overlooked. Of all their kin, silver dragons are the most gregarious. They revel in the company of their own kind, yet form deep, loyal bonds with humanoids. Many walk among mortals in disguise for decades or even centuries. Whether as wandering sages, gentle elders, or mysterious travelers, they weave themselves into the lives of men and elves, often forming friendships so profound that they bind themselves not only to a person, but to entire bloodlines. To those they trust, a silver dragon reveals their true form without shame, discarding disguise, like an old cloak to stand fully in the light of kinship. They make their lairs in mountain peaks, ancient ruins, or forgotten sanctuaries, but spend equal time in mortal realms. The call of family, horde, and mate draws them back to their draconic lives periodically, but many return only to find that friends have aged or died, leaving behind memories and, often, a new generation to cherish. Silver dragons gather not in rigid conclaves, but in loose, sprawling clans, each presided over by a senior, a matriarch or patriarch of great age and wisdom. These clans may span entire continents, and while decades may pass between meetings, the bonds between them remain strong. A silver dragon may travel alone, but they are never truly without kin. The clan advises, protects, and listens, bound not by blood alone, but by shared ideals and ancient trust. Courtship is, fittingly, a refined and decorous affair. Dragons of the silver line seek mates beyond their own clan, with either party free to initiate. Upon agreement, they request the ceremonial blessing of both seniors, a tradition more honored than contested. While many mate for life, some do not, and when a pair unites, one, typically the younger or lower status dragon, will join the mate's clan, honoring a union of clans as well as hearts. Though they walk the world in peace and prefer diplomacy and defense, silver dragons are not pacifists. When true evil stirs, they are among the first to seek its root and burn it out, for they know that mercy without resolve invites ruin. In such moments, the silver dragon is a blade of winter and starlight, descending upon darkness with righteous fury. Silver dragons, ethereal and majestic, make their homes high in the heavens, nestled upon the frostbitten peaks of desolate mountains. While some may settle within natural caverns or abandoned mines, it is the ancient ruins of lost civilizations that truly capture their hearts. A citadel, forgotten atop a remote mountaintop, or a long-dormant tower, once raised by a wizard of great power, serves as the most coveted of their lairs. The land surrounding a silver dragon's domain is twisted by the dragon's intimate connection to the weave, the very fabric of magic itself. Through their potent influence, they can manipulate the weather, causing the winds to catch those of pure heart, gently lifting them from dangerous heights and ensuring their safety. These winds, untainted by malice, may even cushion the fall of any innocent soul. Within their domain, a silver dragon is capable of conjuring clouds and mists, shaping them into fortifications as solid as any stone structure. Their lairs, crafted from these clouds, often include enchanted areas, a solid floor where eggs may rest and treasure may be hoarded in secrecy. The air within this sacred realm is perpetually chilled by the dragon's magic, freezing any who wander unprotected, or those whom the dragon has not deemed worthy of shelter. Silver dragons hold a profound reverence for relics from humanoid history. Their hoards are vast and diverse, often filled with glittering coins from fallen empires, masterpieces of art, and fine jewelry created by a multitude of mortal races. But their treasures are not merely material. These dragons seek items that tell stories, the artifacts and remnants of civilizations long past. They treasure the intact hulls of ships, the skeletal remains of ancient kings and queens, thrones of lost monarchs, and the crown jewels of forgotten empires. They are drawn to the inventions and monolithic remnants of cities that no longer stand, relics of both grandeur and ruin. Above all, silver dragons cherish those treasures that allow them to remain ever in touch with the world of humanoids. Items of exceptional craftsmanship, works of art and utility that reflect the skill and ingenuity of mortals are especially prized. The beauty and mastery within these treasures speak to the silver dragon's love of both history and the art of creation, solidifying their place as guardians and collectors of the world's most precious artifacts. To witness the silver dragon's growth is to watch the dance of the stars themselves, gradual, awe-inspiring, and touched with the wisdom of eons. From the moment the first breath enters their lungs, the wormling is bound to a fate woven in silver threads, destined to become a warden of both time and truth. Their journey is not one of mere survival, but a sacred odyssey toward enlightenment, justice, and the preservation of all that is good in the multiverse. In the great weave of history, few threads are as shining as those of the silver dragon, for their lives unfold as a saga of grace and purpose, stretching across centuries and shaping the very fabric of the worlds they protect. From the moment a silver dragon hatches, its path is guided by the light of wisdom and the shadow of duty. The wormling's existence is a beginning that echoes through the ages, their wings and breath a promise of the greatness to come. Through trials, teachings, and triumphs, they evolve from fledgling to force of nature, leaving behind whispers of their passage in the hearts of mortals and the myths of gods. This is the journey of the silver dragon, an eternal tale of growing power, unwavering conviction, and a heart ever drawn toward the preservation of peace and righteousness. In the earliest moments of their existence, silver dragon wormlings find themselves beneath the care of one or more elders, mentors whose wisdom stretches across the centuries. These early years are a time of profound learning, for within the young hearts of these wormlings, the weight of the world's past is impressed. They are taught not only the arts of their own draconic nature, how to command the winds, breathe the cold, and take flight, but also the deeper knowledge of ages long past, the echoes of ancient civilizations, their glory and their fall, are woven into the wormling's thoughts. It is through these lessons that they come to understand the delicate balance of the world, learning both from triumph and tragedy. In these formative years, wormlings are drawn toward the humble life of mortals, perhaps seen near remote villages or unassuming farms. Their innate sense of duty compels them to protect those in need, to shield the innocent from shadows that creep close. Here, their gifts, small though they are in comparison to the elder dragons, begin to take shape. They test their wings and their breath, learning the fine art of control over their paralyzing frost. It is in these early flights, when the world is still a vast and uncertain place, that silver wormlings grasp for something greater than themselves, a yearning for peace, for the preservation of greatness. They are taught the noblest of virtues, and though their hearts may lead them into danger, it is their courage that propels them forward. Their nascent powers, tempered by their wisdom, are as much a shield for their own survival as they are a boon to those they seek to protect. As the years pass and the wormling matures into its first century, the young silver dragon grows in both strength and stature, bound by unbreakable ties to the great dragons who came before. They often find themselves in service to the aged and wise, or in the company of legendary heroes whose ambitions burn as brightly as their own. It is a time of great learning and ambition, where the dragon, still young, begins to take its place in the tapestry of the world. The dragon's breath grows more powerful, and their wings more sure. They may take on roles as emissaries for good, spreading messages of hope and justice. Their lairs, though still taking shape, reflect their burgeoning power, some formed in the clouds above, others in the long-forgotten ruins of fallen kingdoms. Their fascination with history deepens, for they are drawn to the artifacts and remnants of long-dead empires, seeking to uncover the lost secrets of mortal ingenuity. Young silver dragons are driven by a fierce desire to preserve what has been lost, and in doing so, they bring both structure and magnificence to the mortal realms they touch. In the fullness of time, as they reach adulthood, silver dragons step forward as true guardians of the world. Their presence is more than that of a mere protector. They are the unseen architects of justice, supporting those who champion noble causes without ever seeking the spotlight themselves. They guide and inspire the rise of great institutions, be they schools of knowledge, leagues of knights, or festivals that honor the virtues of unity and good. Their influence grows and their understanding of the world deepens, for their hearts are forever bound to the forces of righteousness. In this stage, silver dragons are not only mighty in form, but wielders of powerful magic. Their control over their icy breath and the winds of fate grows to legendary proportions. It is not unheard of for an adult silver dragon to claim vast territories, often stretching across continents, their lairs perched in the most unreachable places, towering peaks or clouds that drift among the heavens. In these realms, the very weather bends to their will, a sign of their dominion and a warning to those who would bring harm to the innocent. Upon achieving their ancient years, silver dragons transcend their mortal understanding. They become figures of myth, revered not only by the mortal realms, but by forces across the planes themselves. With centuries of experience, they set their sights on world-changing endeavors, urging others to strive for greatness and ensuring that those worthy of legend rise to meet their destiny. Some choose to extend their influence across the planes, forging alliances with extraplanar beings or combating threats that span the multiverse. In doing so, their influence becomes a thread woven through the very fabric of existence. Unlike their more reclusive kin, the gold dragons, the silver dragons take to the front lines, their formidable might, and their unwavering sense of justice, guiding them through the fiercest of battles. They are the shining beacons in a world often clouded by shadows, rallying forces far and wide in the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In their final years, the ancient silver dragon is both a legend and a force of nature, a being whose wisdom and power can shape the course of ages. With the chill of winter in their breath and the fury of the storm in their wings, they become a symbol of righteousness that none may ignore. Their strength and their resolve know no bounds, and in their wake they leave only peace, tempered by the cold fire of justice. To encounter the silver dragon in battle is to witness a creature that bears both the wisdom of the ages and the weight of a noble heart. With every movement, they embody restraint and mercy, and their strikes are tempered by a desire for peace. When the winds of conflict blow, silver dragons step forward, not with the thirst for destruction, but with a resolve to protect and preserve. They wield their power with grace, seeking to end conflict swiftly and decisively, leaving their enemies with a chance to retreat, repent, or face the chill of the worm's wrath. In battle, the silver dragon is a creature of restraint, preferring to avoid conflict unless it is absolutely necessary. Their noble hearts guide them to seek peaceful resolution, turning to combat only when confronted by evil or aggressive forces that threaten the balance of good. Rarely do they engage in violence for its own sake, and when they do, they strive to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion, often relying on their magical prowess to subdue their opponents without causing undue harm. When forced to fight, silver dragons favor the use of their spells, casting enchantments and control magic to swiftly neutralize threats while avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. In their true draconic form, silver dragons take to the skies with grace, using the clouds to cloak their movements. With their innate cloud-walking abilities, they glide above the fray, often making their foes struggle to even see them. It is in the skies that silver dragons hold the greatest advantage, their wings cutting through the air like the wind itself, and their breath a chilling weapon that freezes the resolve of their enemies. When battling, silver dragons instinctively target the leaders or the most aggressive opponents first, seeking to break the morale of their adversaries by eliminating their strongest foes. In this way, they hope to force the remaining enemies to surrender or retreat, sparing lives where possible and preserving the sanctity of peace. However, not all enemies of the silver dragon are easily swayed, and perhaps no foes are more relentless in their pursuit of conflict than the red dragons. The animosity between these two breeds of dragon is legendary, fueled not only by territorial disputes, but also by their diametrically opposed philosophies. While the silver dragons champion restraint, order, and mercy, the red dragons revel in chaos, destruction, and the burning of all in their path. These clashes are furious and violent, with each dragon fighting for their own ideals. Yet, despite the ferocity of these duels, silver dragons often emerge victorious. Their strength, wisdom, and ability to unite with humanoid allies or trusted companions gives them the edge, turning the tide in their favor and ensuring that justice prevails over the red dragon's destructive wrath. The fire crackled one final time, sending a brief shower of sparks into the windless night as the knight's questions hung heavy in the air. The silver dragon, seated amongst them, his form cloaked in a subtle aura of arcane energy, gazed into the flames. His eyes, ancient and deep as the skies, held the weight of lifetimes. A soft hum of magic swirled through the air, the arcane protection he had woven around them still humming, though the night was far from silent. His eyes turned toward the east, where the first light of dawn would soon break across the horizon. A distant glimmer caught his eye, something familiar. He allowed the silence to linger as his companions leaned in, the stillness broken only by the gentle crackling of the fire. "Let me tell you of the final battle," the dragon said, his voice low, yet filled with the timeless strength of 1,000 lifetimes. Argynvost and his order fought valiantly, holding the line against Strahd and his vampire spawn. In the halls of Argynvostholt, the final clash took place, where steel met fang and fate was sealed. The scene unfurled in the minds of his listeners like an ancient tapestry, the echoes of a tragic, yet triumphant past, coming to life with every word. The battle was fierce and unforgiving. The knights of the Order of the Silver Dragon stood shoulder to shoulder, their swords gleaming with righteous light, their shields steadfast against the encroaching darkness. At their heart, Argynvost, the noble dragon, faced the Dreadlord Strahd himself. The vampire lord, his crimson eyes glowing with malice, stood tall amidst his cursed spawn, each one twisted and hungry for the souls of the living. Argynvost, resplendent in his draconic form, led his knights into the fray with a roar that shook the very walls of the citadel. His breath, a freezing mist of purity, turned the vampire spawn to ice, scattering them across the halls of his fortress. But even the dragon's mighty claws and powerful spells were no match for Strahd's dark magic. The battle waged for hours, the audience hall of Argynvostholt, becoming a battleground of radiant light and shadowed fury. The knights fought valiantly, but they were not enough. Strahd, with his endless power and insidious cunning, found a way to strike down Argynvost. The final blow came not from a blade of silver, but from the shadowed grip of fate itself. With a dark incantation and the force of centuries of malice, Strahd drove his blade into Argynvost's heart, ending the dragon's life and shattering the bonds of the Order. The dragon's roar, filled with agony and defiance, echoed through the halls as he fell. Argynvost's skull was taken to Ravenloft, the twisted fortress of Strahd, a symbol of the Vampire Lord's victory. The noble dragon's body lay desecrated in the halls of Argynvostholt, his knights slain beside him. But even in death, Argynvost's influence would not fade. The dragon's gaze, sharp and full of ancient wisdom, turned once more to his companions, his voice soft but resolute. But it was not the end. Strahd may have claimed victory in that moment, but his victory was hollow. For the power of companionship is far greater than that of a solitary ruler. The bonds of fellowship, the loyalty and courage of those who stand together, are more powerful than any weapon, any dark magic. The dragon's voice carried the weight of truth as his eyes scanned the horizon. His gaze softened, and for the briefest of moments, a glimmer of silver light danced in the distance, just beyond the rising mists. "There," he said quietly. "Look." The companions turned, their eyes tracing his gaze as they looked eastward. At first, it was only a faint glimmer, an almost imperceptible shimmer at the edge of the horizon, like the last flicker of starlight before the dawn. But as they focused, it grew, expanding, swelling, until the shape became undeniable. A tower, a fortress, Argynvostholt. The companions turned to the east, where the shimmering tower of Argynvostholt stood resplendent in the morning light, its once broken spires now restored. The pale glow of dawn reflected off the shimmering fortress. The dragon, the banner of the Order of the Silver Dragon, perched at the summit, like a silent sentinel. The fortress, now a place of peace, stood as a beacon of hope in a land once lost to darkness. The shimmering light surrounded them, and a sudden pull, the force of something ancient and potent, gripped their very souls. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, the world around them seemed to unravel, the magic swirling like mist, winding tighter and tighter, and then they were no longer by the fire. They stood at the entrance to the grand mansion, the towering gates of Argynvostholt looming before them. The ground beneath their feet was no longer soft earth, but the cold, grey stone of the fortress. The air carried the faint scent of pine and earth. The dragon's voice resonated once more, now filled with quiet pride and the weight of 1,000 years. The true power of the silver dragons was never in their might, nor in their wings. It was in their ability to inspire loyalty, to bind souls together in a common cause. They were the guardians of justice, not by force alone, but by the bonds they forged with those who shared their vision of a world free from darkness. The companions could feel it then, the power of their fellowship, the unity of purpose that had drawn them together in this moment. It was a bond forged in the heart of the battle, in the unspoken understanding that together they could stand against the darkness and bring light where there was none. "It is you, my lord, Argynvost." But how? And there, in the halls of Argynvostholt, stood the Revenants, Argynvost's most loyal knights, bound by their eternal duty, yet no longer driven by the thirst for vengeance. They had been freed by the hands of adventurers, the bonds of their undying loyalty finally broken. The Order had returned, though not in the form it once held, but as a symbol of the unbroken strength of fellowship. The dragon, now revealed to be none other than Argynvost himself, spoke once more, his voice filled with the resonance of the ages. "Good always triumphs over evil," he said, "not by strength alone, nor by power, but by the bonds we form, the bonds that unite us all. It is through those connections, through the fellowship of hearts and souls, that true victory is found. It is through this that my soul was rescued and cleaved once more to flesh. As the morning light bathed the camp in golden hues, the companions understood. The story of Argynvost was not just one of loss, but of hope, of redemption, and of the unyielding truth that in the end, the greatest power lies not in might or magic, but in the hearts of those who stand together in the face of darkness. And with that, the dragon spread his wings, his form gleaming in the rising sun, and they set forth, together, into the dawn of a new day. For in good there is hope, and is thus never truly beaten. It began with laughter in the leaves. The forest of Thiel Thendor, once sacred to Corellon, was a wonder of silver bark and sapphire blossom, where moonlight kissed the dew like diamonds. At its heart, the elven marble city of Lithuania lay cradled in roots and stars, its spires carved from living crystal, and its halls echoing with song. For 1,000 years, King Eberron ruled wisely, his crown a circlet of woven starlight, his eyes as old as the oaks. His court knew peace, his people prospered. And then the dreams began, whispers in sleep, faces in flowers, visions of a woman, beautiful and weeping, lost in the woods. She spoke of a rot beneath the roots, of betrayal by the druids, of a coming blight. King Eberron heeded the dreams. His advisors called it madness. The druidic circles were summoned. Protests bloomed like thorns, but the king, once gentle, grew cold, suspicious. A decree was issued. The sacred groves would be razed. The druids imprisoned. The court fell to silence, but one of the court, General Silvael, questioned the king too openly. He was found days later, his body twisted in ivy, face frozen in a rictus grin, his eyes hollowed and filled with an emerald viscosity, a toxin vile and festering. It covered his body like a cloak. Carved into his skin peeled away as if an artist's stroke was a passage in delicate draconic script. He did not believe her. And still the king dreamed. He stopped sleeping in his chamber and took to the forest, wandering by moonlight. Always to the same place, at the center of an ancient glade. Petite waterfalls ran among ancient oaks, giving the glade its glossy sheen. And at its center of Thiel Thendor, an ancient white belvedere, its tower-like architecture opening to a place of meeting long forgotten. A single emerald tree stood, taller than all others. There she waited for him. There, veiled in mist and verdant decay, coils a queen of cunning, draped in emerald and ivy, a green dragon not in rage, but in repose, watching from her overgrown throne with a gaze that does not pierce, but pulls. Her wings folded like a shawl, scales slick with moss-wet gloss, patterned not in lines, but in fractals, like the veins of leaves or the branching of poison. Her wings do not hang, they drape, cloaking the ruins she has claimed like curtains of shadowed jade. They shine in patches, where light filters through the canopy, refracting in hues of malachite, viridian, and venom. Her voice the rustling of leaves. Water trickles not by gravity, but by design, guided along roots, enchanted by her breath. She told him truths and lies, wove them together like a garland around his crown. Your people betray you, she said. They envy you, she cooed. You are wise to listen. Let me help." And he believed. His words turned cold. His guards drew blades. The druids refused to kneel. And so came the war of roots and blood. It began at dawn. Mist clung low to the earth as elven soldiers in shimmering mail advanced through sacred glades, their banners trailing in dew-damp silence. The druids met them beneath the sentinel pines, where the earth hummed with ancient power. No horns sounded, no battle cries were loosed, only the slow rustle of leaves and the first arrow. Elven blades flashed like moonlight. Druids answered with thorns and bark-forged claws. The forest wept green blood as century-old trees split in fire and steel. Sylvan beasts, once companions to both sides, now tore into kin with wild, pained eyes, ensnared by the same dream venom that whispered in Aelarian's sleep. Spells of flame collided with rainstorms of petals and rot. Vines wrapped around glaives. Thunder rolled from broken stones. Soldiers wept as they struck down childhood friends. One elf beheaded a druid, only to find her name carved into the haft of his blade. Confusion blurred into hysteria. The sky turned green, and through it all, the king watched, from his pavilion of gold and root, cloaked in ivy, eyes wide, smiling. He heard her voice behind his thoughts, dripping into his mind like honey through a sieve. "They hate your wisdom. They envy your peace. You are saving them." A druidic archseer pierced the elven front line, her staff blooming with wild sunfire. She screamed Aelarian's name, not in wrath, but in grief. "You must wake," she cried. "She is lying!" But it was too late. The king raised his hand, and the trees obeyed. The forest turned against its own keepers. Branches lashed out like spears. Roots split the earth beneath druid feet. The archseer vanished in a pillar of twisting ivy, her scream stifled by blooming flowers. Her staff fell, shattered and blooming. The battle ended with silence. Not victory, not even death. Just quiet. A silence that tasted sweet, that smelled of honeysuckle and fresh decay. And on that final day, the remaining druids summoned the Court of Seasons, an ancient rite that called all elven realms to judgment. Kings, queens, and archdruids gathered in the clearing of judgment. But it was no longer a clearing. The trees had moved. The glade had changed. And in the center, where the moonlight no longer reached, stood a throne of twisted roots. Upon it sat Valetharian, the Emerald Enchantress, the forest's false queen. King Aelarian knelt before her, weeping thanks, his crown now a circlet of thorns. And around them, the court watched in horror as the trees closed in, not branches, but claws. The roots rose, not to cradle, but to consume. An emerald viscosity trailed beneath the soil. Screams tore through the canopy like falling stars. And the dragon laughed, not loudly, but with satisfaction. Because this was not conquest. This was cultivation. And her garden had bloomed. When Tiamat screamed her will into the world, each cry birthed a chromatic horror. The green dragon was not born of rage, but of poison, of jealousy, manipulation, and twisted pride. Legends say they were the forest's answer to the metallic dragons, not protectors of nature, but predators within it. Some say the first green worm sprang from a cursed treant who drank the blood of a god of lies. Others believe they were spirits of the wild, corrupted by Tiamat's breath, transformed from guardians into usurpers. Whatever their origin, the truth is this: green dragons are not destroyers of nature. They are its tyrants. Where black dragons defile and red dragons dominate, green dragons control. They are masters of intrigue, illusion, and control, not through strength, but through influence. They do not burn the forest, they make it theirs. In the heart of ancient woods, where trees twist like the bones of forgotten gods, and the air itself tastes of secrets, a shadow moves with the grace of memory. It does not hunt with fang, nor roar to rule. It whispers, it waits, and it watches with a smile that has no warmth. This is the green dragon, the verdant lie made flesh, the deceiver, the corrupter, the forest tyrant, clad in ivy and illusion. Of all dragonkind, none wield deception so thoroughly, nor cruelty so subtly. The green worm is not wrathful like its red kin, nor spiteful like the black. It is cold, it is patient. It does not destroy for sport, but subverts for pleasure. It infiltrates hearts as easily as it glides through groves, bending will and reshaping truth until the soul breaks beneath the weight of doubt. Its form is beauty drawn in poison. Long and serpentine, its silhouette is that of elegance incarnate. Wings patterned like light through leaves, scales glistening in hues of jade, emerald, and moss. Yet behind that allure lies a nightmare of perfect control. Its head is slender, jawline curved like a ceremonial blade. Hornlets sprout like thorny branches from brow and chin, and the ridged frill trailing down its spine rises and falls with each breath. Each a subtle warning. Its nostrils flare high on its snout, ever tasting the emotions in the air. Teeth protrude even when the mouth is shut, giving the illusion of a smile. A lie. Always a lie. And its eyes, those polished malachite orbs, gleam with serpentine mirth, twin lanterns of intelligence honed for manipulation. Its voice is velvet wrapped around steel. To hear it speak is to question your own thoughts. Even in fury, it coos. Even in hatred, it flatters. Its words do not command, they persuade. They wind through the mind like vines through stone, softening, splitting, breaking. A green dragon's breath is an affliction. A cone of viridescent chlorine gas pours from its maw, not in a blaze, but in a hiss, a rolling tide of death that clings to the forest floor. The gas is heavier than air, slinking through roots and soil, entering lungs as a searing mist. It peels the lining from the throat. It melts the moisture from the eyes. It blisters skin and ruptures organs. But worse still are the after effects. Days later, survivors cough emerald foam and dream only of trees watching them breathe. But the true terror lies not in the breath, but in the dragon's will. For the green worm is not just a master of poison, it is a sorcerer of suffering. Through dark druidry and twisted arcana, it commands clouds of enchanted gas, conjuring toxins that do not simply kill the body, but unmake the soul. Forest glades become fields of despair as phantasmal mists crawl between the trees, carrying with them illusions, hallucinations, and pain that echoes memory. These clouds twist the air, shatter resolve, and scatter spells like autumn leaves. Mortals caught within them often emerge alive, but broken. Memories half scrambled, convictions undone. It peers into minds like a thief through a window. With but a gaze, it can sense desires, fears, betrayals waiting to happen. Its divination is not arcane, but intimate. It tastes thought. It passes dreams. It threads nightmares through slumbering towns, planting seeds of paranoia until brother turns on brother, knight on priest, mother on child. It speaks within minds, to whisper and to invade. It offers bargains laced in venom, boons tied to invisible chains, and when it grows tired of games, it twists the psyche. Thoughts warp, memories fracture, names blur. Sometimes the mind simply shatters, not with a scream, but with a smile. This is not charm. This is violation. To stand before an ancient green dragon is to feel your sense of self unspool like thread drawn from the loom. Even death may come not by breath or claw, but through sheer psychic collapse. A mortal mind, confronted with the dragon's full presence, its unfiltered malevolence, may cease, not slain, but snuffed like a candle by wind. and still, it smiles. The green worm's domains pulse with false life. Forests teem with thralls, not allies, but toys. Dryads bound in sorrow. Elves repurposed into jesters and spies. Goblinoids, ettercaps, yuan-ti, kobolds, all dancing to the same silent hymn. Even fey creatures fall to its charm, their wings dimming as they sing lullabies for a master they both adore and abhor. Yet the dragon is solitary, for true equals would mirror its own deceptions, and that is intolerable. Among its own kind, it is brash, vulgar, confrontational. The illusion of civility dies when mirrors face mirrors. There is no hierarchy, no allegiance, only observation and waiting. It feeds on flesh, yes, especially that of elves, sprites, and pixies. But more than that, it feeds on submission. It revels not in the kill, but in the corruption. It would rather watch a knight sacrifice his squire for a promise than cleave them both in two. It will talk you into hating yourself, into betraying your god, into killing the one you love most, and then thank it for the lesson. Reproduction is a transaction of cruelty. Mating is brief, brutal, but once bonded, a pair may raise their first clutch with obsessive care. Each hatchling is instructed not in strength, but in subtlety. Deceit is their cradle song. Their first spell is a lie. Additional clutches are often left to survive on their own, not to weed out the weak, but to ensure the survivors understand abandonment. In the end, to know the green dragon is to doubt that you ever knew anything at all. Its forest is a cathedral of illusion. Its breath, a sacrament of agony. Its words, scripture rewritten in your own hand. And when it emerges, not with thunder, but with a warm smile and a friendly nod, you realize the most terrible thing of all. It is far too late. To wander into the dominion of a green dragon is not to trespass. It is to be summoned. For their lairs are not places. They are dreams, living, breathing illusions spun from vine and venom, shaped with the patience of centuries, and designed with a singular purpose: to ensnare. These worms do not dig into stone or claim caverns of bone. No, the green dragon sculpts its sanctum from the forest itself. Towering arboreal fortresses rise where no natural hand could reach. Trees, hollowed not by decay, but by will. Their trunks transformed into vaulted halls and coiled stairways. Branches bend at command, forming bridges and balconies of living wood. Roots twist into amphitheatres where shadows gather like courtly spectators. Waterfalls veil concealed entrances. Pools shimmer with false reflections. Fungal cathedrals bloom from treant bones, exhaling spores that whisper your name in dreams. You do not find a green dragon's lair, it finds you, and when it does, it invites. These lairs are hidden beneath emerald canopies, so thick the sky forgets how to shine. Light trickles down in sickly hues, forever tinged in jade and malice. Fog hangs low, not a natural mist, but a sentient one, acrid with a scent of chlorine and corruption. It wraps around the mind as much as the skin, muffling sound, blurring thought, and turning compass needles in slow, hypnotic circles. And within the fog, the forest moves. Moss-covered trees grow unnaturally close, walling off all paths but one, the one the dragon chooses. Paths loop upon themselves. Clearings disappear. Footprints vanish within minutes. Even magic strains to pierce the veil of the woods. The very land conspires with its master, creating a perfect theatre of confusion. And at the heart of it all lies the glade. A circle of stillness. A cathedral of canopy where the light falls wrong. Not warmly, not cleanly. It filters in like an omen, fractured, green gold, and flickering, as though breathed through the lungs of a dying god. Here lies the lair's core. a nexus of power, of poison, and of pride, and the forest defends it jealously. Should an enemy dare approach, the woods themselves rise in wrath. Thorned vines burst from the soil, coiling around limbs and throats. Brambles manifest from nowhere, walls of razored greenery that bleed those who press through. Magical mists twist through the underbrush, charming minds, sowing doubt, reshaping purpose. And within the deeper thickets, the trees remember. They erase tracks, silence voices, and carry the dragon through their branches unseen, gliding from tree to tree like a wraith draped in leaves. Every leaf is a spy, every squirrel, every toad, every beetle, a witness. The dragon sees through them, hears through them, speaks through them. Even the air is treacherous. Ordinary plants surrounding the lair breathe and exhale ruin. Their pollen clogs the lungs. Their scent saps strength. What is perfume to the dragon becomes a choking miasma to all others, a passive poison that weakens the will and clouds the mind. The green worm does not guard its lair. It simply waits for it to break you. Yet no treasure shines brighter in the hoard of a green dragon than people. The true trophies of the verdant tyrant are not gold nor gems, but names. Souls bent to its will. Sages who once defied tyrants, now whispering lies in the dragon's name. Bards of legend, their tongues leashed with arcane chains, singing lullabies to their master. Heroes of renown, broken not in battle, but with a conversation. Each is a monument, a living story of triumph, its triumph. Still, it hoards in the old way too, but not mindlessly. Emeralds catch the light like its eyes, wood carvings shaped like grovelling supplicants, sculptures of humanoid faces caught mid-scream, musical instruments that play by themselves when the moon is full, tomes of forgotten heresies, enchanted masks that twist the wearer's mind, mirrors that never tell the truth, jewelry still warm from the flesh of slain kings. Each artifact, a reminder, each relic, a punctuation mark in a history written by manipulation and conquest. They are not possessions, they are confessions. And within this sanctuary of silence and seduction, the dragon waits, not with fire, not with fang, but with a question. Why did you come here? And long before you answer, it will already know. Green dragons are not born into innocence. They are born into expectation. Each wormling is a vessel of potential deceit. From the moment their egg splits upon the root-laced earth, the forest leans in to listen, for even in their first breath, these creatures whisper, not cries, but calculations. They do not play, they observe. They do not learn from lessons, they learn from the failures of others. As hatchlings, they slither among moss-draped trunks and coiled roots, nearly invisible against the bark and shadows. Their scales, dark as jade oil, grant them perfect camouflage. They move through trees like mist, glide short distances from branch to branch, and disappear beneath forest pools without a ripple. Their breath, even in youth, is already venomous, and enough to fell beasts and reckless humanoids alike. Yet they rarely use it, preferring misdirection to murder. They practice manipulation as instinct. They feign injury to lure curious prey. They lie to their siblings not for safety, but for sport. Servants, charmed rodents, coerced frogs, small fae are gathered like trophies to test obedience. And all the while, older dragons use these wormlings as pawns in their own grand designs, sending them to spy, to provoke, to tempt. In this way, the young learn to speak lies like lullabies and to mask cruelty with courtesy. When their network of influence grows fat, when the first whispers of ambition hum through their scales, the wormling leaves. It does not flee its parents' territory. It outgrows it. As young dragons, they assume the role of petty tyrants. They gather lackeys, Ettercaps, kobolds, spineless mortals, not out of need, but out of habit. Servitude is their native tongue. At this stage, their breath becomes a weapon worthy of dread, and their amphibious nature allows them to vanish into any lake, climb any canopy, and strike from anywhere. Yet, it is still their words that wound deepest. The young worm's first true joy comes not from slaughter, but from infiltration. They pose as woodland spirits, forgotten gods, divine avatars, always just plausible enough to be believed, always just distant enough to avoid suspicion. They plant rumors like seeds. They spread fear like spores. A whisper here, a vanished priest there, and soon a village burns itself down in the name of a lie no one remembers uttering. To speak with a young green dragon is to hold your thoughts in an open hand. It sees too much. It asks too little, and it always smiles. When adulthood arrives, the dragon no longer hides. It reigns. Now a monarch in all but name, it shapes forests into kingdoms and mortals into courtiers. It crowns itself not in ceremony, but in certainty. Its breath can raise glades and dissolve sanctified steel. Its claws can shatter stone and bone alike. It speaks languages both mortal and magical, and between them, it controls minds, alters dreams, and reshapes memory like wet clay. An adult green worm commands not only servants, but narratives. It controls what people believe, what they remember, what they fear. Spy networks spiral from its heartwood domain, each agent a thread in a vast and invisible tapestry of treachery. It seduces adventurers into retrieving relics, not to destroy them, but to empower its growing arsenal of arcane dominion. It crafts illusions that hold weight, words that bind, and truths that kill. It employs magic not only to see, but to shape. Divination reveals intentions before they are spoken. Enchantment turns foes into friends. And the poison it conjures is not bound to breath alone. It rises in spectral clouds. It coats blades unseen. It enters minds and curdles thought. Their court is filled not with willing subjects, but with charmed advisors, each crowned with a smile, each draped in delusion. They may advise, but the dragon writes their roles. Even warring Fae courts have waged centuries-long feuds across autumn glades and moonlit hollows, unaware that every verse of their rivalry was authored by the same scaled hand. Then comes anciency, and with it, silence. An ancient green dragon does not command forests. It is the forest. Its presence saturates root and stone, wind and shadow. Its body becomes legend. Its face, unseen even by its own thralls. Only its intent is ever felt, delivered by whispers through willows, or in the ravings of broken prophets. Through magic and countless unseen hands, it stokes old feuds, frays old alliances, and watches as good intentions rot. As bonds unravel, it harvests the spoils, wealth, worship, knowledge, power. Its poison can kill nations. Its claws can cleave armies. Its breath can slay other dragons. Its will can obliterate thought, collapse identity, and kill not the body, but the self. The ambitions of these ancients stretch beyond forest borders. They eye empires as pawns, planar realms as gardens. Even death is no longer a boundary, but a tool. They sow ideologies like plague. They rewrite myth as if it were clay. They spark wars not for victory, but to observe the lies generals tell their soldiers. Some say the fall of the Emerald Empire, a nation thought invincible, radiant, and just, was not brought by sword, nor spell, nor siege, but by a single question, whispered in a dream, by a dragon whose name no one remembers, and whose forest no one dares enter. A green dragon does not seek victory, it orchestrates obedience. Why crush a kingdom when one could corrupt it? Why kill a hero when one could make them kneel. To a green dragon, the world is a chessboard where every move is made in whispers and misdirection. They do not charge into war, they rewrite the war's cause. They do not defeat generals, they break their loyalty. And when the swords are finally drawn, the dragon has already won. For the kingdom has turned upon itself. Their hunting begins not with wing or claw, but with observation. The green worm's shadows prey for days, sometimes months, sometimes years. A flicker of wings in the treetops, a ripple beneath still water, a dream half remembered. It studies them, their fears, their friendships, their lies. And when it knows them better than they know themselves, it lets itself be seen. Because terror is the seasoning that makes obedience delicious. If its victims appear weak, the dragon reveals itself, subtly, then boldly, then all at once. It relishes the panic, the scattering, the stammered prayers. It may kill a few, but it rarely slaughters all, not out of mercy, but from design. Survivors become tools, witnesses, servants. And when it speaks, it does so not with fury, but with poise. It questions the trembling, interrogates the hopeful, offers choice with a smile that means anything but. Those taken prisoner are not tortured, they are tested. Every day they must prove their worth, in information, in loyalty, in worship. Fail, and they vanish into the forest, never seen again. But those who succeed, they serve. Green dragons love captives that can be ransomed, but they adore the ones who change, who forget who they were, who become instruments of the dragon's will, singing its praises in courts and temples, planting rumors in the halls of kings, hunting adventurers who once called them friend. These dragons do not merely resist rivals, they defile them. Should a territory border the dominion of a white or black dragon, the green worm does not declare war. It feigns retreat, it cowers, it yields, and then it watches. For decades, waiting for the moment its rival grows complacent. And then it strikes, swift, silent, fatal. The body never found, the hoard reclaimed, the story rewritten, and in that silence, the green dragon sings. In battle, they are masterful ambushes. The forest itself bends to shield them. They strike from above, from beneath, from within the mists. Their poison breath is not merely a weapon, it is a herald of doom. Thick with chlorine, it melts resolve, clouds thought, and reduces lungs to leaking ruin. When the fog clears, those left standing are rarely enemies, only prospects. If battle turns against them, they vanish without sound. Beneath pond, over canopy, through roots. The forest folds in behind them, erasing every trace, every footprint, every scream. By the time their foes regroup, the dragon has already watched them weep. Because the green dragon doesn't just flee, it leaves a message. They do not hunger for brawn, they crave brilliance. Their favorite prey are not beasts, but egos, wizards, prophets, politicians, philosophers, anyone who believes their mind is a fortress. Because those are the tastiest thrones to seize. They adore turning clever men into fools, wise men into cultists, holy men into mouthpieces. And when their puppet kneels, robe tattered, eyes wide, voice preaching not of gods, but of the green fire between the leaves, the dragon watches from afar, smiling, because it is won again, not by fang, not by flame, but by belief. And now, you believe too. They say the forest still sings, not with birdsong or breeze, but with echoes, whispers threaded through leaf and vine, the sound of roots remembering pain, of dreams still coiling through the minds of those who linger too long in the glades of Thiel Thendor. No paths remain. The city of Lithuania is no longer carved in marble and crystal, but in memory and moss. Its halls are drowned in green, Its towers slumped beneath the weight of centuries and vines. The songs are gone, or rather, replaced. Now, the melody is that of a hush before revelation, of laughter that does not fade, but waits, waiting to be heard again. No one claims the forest now, no elf, no druid, no beast, for it no longer belongs to the living, it belongs to her. Valetharian, the Emerald Enchantress, false queen of the forest, lady of the woven lie. She does not rule with iron or flame. She reigns with memory, seeded deep in bark and thought. Her court does not convene, it listens. Her kingdom does not march, it blooms. Each branch another promise, each root another secret, each petal poison in disguise. Those who seek the truth of what happened find only the forest, always deeper, always watching. Travelers forget themselves beneath the canopy. Names fade, maps twist. Companions turn quiet, then turn away. And at the heart of it all lies the glade, eternal, untouched, and wrong. Some say King Elarion and his subjects still walk there, his hands brushing bark that pulses faintly with green light, his smile serene, his thoughts not his own. Others claim his crown remains on the throne of roots, thorns grown through bone, feeding the soil. But all agree on one thing. The war ended not with fire or sword, but with a garden that does not wither, a garden that remembers. So beware the laughter in the leaves, for it is not the wind, it is a welcome, and the court is always in session. The sea wind rolls in with salt and thunder. It dances across ancient walls of silver-veined stone and copper-roofed towers, across the bustling districts of a city carved from hope and harboured in defiance. This is Baldur's Gate, jewel of the Sword Coast, gateway to the world, and the echo of a friendship older than the city itself. In its founding, there were two. One, Baldurin, the intrepid explorer and warrior philosopher whose heart yearned for distant shores, and the other, Ansur, the heart of the gate, a bronze dragon of ageless wisdom, whose scales shimmered like forged dusk and whose roar could call down the sea itself. They did not only build a city, they forged a promise. Stone by stone, wall by wall, the districts rose. The upper city, with its domed libraries and observatories. The lower city, alive with forges and flowing canals. And the harbour, its great lighthouse shaped like a curling dragon's tail, a tribute to the guardian beneath. Ansur's breath lent lightning to the forges. His wings broke storms. His voice calmed riots before they were born. Where Baldurin dreamed, Ansur anchored. Where Ansur doubted, Baldurin dared. Together, they made Baldur's Gate a bastion of balance. Trade and tradition, might and mercy, dragon and man. And yet, peace does not grow unchallenged. The storm broke at midnight, but it was not born of weather. It came from the mouths of priests who chanted the names of dying gods, Bane, Pal, and Markul. Each syllable a blade carved into the wind. 20 ships, black-hulled and rune-scrawled, emerged from the sea like carrion crows from the fog. Their sails were stitched from flayed skin. Their figureheads wept blood. And above them, the heavens wept, not with sorrow, but with anticipation. The cultists came to unmake Baldur's Gate, and the city would have fallen had the storm belonged only to them. From the lighthouse tower, Baldur stood cloak billowing, blade drawn, eyes locked on the invaders below. Beside him, Ansur rose, a shape like thunder wrapped in bronze. He did not roar, he screamed, a sound that split sky from sea and awakened every soul from the docks to the upper city. With a single beat of his wings, Ansur vaulted into the storm. Lightning burst behind him like divine applause. Baldur leapt upon his back, not as a king upon a throne, but as a brother returning to war. They dove. The first ship was erased. A lance of pure lightning tore through its heart, turning wood, flesh, and steel into glowing vapor. The second was shattered by repulsion breath, a wave of invisible force that burst outward from Ansur's lungs, capsizing the vessel and sending its crew into the sea like broken dolls. One screamed to Pal for salvation, only to be impaled mid-cry by Baldur's spear, hurled with unerring fury. Arrows whistled from below, each enchanted with necrotic sigils, but Ansur twisted through them with fluid grace, wings carving wake trails in the rain. When one struck true, Baldur raised his shield, catching it with a flash of radiant defiance. More ships closed in, and so came the serpent. From beneath the waves, a massive skeletal worm fused together with coral and chain, its eyes twin lanterns of Myrkul's hate, rose with a shriek. Its jaws clamped around Ansur's hind leg, dragging the dragon downward. But Ansur did not panic. He turned in midair, arcing through the sky like a living lightning bolt, and unleashed. Lightning breath surged through the serpent's bones, every vertebra glowing white-hot before bursting into a cloud of ash and salt. As the beast screamed, Baldur leapt from Ansur's back, descending like a meteor onto the serpent's skull. His blade, a gift from the dragon himself, pierced the skull clean through. The serpent fell, silent and smoking, back into the sea. Now the air itself turned against the invaders. Ansur called the storm, not with spell, not with ritual, but with will. Clouds twisted at his command. Wind howled with righteous fury. Waves rose like hands to crush the remaining ships against the stone fangs of the harbour. Cultists tried to retreat, but their own dread turned the sea against them. Baldur and Ansur circled once more. Together they dove upon the flagship, a floating cathedral dedicated to the dead three. Ansur's claws ripped through the mast like paper. Baldur dropped into the temple, below, blade drawn in both hands, meeting the high priest of Pal in single combat. The duel lasted 30 breaths. Then the cultist's head rolled across the blood-slick deck. Below, the harbour guard rallied. Sailors, mages, priests, and common folk surged forward, emboldened by the stormborn avatars above. Ansur landed atop the wrecked pier, roaring once more, a clarion call that broke enchantments and filled the weak with steel. And as the last ship sank, the sea calmed, the clouds parted, and the city stood, not broken, but baptized anew in storm and flame. And by dawn, the sea was still, the ships were ash, the cultists, gone or broken, and Baldur's Gate stood unshaken, not by miracle, but by bond, by storm-wrought devotion between man and dragon. But should the city ever falter, should cult or empire rise once more from salt and shadow, Ansur will rise, and the storm will rise with him. Before the rise of kings, before spell was bound to scroll, when dragonkind still danced upon the bones of mountains and called lightning down for sport, Io, the eternal worm, fractured into possibility. From that shattering came Bahamut, the platinum dragon, whose metallic children inherited not just power, but purpose. Of those children, it was the bronze dragons who chose the sea. Drawn to coastlines and harbour towns, they became sentinels of shoreline civilization, inquisitive guardians of mortals, whose curiosity rivaled even their compassion. Legends claim the first bronze dragon emerged not from egg, but from a lightning bolt hurled into the sea, rising in a shimmer of steam and storm. Others whisper that they are the tears of Bahamut, hardened into scale and spark, forever watching where land meets uncertainty. Unlike their gold or silver kin, bronze dragons do not seek divine destiny or celestial order. Where bronze dragons dwell, wonders flourish. Imaginative yet mindful, these metallic dragons work toward greatness and help others achieve all they can. They strive to preserve innovations, from the works of past civilizations to new discoveries, and they share such works widely. They seek understanding, they ask, they listen, and when necessary, they are the bulwark upon which evil breaks. They are the arbiters of justice, and their judgments are final. To witness a bronze dragon in motion is to see a storm with intent. Not a tempest of rage, but one of vigilance, pressure, poise, and precision given breath. Their bodies are not grotesque like their chromatic kin, nor ostentatious like certain metallic peers. They are sculpted for purpose, aerodynamic, amphibious, and regal, the living form of judgment tempered by grace. The head of a bronze dragon is long and noble, its brow wide and intelligent, crested with ridges that pulse, faintly with static, in moments of agitation. From behind the eyes sweep ribbed and fluted crests, shaped like sea-carved coral, and from its chin descends a fan of armored tendrils, not hair, but sensory filaments sheathed in scale. With these, it senses the subtlest vibrations in both wind and water, reading currents as a sage reads runes. Its snout is sharp and beak-like, betraying its piscine lineage, with a thin, pointed tongue and keen nostrils capable of tasting the salt of distant waves. A small head frill ripples in the wind, while a taller crest trails its long neck, like the sail of a sea beast. Its limbs end in webbed claws, and an additional membrane stretches between its flanks and limbs, allowing it to pivot with aquatic ease. Even its wings are tools of duality, broad and sail-shaped, lined with glowing veins of bioluminescent current, glowing brighter in the throes of joy or wrath. These wings, with their layered phalanges and modified ala joints, serve as fins beneath the sea and blades upon the wind. A bronze dragon does not swim. It flies through the ocean, just as it does the sky. Its scales shimmer like molten bronze cooled in seawater, edged with green patina earned through centuries spent near salt and storm. When sunlight strikes them, they ripple like burnished armor. When lightning flashes, they shine like divine heralds descending from the firmament. A faint scent of ozone and sea mist clings to their wake, as though the storm travels with them. And when they speak, the air listens. Their voice rolls with depth, not a roar, but a thunderclap muffled by distance. Each word carries the weight of decision, the tone of justice, and the finality of storm. In dialogue, they are articulate, deliberate, and uncannily calm. Every phrase a verdict, every pause a calculation. But their power is not only in form, it is in breath. The first, a line of lightning, focused and searing. Not a blast, but a spear of divine reckoning. It does not scatter, it penetrates. It carves through warships, melts siege towers, and annihilates the armor of the unjust. It is not wrath, it is a verdict. The second, a cone of repulsion, a surge of pure, gravitational force. This breath scatters armies, flattens cultists, and hurls aerial foes from the sky like insects struck from mid-flight. It can part the ocean, crack cliffs, or silence a battlefield with a single beat of its lungs. It is not fury, it is mercy's last warning. Beneath that tempestuous power lies a mind of startling depth. Bronze dragons are scholars of morality and behavior, obsessed with the mortal world in all its beauty and failure. They are drawn not to gold or conquest, but to puzzles, debates, and diplomacy. In this, they are the most curious of the metallic lineage, and they indulge that curiosity through transformation, adopting the guise of dolphins, beachcombers, sailors, or stooped sages, observing without altering, engaging without revealing. But beware the test. Bronze dragons delight in posing riddles of character. A stranded beggar on the shore, a scholar seeking aid, a shipwrecked crewman with haunted eyes. Those who show cruelty or contempt may never see the transformation, only feel the lightning crash and the sea rise against them. Those who offer kindness may never know they stood before a dragon, but they will be remembered. For bronze dragons do not forget mercy, and one day it may return to you with wings. They detest cruelty in all forms. Pirates, slavers, petty tyrants. These are not foes, they are targets. A bronze dragon may wait decades before striking, studying its quarry with divine patience. But once the scales tip, they descend like justice unchained, and their vengeance is precise, unflinching, and absolute. They are especially watchful of coastal threats. Sahuagin warbands, sea trolls, Merrow, and Quotoa, cults. In these, they see not only danger to mortals, but an affront to balance, to the sanctity of freedom, of peace, and of the sea's rightful rhythms. Green dragons may share their cliffs. Black dragons may lurk in sunken cathedrals. But the bronze is no passive neighbour. It watches, it waits, and it intervenes when the line is crossed. Despite their martial instincts, bronze dragons are not antisocial. They are the most gregarious of their kind, frequently communing with others of their species, especially in humanoid guise. When in their true form, they often swim together through the waves, racing the tides, playing beneath the moonlight, like leviathans, in repose. But beneath the joy lies unbreakable loyalty. If a bronze dragon considers you kin, their allegiance is eternal. Courtship among them is sacred. They do not take mates lightly. When they do, it is for life. And if one partner dies, the survivor often remains alone, honouring that bond beyond the span of centuries. Their young are guarded with obsessive care, and those who threaten them will not see the sun rise again. And in war, a bronze dragon does not revel in carnage, but they study it. They serve in mortal armies, not as beasts of war, but as strategists, advisors, and champions. Afterward, they debate the causes and consequences of battle for decades, reflecting not only on victory, but on whether it was just. For to them, conflict is not blood and fire, it is the crucible of principle. Even in hunger, they are precise. Bronze dragons dine on sea plants, shellfish, and sharks, stalking the deep like tidal monarchs. Pearls are sometimes consumed, not for taste, but for the feel of them, smooth and perfect, as though holding the storm in miniature. In all things, the bronze worm is a paradox, gentle but implacable, playful but absolute, solitary but unshakably loyal. They are not gods, they are not kings, they are the tide held at bay, the storm that breaks only when it must. A bronze dragon does not dwell in lair or den, it claims a sanctum, a place not chosen for convenience, but for meaning. It is a convergence of beauty, strategy, and vow. Always near the sea, always shaped by the storm. Their lairs are most often hidden within coastal caves, veiled by sea stacks and jagged cliffs where the waves thunder like war drums. These are not crude hollows, but temples of purpose, accessible only through submerged channels known to the dragon and a chosen few. The outer chambers are slick with brine and echo with the rhythm of tides, but the heart of the lair is always dry, a chamber above the floodline, sacred and watchful. Some passages flood with each tide, draining like lungs that breathe with the ocean itself. Others, burrow into ancient reservoirs beneath forgotten cities, or twist beside underground rivers, tethered to the sea by channels unseen. The bronze dragon does not solely rest here. It listens to the pulse of the coast, to the secrets carried by currents, to the cries of freedom rising from below the waves. Many such lairs are constructed around salvaged relics. The skeleton of a shipwreck raised and restored, its hull reborn as vault or nursery. Bronze dragons are drawn to lost vessels, not as plunderers, but as preservers. They will reforge a shattered ship within their sanctum, embedding it with enchantment and memory, transforming tragedy into monument. And the lair does not remain still. Within 6 miles of its presence, the world remembers the dragon. Weather bends to its breath. Storms come not in rage, but in service. Gentle rains may soothe coastal wilds, or lightning may crash in warning when evil draws near. Underwater flora bloom in radiant hues, glowing with bioluminescent wonder. Strange echoes haunt the deep, not malevolent, but melodic, songs of memory, whispers of oaths. The treasures of a bronze dragon are not weighed by weight, but by meaning. They gather gold, for, although they will not admit it, it is their favorite metal. But what they treasure most of all is stories, reefs of shattered chains, coral grown around rusted shackles, pearls rescued from drowned temples, chests of sunken tomes detailing lost alliances, maritime lore, ancient rebellions, ceremonial blades dulled by time, diagrams of forgotten siegecraft, blueprints of vanished cities. These artifacts are not hoarded, they are curated, preserved, understood. Towering sea stacks form natural battlements around the lair. Narrow paths twist between them like riddles only the worthy can solve. Thunder echoes down these stone halls, and lightning illuminates runes carved into the very rock. To those with evil in their hearts, the sea itself becomes treacherous, waves churn, skies darken, and the path vanishes. But for those bearing peace or purpose, the sea is still. And beyond these barriers lies the lair proper, a fortress of wind, water, and silence. Hewn from ancient stone and alloyed with enchanted bronze, its halls gleam like storm-forged bastions. Glyphs of protection, liberation, and truth pulse faintly upon the walls. Not chaotic, not wild. Each mark deliberate, as though placed by the dragon's own claw to mark oaths fulfilled and tyrants fallen. The great hall is wide, but not cavernous. It humbles, not overwhelms. At its center drifts an orrery of bronze and lodestone, suspended in silent rotation, a model of the known world, its skies and its tides. Murals adorn the walls, not of conquest, but of courage. Heroes not remembered for blood, but for principle. A broken blade, a burnt flag, a manacle twisted open. These are not trophies, they are witnesses. And yet, for all its restraint, there is majesty. Tidal pools lace the floors, their waters filled with glowing plankton and reef-born life. Lightning globes drift through the air, casting the room in shifting stormlight. Aqueducts feed waterfalls from above, flowing in musical streams down walls etched with celestial diagrams. The scent here is of salt, ozone, and wisdom, parchment, polished bronze, and the cold bite of deep water. But the lair is not just monument, it is defense. Beneath the sea, submerged tunnels twist like the spines of leviathans. They are not escape routes, they are traps. Intruders find their path mirrored, their senses betrayed. Some tunnels breathe air that changes pressure on command. Others conduct lightning through hidden veins. To fight a bronze dragon in its lair is not to storm a den, it is to wage war against the ocean itself, on ground that lives and thinks and remembers. Most sacred of all is the Hall of Oaths, Buried deep within the stone, it is a chamber unlike any other. Its walls are lined with tablets of enchanted bronze, upon which are etched the vows made and the promises kept, or broken. The air here vibrates with ancient echoes. To speak a lie in this chamber is to choke on it. Here, a queen once promised her last war. Here, a prince forsook his throne to free a people. Here, the dragon itself inscribed its own oaths, to justice, to freedom, to the sanctity of choice. No laughter rings here, only silence and storm. For the bronze dragon's lair is not a place of slumber. It is a citadel of memory, a bulwark against the rise of tyranny, a lighthouse against the dark, and it does not sleep. It watches and waits. A bronze dragon's life is not a march toward might. It is a refinement of clarity. Each passing century tempers instinct into insight, power into purpose, until the worm becomes not only a force of nature, but its arbiter. They are born beneath the tide, within shells of dull brass laced in green, cradled in caverns of reef and rune. These sacred clutches lie bathed in moon-dappled waters, guarded not just by draconic talons, but by ocean spirits and mortal wards sworn to protect them. When a bronze wormling hatches, it does not cry. It crackles, a spark across still water, a shiver of static as a storm draws its first breath, and already it watches. Bronze wormlings are not passive observers. They are solvers, burning with juvenile certainty that every problem has an answer. Drought, banditry, injustice on the shoreline, they will fix it. Their zeal is charming, their failures instructive. But even in their missteps, there is growth. And when their overreach draws trouble, they do not flee. They seek help. They learn. They swim like gilded torpedoes through kelp forests and coral strongholds, their winglets like fins. Their eyes aglow with restless questions. Lightning sputters from their lungs in raw, uneven bursts, not yet honed, but never used without need. Their repulsion breath, like their ethics, begins undefined, but always leans toward protection. They do not hunt to kill. They stalk to understand. Their peers may hoard or burn. The bronze wormling hoards context. As they molt into their young form, their scales harden into mirror-bright armor, and their reach extends beyond reef and shore. Now, they walk the land, or swim it in disguise. Dolphins, seabirds, fishermen, orphans, wanderers. They weave through coastal cities like whispers, observing mortals at war, at prayer, in grief, and in governance. They are drawn not to weakness, but to the strength born of limitation, the resolve of those who struggle without wings or breath weapons. In this age, they act. They become masters of specialties, defenders of trade routes, scourges of pirates, protectors of ports. They gather allies across mortal species, smiths, monks, oracles, even retired warriors. They build networks of trust. They infiltrate ships under false name and bring slavers to ruin. They sow seeds of rebellion with silent aid. Their breath matures, repulsion becomes strategic, lightning, precise. Their claws strike only when every other tool has failed. By adulthood, it is a symbol. Its name is invoked in council halls and carved into the hearts of old ballads. Its lair is a bastion now, part temple, part archive, part shield. The dragon itself may walk among cities as a wise counselor, or appear once a generation to intervene in times of peril. Entire coasts consider themselves watched over, not ruled, not protected, but respected. Their wings span wider than warships. Their lightning breath can part clouds and cleave armadas. Their magic is no longer ritual, it is reflex. A thought summons thunder. A word reveals lies. A glance reads intent. They shape the battlefield like a painter commands a brush, repulsion scattering armies, lightning toppling siege engines. But still they fight rarely. They are not champions of vengeance. They are engineers of balance, and in time, they become ancient. By then, the bronze worm has watched dynasties crumble, tectonic plates shift, gods rise and fall. Their scales no longer gleam but burnish, not dulled, but deepened, each plate streaked with green and blue patina like ancient statuary. They no longer need to speak aloud. Their presence ends arguments. Their wings rarely beat, for storms part to carry them. The sea stills when they pass. The skies hush. Even the wind waits. An ancient bronze dragon sees farther than nations. Their enemies are no longer corsairs and despots, but multiversal perils, plane-walking tyrants, or chromatic ancients whose evil spans galaxies. They read the weave of time as others read maps. They may vanish into the elemental planes to battle water elementals threatening coastlines, or rise from the deep to face a red dragon that has burned entire provinces to ash. Their powers now rival gods. Their repulsion breath can part oceans, halting tsunamis, or casting planar beasts back to where they came. Their lightning does not strike, it judges, arcing like divine law made form. They command weather, speak with sea beasts, conjure spheres of thunder, and some say, read the future, pulling prophecy from silence. They shapeshift without thought. They see into hearts, and when they choose to act, they do so without hesitation. A tyrant may awaken to find his throne shattered by a single bolt under a clear sky. A slaver's fleet may be swallowed by glass-still water. A crusading general may breathe their last as the storm leaves only silence and a burned sigil upon stone. Not a mark of wrath, but a seal of closure. The ancient bronze does not roar, it remembers, and in doing so, ensures the world does too. Bronze dragons do not fight for conquest, they fight for correction. Their strikes are not born of wrath, but of preparation. The bronze dragon has already mapped the terrain, counted the ranks, identified the fulcrum. The moment its wings unfold, the battle is already decided. It is only the storm that has yet to speak. They do not relish violence, they resist it. To the bronze dragon, every breath weapon unleashed is a weight borne. Against animals defending their nests or territory, they will go to great lengths to avoid harm, offering food, using their cone of repulsion to scatter rather than destroy. They do not kill what does not understand. They do not punish what only defends. Even predators are treated with grace, so long as blood is not shed unjustly. But to the wicked, to the willfully cruel, they offer words before war. They ask questions, not to taunt, but to give one final chance to return. Why do you serve him? Who suffers for your order? What truth have you silenced for your peace? And if those questions are met with arrogance, deceit, or silence, the sky answers in their place. When peace is perverted into control, when law is twisted into leash, when diplomacy becomes a lie mouthed by tyrants, only then does the storm rise. And it does not rise halfway. A bronze dragon does not bellow. It dissects. Where reds incinerate and blacks desecrate, the bronze calculates. They isolate command, sever supply, cut the head from the war while leaving its limbs to stagger and surrender. Their lightning breath, a focused spear of sky-born retribution, does not fall randomly. It seeks spellcasters, siege engines, demagogues. It strikes the spine of tyranny. Their cone of repulsion is not scattered chaos. It is the shield of the innocent, the hurricane wall that sends abusers sprawling while sparing those caught beneath their shadow. It drives armies apart. It parts floodwaters. It silences riots without a drop of blood shed. Destruction is never their intent. Correction is. Bronze dragons are, above all, watchers. They wait years, even lifetimes, before they strike. They gather truth in silence. They learn the shape of corruption from root to canopy. And when they move, they do so with perfect clarity. There is no declaration, no trumpet, no spectacle, only thunder, only the weight of inevitability. Their true enemies are not beasts or monsters. They are tyrants cloaked in doctrine, warlords garbed in law, inquisitors who speak the language of divinity while breaking wills. These are not opponents to be defeated. They are contradictions to be erased. And so the bronze unravels them. Pirate fleets vanish beneath calm skies. Slavers awaken shipless and stranded. Fortresses collapse not from siege, but from sabotage, erosion, descent seeded by months of subtle intervention. Cities that once feared the dragon learn to revere the name, whispered just before the lightning falls. Not in destruction, but in liberation. Even their ancient rivals, the black and green, feel this slow, coiling judgment. These dragons of rot and coercion often hold territory that offends the Bronze Creed. And so, the campaign begins. Cults are dismantled from within, agents turned, alliances broken. No frontal assault, just the slow rebuild of legacy until the enemy, exposed and alone, sees the storm descend. Not for battle, for verdict, to remake. And there is no duel, no monologue, only finality. And with that finality, a new beginning. But not all battles end in ruin. Bronze dragons believe in the salvaging of the worthy. A knight misled, but honorable, may be spared. A pirate given over to guilt may be watched, not slain. A priest who preached tyranny, but now kneels in silence, may awaken ashore, alive, his power broken, his tongue silenced, and the sea behind him still, watching. For this is the bronze dragon's truest weapon, doubt. They do not just break bones, they break certainty. They fracture the myth that power justifies itself. They shatter the illusion that chains are order. They cast their voice into the minds of the cruel and make them question their own conviction. That doubt festers, spreads, until empires collapse beneath the weight of questions unasked. And then, only then, the storm breaks, not with vengeance, but with justice. Time passed. In the years that followed, Baldur's Gate flourished. Trade from Chult, spices from Amn, alliances forged beneath the watchful gaze of bronze eyes. But all tides recede. The city rebuilt, stronger than before. The children of Baldur's Gate grew up hearing stories of the dragon who crackled with lightning, and the man who rode him like a wind-tossed star. Answer, the heart of the gate, and Balduran, the last voyager. But peace was never enough for Balduran. The call of the horizon whispered louder than the roar of celebration. So he built a ship like none other, the Wandering Eye, its sails enchanted with starlight, its hull carved with runes older than kingdoms. 200 brave souls joined him. They sailed west toward Ankaron, and they never returned. No word, no storm, no wreckage, only silence. Ansur searched the skies. He flew far and wide, further than any bronze dragon dared, across planar rifts and forgotten seas. But his brother was gone, so he returned to Baldur's Gate, not in glory, in grief. He descended beneath the lighthouse they had built together, through a hidden vault forged of bronze and granite. And there, he rested, not in slumber, but in vigil, his coils wrapped around stone and memory, his heart beating once for every soul in the city above. And there, he waits still, a heartbeat of thunder beneath Baldur's Gate, watching, resting, remembering. Beneath every footstep, beneath every oath, beneath every bell that tolls. And should darkness rise again, should the dead three return, should the sky blacken and the sea scream once more, the vault will open, the heart of the gate will rise, and Baldur's Gate will roar, with lightning in its breath, with bronze in its bones, with the storm reborn, Ah, yes, black dragons, Fizban mutters, rummaging through a satchel filled with crumbs, mismatched scrolls, and, aha, a dead mouse. No matter. He tucks it away, then begins anew, straightening his thoroughly uncooperative hat with the air of someone who has forgotten why it was important in the first place. Now where was I? Ah, yes, the dreadful duet of doom, Voragramantha and Faerûn. He pauses, eyes going wide with what might be awe or mild confusion, possibly both. Fizban's account, born in rot, bound by an echo. Terrible names to pronounce at parties, truly, but even worse to encounter in the flesh. Twins, in a manner of speaking, though black dragons do not share well, even with themselves. Hatched in the festering heart of the Meher jungles, where the trees sweat rot and the shadows whisper curses. Their eggs, you see, throbbed with malevolence like pustules on the face of a fevered world. Oh dear, that's a bit graphic, isn't it? He waves a hand dismissively, causing one of the canaries on his shoulder to chirp and flutter its wings. Anyway, from the moment they drew breath, well, the moment they exhaled acid, I should say, their fates were wound together like two snakes in a barrel of misery. Voragramantha, who came to be known as the Black Death of the Mere, and Faerûn, his shadow, or his echo, or well, you'll see. He leans in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Most dragons, even the evil ones, are a little vain. Prone to monologues, you know. But these two, they didn't need words. They dripped dread. And worst of all, do you think their alliance was built on affection or even mutual benefit? No, it was spite that bound them. Spite and a kind of mirror hate that only brothers forged in rot could understand. Fizban sniffs, looking faintly sorrowful for a moment. Such a waste of draconic potential. Still, I suppose not every dragon can be charming, brilliant, and modest. Ahem, like yours truly. He clears his throat and lifts a finger. But I digress. If you wish to hear of the twin terrors of the Chultan wilds, of sunken ruins, of secrets swallowed by swamps, of a pact so vile it left the very jungle gasping, then pull up a chair. Just mind your boots. The story seeps, you see. Acid gets everywhere. Fizban's account, Chapter 2, The Mere, the Myth, the Monster. Fizban sniffs a damp, mildewed page from an old journal he pulled out of a pouch far too small to have contained it. He winces. Smells like swamp and bad decisions. We must be close. He adjusts his robes, which seem to have developed moss somewhere along the hem, and continues. The Mere of Dead Men. Oh, such a lovely name. Really sets the mood, don't you think? Most folk assume it's just a marsh. A little muck, a little mist, maybe a shambling corpse or two. Something you can hack through with enough soap and optimism. He chuckles to himself, but then grows uncharacteristically still. The canaries fall silent. But no. The Mere is a graveyard dreaming of breath. It remembers everything, forgotten oaths, every scream, every step that dared disturb it. And deep within that drowning memory, the Black Brothers found their stage. He taps his temple thoughtfully, or perhaps just to make sure his hat hasn't flown away again. There were once cities there, you know. Uth Tower and Yarlith, grand places, built by those who thought they could master the swamp. Twin cities ruled by kings who shared a mind. Two minds in one crown. Rather elegant in theory, a bit of a nightmare, magically speaking. But oh, that symmetry. How fitting that it would all rot away just in time for Voragramantha and Faerûn to slither in and claim it. Fizban lowers his voice, gesturing dramatically at nothing in particular. The brothers whispered lies into the peat until truth itself got soggy and sank. They became a myth so thick it choked the air. There was no longer Voragamantha and Vervaerendor, just Voragamantha, the Black Death of the Mere. One name, one monster, two mouths. He leans forward now, voice just above a whisper. One watched from the skies, pale and silent beneath the moon. The other crept below, sliding through bone and mud like a second shadow. And when adventurers came seeking glory, or worse, answers, the brothers didn't just seek to kill them. Oh no, they left riddles in blood, armor arranged like prophecy, bones that screamed lies, hoards salted with curses. Fizban sighs, brushing a bit of imagined moss from his sleeve. Some tell false tales that they were simply defending their lair, but the truer tale would be they were cultivating a legend, feeding it, letting it bloom like black mold in the soul of the swamp. Druids refused to walk there. Clerics tried to bless the land, only to watch it swallow the light. Bards sang of a dragon that was everywhere and nowhere, whose voice slithered inside your skull and told you truths you should never have known. He pauses, then adds brightly, "Of course, I once tried to reason with them. Dragons, you know. We do so love conversation, but they weren't interested. Something about the beauty of drowning empires and history as poison. Very dramatic, very muddy." Fizban straightens his hat, as if that might keep away the memory of the mere. Chapter 3. Of Crowns and Carrion. Fizban shuffles through a clutch of scrolls tied with old string and... Is that sinew? He squints at one, tilts his head, then casually tosses it behind him. No, too many tentacles. Not this one. Another scroll emerges, this one damp and faintly glowing. Fizban smiles, though his eyes betray unease. Ah, this tale, the cult of the crowned Maya. A charming little mess of necromancy, delusion, and poor decision-making. My favourite. He perches on a rock, or perhaps it's a petrified toad, and sighs deeply. The cult of the dragon. You know the type. Never met a rotting relic they didn't want to marry. They heard whispers of the Black Death in the mere and came crawling like barnacles to a shipwreck. He pauses and waggles a finger. But here's the thing about worshipping evil dragons. They're rarely what you think they are. Especially these two. His voice lowers, touched with something almost like pity. Voragamantha and Vervaerendor welcomed them, accepted their bone offerings and blood songs with all the grace of a slow poison. The cult believed they were guiding the twins toward Dracolichdom, toward a glorious, deathless godhood beneath Tiamat's terrible wings. Fizban scoffs. A misunderstanding from the cult of the dragon. With their focus too narrow, they thought themselves the ones in control. But the real truth, the dragons were shaping them. He raises his staff and draws a lazy spiral in the air, a canary fluttering up to perch atop it. Voragamantha became the silent deity of the Maya, a god with no voice, only a still presence, a shadow that watched. Vervaerendor, cleverer by far, slipped into their dreams like a fever. He gave them visions soaked in rot and false prophecy. They thought they were conduits. In truth, they were kindling, fuel for a deeper fire. He leans in with a knowing smile. You see, the twins had found whispers of something far older than Dracolicious. Older than Tiamat, perhaps. The twin crowns of Murmuran, relics of an ancient empire where two kings ruled with shared thought, twin minds in perfect accord. Sound familiar? Fizban raises both brows expectantly. They craved it. Unity without trust, dominion without dialogue, a symphony of one mind in two throats. He frowns. Of course, the cult helped, though not as they expected. The high priestess, Enlyra of the Veiled Bone, eventually found one of the crowns. buried with drowned King Harnal, who, funny story, once tried to ban rain. That didn't work out in the way Harnal expected. Fizban clears his throat. In Lyra sacrificed her own brother to awaken the artifact. Blood, rune, crown, all of it beautifully ghastly. The crown rose from the mire similar to a moss-covered halo and whispered to the twins in a language lost to gods. And it called to the black dread. He sits back, eyes distant. The cult rejoiced, danced in the muck, thought their work complete, an acceptance, a thank you, never to come. Fizban's voice lowers again, grave now. And so the cult faded, one by one, their thoughts drained, their wills dissolved. Some still walk the mere, I'm told, hollowed out and humming with songs they do not understand. He claps his hands and grins, though the mirth doesn't quite reach his eyes. Chapter 4. The Masquerade of Mead. Fizban plucks a honeycomb from his sleeve, sticky, half-crushed, and quite possibly magical. He peers at it fondly. Ah, mead, sweet, golden, deceptive little delight. I once spent a summer in a halfling village drinking nothing but mead. Woke up in winter with a beard full of bees and a letter of engagement from a barmaid who may have been a goat. But I digress. He gives the comb a sniff, grimaces and tosses it over his shoulder. A canary swoops in to snatch it midair. Now then, West Harbour, a sleepy border village nestled on the fringe of the Mere of Dead Men, like a half-dreamed thought someone forgot to finish. Their pride? A very particular brew, harvest mead, alchemical, moonlit, floral, with a ghostly nose. Literally, the flowers only bloom where the dead have wept into the earth. Very specific vintage. He leans on his staff, voice softening, and it was that scent, that shimmer of soul-bound nectar, that lured Voaragamantha and Faerûn from their Maya thrones to this fragile little town. Fizban's eyes twinkle with amusement and warning. They came veiled, cloaked in glamours and fog, smiles polished like riverstones. They promised protection, an end to the disappearances, an end to fear. And dear Laszlo Buckman, mayor, merchant, master of misplaced spine, welcomed them. He tithed the mead to them, a pact spoken in the old tongue beneath a ring of dead frogs. Lovely ambience. He frowns, but here's the thing about dragons, especially those dragons. They don't do charity, and they never forget. Fizban's voice drops low. One shipment lost, one storm-battered caravan swallowed by the swamp, and the dragons removed its heart. Tarmus, the village wizard. Adventurer once, wardkeeper still. Gone in the night, his protections failed, his familiar drowned in its own bowl, and in his place, Faerûn returned, dressed in his skin. He shudders. The simulacrum was flawless. Voice, manner, even the scent of pine oil and pipe smoke. But it was the small things, the misplaced memory, the too smooth laughter, the echo of something almost familiar that began to unravel the spell. Fizban draws a circle in the air. And that's the genius of it. Like honey turning to rot. Old friends began to argue. Smiles grew thin. The mead soured. And the town's soul sank into the swamp and into paranoia. He claps once, startling the canaries. And then, the adventurers. They always come, bless them. Corvian Narth, sharp-eyed ranger of the northern glades. And Aveline Dawnspear, paladin of Lathander, whose lantern was said to reveal falsehoods, secrets, and poorly hidden snacks. Together they traced the puzzle, a path of riddles, phantom alleys, reversed sigils, and whispers from children who swore Tarmus now smelled of grave smoke. Fizban sighs, suddenly somber. But while they walked above, the real Tarmus lay below, suspended in an arcane chrysalis, his dreams drained by shadow leeches, his thoughts mapped across black crystal, Every idea, every memory, read aloud by cultists who mistook them for scripture. He taps his temple, and the dragons listened, forever watching and moving the threads of their dark designs. They were harvesting his mind, as if the town's soul were just another mead to ferment. Fizban's voice fades, thoughtful. So if ever you find yourself in West Harbour, and the bartender pours a glass of golden mead, thick as sunlight, sweet as memory, take care. Some brews were never meant to be swallowed. He straightens, his hat flopping sideways again. Chapter 5. The Mirror Rite. Fizban sits very still. This next part, he says softly, is where the story begins to slip sideways. A canary lands on his shoulder, silent. Beneath the mere, deeper than bone, darker than even death's breath, there is a place, a cathedral of rot, and within it, the cult of the dragon changed by the slow, silken poison of purpose. Fizban exhales. They sang there, songs of unraveling, the kind that peel truth from your soul like bark from a tree. The Helmite adventurers, the brave, the righteous, knelt like broken marionettes. Their eyes were gardens for dreamworms, their memories, drained, bottled, fed. He pauses. Yes, fed like wine, sacramental offerings to the Black Brothers. A flicker of something ancient glimmers in Fizban's gaze, and then came the crowns. The crown of Yarlith, carved with the teeth of forgotten kings, glimmering with the weight of drowned empires, set upon Voragramanthar's head. The crown of Uthtower, studded with gems that reflected flame that was never lit, set upon Werverendor. And when they looked at each other, Fizban shivers, echoed, refracted, lost, and found. The crowns twisted their thoughts into a braid of rot and rhythm. One thought, one hunger, one monstrous resonance. What one knew, the other remembered. What one feared, the other became. A god, summoned and mirrored into being. He scratches his beard, then gestures with one long, spindly finger. You see, the rite they used, the mirror rite, was older than the mere, older than the cities that drowned. It was never written in ink, but in breaths held past dying. A cruel sovereignty to death's embrace. He taps his temple. That's the trick. If they completed the rite, no one would remember West Harbour as it was, nor its songs, nor its stories, nor its name. Fizban looks into the middle distance, as if watching something rise slowly from deep water. Then, with a sudden brightening of tone, a habit of his, when the air gets too heavy, Fizban claps his hands and lets out a nervous chuckle. Chapter 6. The Swallowing of West Harbour. Fizban's eyes grow dim. He lifts a cracked, dust-flecked scroll with shaking fingers. Around him, even his ever-chirping songbirds fall quiet. The old wizard adjusts his shapeless hat, exhales, and says, almost a whisper, "There are endings, and then there are tales too malicious they are lost to the ages. This was the latter." He taps the scroll. I was not there, you understand. Or perhaps I was. Memory has a way of slipping, especially when something like this happens. It's like trying to remember a song you've never heard. He leans in. A single crack, like a mirror, mourning its own reflection. And from the icons of silence, Voragramantha, low and wide, a serpent of corrosion. Werverendor, aloft, half hidden in thunder, watching as though weeping with teeth. A flick of Fizban's finger sets a blue flame dancing at the scroll's edge. West Harbour, he says, that brave, half-forgotten little town, didn't burn. It forgot itself. He frowns. Reflections blinked before their owners. Mead, once sweet as summer, turned bitter in the cask. Torches died without a whisper. And the villagers, their memories slipped like water through fingers. Elders wept for no reason. Children called for names that had never belonged to their parents. He sighs, deep and long. And beneath it all, two heroes remembered. Corvian Narth, Aveline Dawnspear, bow and blade, moon and dawn. They found the real Tarmus, bones and breath and riddles, bound beneath the chapel like a forgotten verse. With a draught of sacred mead, he remembered his name. Fizban pauses. But remembering is not undoing. Then he leans forward, tapping each word into the air as if painting it with smoke. Voaragamanthar's breath, acid laced with memories, ran through streets. People screamed verses they had never learned. Wherever Erendor twisted reality, reshaped identity, lovers turned strangers, bells rang backward, time tasted itself. But the people fought, for truth, for names. Aveline's shield bore the last prayer of her mentor. Corvian's arrows carried moonlight and memory. Each blow rewrote what was being lost. Every wound carved a name back into the world. His voice drops. In the end, the twins broke. Shadow bled. Acid rained. They screamed as one. Two voices fused by the crowns, by the right, by the mirror of godhood. And they fled, dragging with them the second crown and a bleeding shard of West Harbour's soul. Fizban goes still, and the town, a pause. It lingered, almost fading into obscurity. The mead soured, the ghost blooms withered, reflections twisted, people became brittle, time passed around it, and the world did what it does best when it cannot bear memory. A long silence. It forgot. He leans back. A canary nuzzles his ear, chirping gently. Fizban smiles, but there's no joy in it. Chapter 7. The Black Mirror. Ah, now this part gets rather slippery, doesn't it? You see, memory's a tricky thing. One moment, it's a song you hum while tying your boot. The next, it's a spell no one remembers casting. Least of all, the caster. And in the mere of dead men, where frogs croak secrets and moss tells lies, forgetting isn't just something that happens, it's something that hunts. West Harbour. Oh yes, I've been. Or, I think I have. Smelled of mead and sorrow, if I'm remembering right, which I might not be. You see, the Black Brothers, Voragamanthar and Werverendor, those dreadful twin tyrants, are no longer what they once were. Something worse, something recursive. They are riddles chewing their own tails, nightmares that tell themselves to you. They don't roar anymore, they whisper, and that's far, far worse. There's talk, foolish, foolish talk, of a third crown. Not gold, not gemmed, a crown made of truth so old it forgot it was true, hidden deep in the Mir's heart, where light gives up. And the Black Brothers? Oh, they dream of it. And when they do, birds forget to sing, trees forget to grow, and poor old Fizban forgets where he put his hat. He pats his head. The hat is there, crooked as ever. Ah, well, that's something, for now. But let me give you a bit of advice, from one who occasionally bears a true form of platinum. If you ever find yourself in the Mir, and a puddle looks back at you with eyes not your own, I would not blink. Because the Black Mirror always finds you, and once it does, it remembers everything you don't. The shimmering gateway hums with power, its golden edges pulsing against the ever-shifting chaos of limbo. The arcane seal stands resolute, the circumference bordered by opalescent runes twisting disorder to order. Here, at the threshold between disorder and understanding, reality itself bends and folds, shaped only by the elemental chaos and force of will. Beyond the gate lies something few have ever seen, a sanctum of celestial wisdom, a place where knowledge flows like a river and the fabric of the multiverse is woven into the walls. It is a bastion of cosmic truths, guarded not by mortal hands, but by something far greater. A storm of cosmic energy churns through the void, swirling around the massive serpentine beast of golden scale and hue. Large twin horns and neck frills, smooth and metallic, give it a sagacious look. Its scales gleam with an inner fire, each movement radiating divine authority, while its eyes, emblazoned with the fire of a newborn star and ancient wisdom, pierce the aurora. The beast coiled around the cosmic gate, a celestial guardian. It is a sentinel of the planes, a being whose sight glimpses beyond time itself. A group of robed travelers, draped in crimson, stand at the threshold of the portal, a key-like device raised in supplication or command. These Githzerai, seekers of enlightenment, drawn by whispers of lost knowledge beyond the veil, approach. Beyond these travelers, the abyss stretches into infinity, where fractured shards of reality twist and dissolve into the swirling chaos of limbo. The gold dragon, for that is its title in the common tongue, stirs. The dragon's immense wings unfurl slightly, their golden tips merging with the cosmic storm, as if it alone binds order to the chaos. The gate itself is a masterpiece of celestial craftsmanship. Engraved runes spiral inward, glowing with the promise of knowledge or threat of forbidden power. The air crackles with arcane force, and the dragon's maw opens. The truths of creation await those who would wield them with wisdom. The Githzerai step forward, their disciplined minds most often holding the shifting chaos of limbo at bay. Note in this locus of energy. Their aid in bringing order to disorder is naught required. They approach the gate, but before they may pass through, the air shudders. The golden radiance of the portal flickers, dimming as a presence far darker seeps into the realm. From the void, a shadow slithers forth, an incursion, an invasion, a force that hungers for minds and knowledge alike. Mind flayers. They pour from a rift between planes, their chitinous limbs twisting in unnatural ways, their soulless eyes locking onto the gateway. Their purpose is clear: to consume, to corrupt, to unravel the wisdom that has been protected for eons. The guardian rises, its wings unfurling in a storm of golden fire. It does not hesitate. With a single beat of its mighty wings, it hurls itself into battle, a beacon of divine wrath against the encroaching horror. The Githzerai move in unison, their monastic discipline turning them into a force of sheer will, their strikes breaking through the unnatural defenses of their cosmic foe. The first Mind Flayer lunges, its psychic energy lashing out in an unseen, formless blast meant to tear the mind apart. But the dragon's presence is a fortress of will. Its mere existence radiates a shield against such intrusions. The creature falters as the dragon opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of fire, not of mere heat, but of radiant purity, a golden inferno that burns away the corruption of the far realm itself. The Mind Flayer wails psychically, its form collapsing into nothingness as the flames consume its essence. More emerge, their tentacles writhing, their alien minds focusing in unison. A pulse of psionic force erupts outward, a thought turned into a weapon, a wave of crushing pressure meant to unravel the minds of all before them. The Githzerai stand firm. They are warriors of the mind, and they answer thought with thought. Their psionic energy flares, forming a barrier that absorbs the Mind Flayer's assault before shattering outward in a counterstrike, sending the horrors reeling. One Githzerai leaps forward, his movements a blur of speed and precision. His fist, wreathed in silver energy, collides with an illithid's skull, sending a shockwave through its body as its alien form convulses before collapsing. Another Gith twists through the air, spinning his staff, now a lance of pure psychic force, before impaling one of the aberrations mid-charge. Yet, the Mind Flayers do not falter. Their leader, a creature larger than the rest, its form pulsing with arcane corruption, raises its clawed hand, dark energy swirling in its palm. It does not strike the warriors. It targets the gate. A crackling tear begins to form, a rift meant to collapse the portal entirely, to sever the bastion of knowledge from existence itself. Not while the Guardian draws breath. With a roar that shakes the fabric of limbo itself, it surges forward, its massive claws wreathed in golden energy. One swipe cleaves through two Mind Flayers in an instant, their forms dissolving before they can react. The dragon twists, bringing its tail crashing down with the force of a falling star, crushing another beneath its divine might. And then, the dragon's eyes with eternal fire fix upon the Flayer nobility. The Mind Flayer raises its claw higher, its power reaching its apex. It whispers, its words not spoken, but carved into the minds of all present, a voice that promises nothingness, the end of thought, the unraveling of all reason. The gate shudders as the rift threatens to consume it whole. In this locus of power, naught can withstand the encroachment of the far realm. The Githzerai cease their advance, clutching their skulls in abject horror. But the dragon's eyes blaze with divine clarity. It speaks a single word, not in Draconic, not in any language known to mortals, but in a voice of absolute authority, a sound that shakes the planes themselves. The Mind Flayer halts. For the first time, it hesitates. For the first time, it knows fear. And in that instant, the dragon strikes. A radiant beam erupts from its maw, a column of pure cleansing power. It does not simply burn, it eradicates, severing the Mind Flayer's connection to the far realm, tearing it from existence. The creature has no time to scream before it is unmade, its darkness extinguished in a burst of golden fire. The rift closes. The portal is safe. Knowledge is eternal. Before kingdoms, before even the gods laid claim to the heavens, in the beginning, there was Io, the first dragon, he who forged all dragonkind from the raw elements of creation. But when Io fell, his children warred amongst themselves. Before Toril, there was Bahamut, the platinum dragon, noble and just, and Tiamat, the five-headed queen of greed and tyranny. They worked to shape the material plane, and for a time, there was harmony. Like all true dragons, gold dragons trace their lineage back to the dawn of creation, when the first dragons were forged by divine hands. Most legends claim it was from Bahamut that the gold dragons were born, his most noble and mightiest children. Some sages tell of the platinum dragon taking to the astral sea, sculpting the first gold dragon from the molten heart of a dying star and imbued with an essence of his very own celestial fire. Others may say they emerged from the golden breath of Io himself, created to bring balance to a disordered equation. Even today, many gold dragons hold true that they are more than mere creatures. They are instruments of cosmic order, protectors of the weak and the last bastion against an ever-encroaching darkness. In the vast and timeless tapestry of dragonkind, none shine brighter or command greater reverence than the gold dragon. These noble and ancient creatures stand as the epitome of wisdom, justice, and grace. Tirelessly dedicated to preserving the balance between light and darkness, gold dragons are the stalwart defenders of good and guardians of cosmic order. A mountain of living gold, a being whose every movement radiates divine energy. Its scales shimmer like the morning sun, Its wings ripple with celestial fire, and its very presence commands awe and is a reminder of the ancient forces that guide the realms of magic and fate. With their unparalleled beauty and formidable power, gold dragons are not only revered by mortals and immortals alike, but also serve as paragons among their own kind, ever seeking knowledge, justice, and a brighter future for all. To know the gold dragon is to witness the very embodiment of celestial nobility. The most powerful and majestic of the metallic dragons, gold dragons are dedicated foes of evil. These awe-inspiring creatures, with their celestial bearing and noble hearts, are among the mightiest defenders of the forces of good. With an unyielding commitment to protect both the cosmic and magical orders, they are unflinching in their struggle against the encroaching darkness of evil. Their purpose is clear: to bend the threads of fate toward a brighter future for all. Though their wisdom and serene dispositions may seem placid, these majestic beings are not afraid to unleash their fiery wrath and formidable magic when the need arises. Their breath, a blaze of blinding flame and crippling magic, can turn the tide in any battle against the forces of corruption. A gold dragon, if you should ever be fortunate enough to witness one, is a creature both wise and awe-inspiring. Its face is graced with long, flexible spines, akin to whiskers that frame its sagacious features. Twin horns sweep back from its noble brow, echoing the frills that adorn its long serpentine neck. These are the hallmarks of the gold dragon: smooth, metallic horns and a set of delicate neck frills that curl like the finest of furs, complemented by spines that trace the length of its snout, giving it a distinguished, almost feline appearance. Its slanted eyes gleam with the lustrous glow of molten gold, a reflection of its ancient wisdom. Young gold dragons are often seen with dark yellow scales interspersed with flecks of glistening metal, which over time grow into a brilliant coat of gold as they age, and their pupils vanish entirely, replaced by the fiery gleam of molten gold. Their wings, vast and sail-like, ripple through the air with a motion reminiscent of swimming in a stream, graceful, fluid, and utterly majestic. When at rest, their wings fold against their back, like the protective shell of a golden moth. Though gold dragons may feast upon nearly anything, they hold a particular fondness for pearls and gems, which serve as a delightful delicacy for their refined tastes. Yet, they do not require such treasures for sustenance, and it is not the wealth itself that pleases them, but rather the gesture of a gift freely given. They accept offerings with grace, but they are not so easily swayed by material things. No gold can sway their hearts in the face of evil. Among their own kind, gold dragons are held in the highest regard, respected for their wisdom, fairness, and their unyielding commitment to justice. However, their lofty stature among dragons also means that they are the most distant and solitary of their kind. Their hearts remain steadfast, focused on their personal quests and the preservation of what is good. They rarely interact with others, save for their mates, their offspring, and the rare significant meeting with another dragon. Older gold dragons possess the remarkable ability to assume the forms of both beasts and men. They might take on the guise of a humble peddler, mingling with mortals to gather news of the world, offer counsel to those in need, or simply observe the ebb and flow of civilization. In the guise of an animal, a dog, a cat, a horse, or even an eagle, they may wander unnoticed, lending a quiet hand or companionship to those they encounter. They walk in the world, veiled in mundane form, not as mere travelers, but as subtle forces of change, guiding and influencing events from the shadows. Their quests are often self-imposed, a noble pursuit of knowledge, life, or morality, and they will stop at nothing to see these goals fulfilled. The habits of a gold dragon are sage-like and often difficult for the average mortal to comprehend. A gold dragon will spend most of its time in an assumed form, usually that of a nondescript human or harmless animal. For animal forms, a gold dragon will often choose domestic animals such as dogs, cats, or horses. Swift-moving but non-threatening forms such as an eagle are also favorites. This is because the assumed form allows the gold dragon to travel and observe the world without drawing attention to itself. When traveling in particularly dangerous areas, a gold dragon will use, especially non-threatening forms. This approach helps to set at ease fellow travelers it may encounter and to use itself as bait for any evil creatures lurking about. A gold dragon is a patient listener, for they hunger for knowledge and news of the world. Their curiosity is boundless, and no conversation is too long or tedious, save perhaps for the infamous garrulousness of their bronze cousins, who can test even the gold's legendary patience. Though they rarely engage in debates with mortals, when they do, it is often to silence any arguments that promote chaos or disorder. Their wisdom is vast, and their words, though few, carry the weight of ages. Gold dragons have a worldwide or planar hierarchy with a single ancient at the top. This leader is elected by all gold dragons from the ranks of great gold worms and serves for life or upon resignation. This leader, known as your Resplendents, serves for life or until they resign and acts as the ultimate authority in matters concerning the species. This noble figure advises their kin on the nature of their quests, assists them in their battle against evil, and serves as a representative in dealings with other species. Should a matter of justice arise, it is the Resplendent One who will hear the case and make the final decree. The courtship of gold dragons is dignified and deliberate. Prospective mates can spend years discussing philosophy, ethics, can go on quests together, and will seek the ruler's approval as matter of protocol. Despite their lawful nature, gold dragons allow themselves remarkable freedom. Some mate for life, others for a short time. Gold dragons always instruct their young carefully, and young gold dragons may be fostered to care for wormlings where the older dragons are needed elsewhere. The lairs of gold dragons are hidden in serene, far-flung corners of the world, away from the bustling eyes of mortals and the prying forces of darkness. These secluded havens are carefully chosen to offer peace, solitude, and an intimate connection to the natural world. Often nestled near tranquil lakes, mist-covered islands, or ancient ruins, gold dragons seek places that resonate with magical power, allowing them to reside in harmony with the weave itself. Their lairs are not only marvels of natural beauty, but also fortresses of wisdom and protection, guarded by loyal creatures and imbued with powerful wards. Here, among the shifting mists and sparkling treasures, the gold dragon is ever vigilant, watching over the world from its sanctum, while glimpsing into the future and safeguarding its hoard with unparalleled care. The lairs of the gold dragons are as elusive as they are majestic, hidden in the farthest corners of the world, where none but the most fortunate or unfortunate may stumble upon them. These sanctuaries are carefully chosen for their seclusion, ensuring that the dragons can dwell in peace, far from the prying eyes of mortals and the reach of evil. The gold dragons favor tranquil locations, often near serene lakes, winding rivers, or islands veiled in mist. Their homes are sometimes found behind sparkling waterfalls, within the heart of ancient ruins, or nestled at places of deep magical power and ancient knowledge. The lairs themselves are always carved from stone, intricate and vast, with chambers that are not only functional, but beautifully adorned, reflecting the dragon's inherent grace and refinement. The gold dragons are not alone in their remote abodes. Their loyal protectors may include creatures native to the surrounding lands, such as animals, or even powerful storm giants, or good-aligned cloud giants, who serve under the dragon's command. ensuring no harm ever comes to their sacred home. The very land around a gold dragon's lair shimmers with the immense power of the weave. This region is subtly warped by the presence of the dragon, imbuing the air with a sense of mysticism. Those who find themselves near the dragon's lair, be they in slumber, trance, or reverie, may feel the dragon's presence enter their dreams. This telepathic connection leaves an impression which lingers upon waking, as though the dragon itself has shared its ancient wisdom with the dreamer. The environment surrounding the lair often manifests in ethereal mists, shimmering with opalescent light. These mists never obscure the vision of the onlooker, but in the presence of evil, they twist into haunting forms, silently warning the dragon or any of its allies of impending danger. Within a mile of the lair, treasures, pearls, and gems alike gleam and sparkle, their beauty illuminated by the soft glow they cast. The gold dragon's connection to its domain is such that these treasures become an extension of its essence. Within the lair itself, the dragon can peer into the future or banish evil to realms beyond mortal comprehension, sometimes casting foes into harmless dream planes or distant dimensions, where they may do no harm. The hoard of a gold dragon is kept deep within the heart of its lair, safeguarded by wards of unimaginable potency. These magical defenses make the vault nearly impenetrable, ensuring that no treasure may be stolen without the dragon's knowledge. As for the treasures themselves, the gold dragons have a particular fondness for those crafted by skilled hands. The artistry of paintings, calligraphy, sculpture, and fine porcelain are prized above all. Of course, pearls and small gems are ever among their favorites, for they are not only the dragon's chosen sustenance, but also symbols of beauty in their purest forms. Approaching a gold dragon with offerings of such treasures is a sign of respect, and often a way to win its favor. But it is wise to remember, a gift must be given freely, without expectation. For a gold dragon knows well the value of sincerity over material wealth. The journey of a gold dragon is one of gradual transformation, from the innocent idealism of youth to the sagacious wisdom of the ancient. Each stage of their life is marked by discovery, growth, and an ever-deepening commitment to preserving balance, knowledge, and the forces of good. In their first few years, the gold dragon wormlings are creatures of wonder and boundless curiosity, their minds alive with the thirst for knowledge, and their hearts burning with idealism. Often, these young worms seek to right wrongs in the world around them, eager to forge bonds with the beings they encounter. Their early years are spent in the care of their elders, learning not just the intricacies of their abilities, but the vast knowledge of the world and the weave itself. These wormlings may be seen near small villages or farms, their sense of duty compelling them to protect those in need and learn from the local magic and powers, while their capabilities, small as they are in comparison to their elders, still take shape. Wormlings begin to test their claws, their breath, and their nascent flight. Although they are graceful in flight and as natural in the water as the swan, they remain cautious, relying on older dragons or companions for protection in times of danger. They may flee from conflict using their weakening breath to disorient foes, but will defend their home when needed, their fire breath and soaring flight a testament to the promise they hold. As the wormlings mature into their first century of life, the gold dragon's minds and abilities evolve in tandem. These young worms now begin to glimpse the true mysteries of the world, the magics that flow through all things, the depths of evil they must combat, and the vastness of the cosmos. Their inquisitive nature drives them to uncover secrets, solve problems, and take direct action in the world. Their flight becomes an art, serpentine and refined, as they glide effortlessly through the skies or beneath the waves. The young gold dragon begins to master its powerful weakening breath, capable of quelling conflict before it even begins, while their cosmic fire burns bright in defense of their chosen path. As their power grows, so too does the reach of their influence. By this stage, a young gold dragon may establish its own territory, often covering an area up to 50 miles. Their lairs become entwined with magical forces, and their hordes gain power, securing the dragon's dominion and influence over both the land and the weave. Though young, they may be entrusted with the protection of wormlings, taking on the mantle of guardianship to allow their elders the freedom to embark on quests or meditations. Upon reaching maturity in their first centuries, the gold dragon takes on a subtle, near-legendary presence. Masters of disguise, these dragons often assume harmless forms, be it an unassuming animal or a mortal persona to pass among the common folk unnoticed, weaving their wisdom into the lives of those they encounter. Their missions are self-appointed, their thirst for knowledge and justice never waning. No longer merely defenders, these adult dragons are active crusaders, seeking to uncover the world's deep mysteries and eliminate evil at its roots. By the time they reach adulthood, gold dragons are formidable forces in the world. Their magic is potent, from the banishment of evil to the use of radiant fire, each breath a cosmic force. They may rule vast territories, extending their influence over regions or even continents. Their presence a foretelling of hope and change. In these vast realms, the opalescent mist that surrounds their lairs is both a symbol of their power and a warning to all who would do harm. The grace with which they move, whether in the sky or on the ground, is legendary, and their intellect is unmatched. As a legendary foe and a wise sage, the adult gold dragon is both a guide and a protector, wielding magic with an artful hand and banishing lies with the sheer force of their will. By the time they achieve their ancient years, gold dragons transcend mortal comprehension. These awe-inspiring creatures become mythic figures revered by those who seek to preserve the balance of the cosmos. They act from the shadows, offering counsel and guidance to virtuous groups, aiding younger dragons and ensuring the preservation of wisdom. Only in the gravest of times, when the balance of existence is at risk, do these ancient dragons reveal themselves in their full, awe-striking majesty. With the wisdom to rival the most intelligent beings in the multiverse, they stand as paragons of virtue, wisdom, and power. Their lairs are often entwined with the pure weave, and they may protect secrets or artifacts of immeasurable importance, guarding the very fabric of existence. Ancient gold dragons are among the most powerful beings ever to exist, their magical and physical might matched only by their deep wisdom. In battle, they can challenge the mightiest cosmic foes, their breath a force of celestial radiance, their mastery of banishment and teleportation unparalleled. Though they may rarely show their full strength, it is said that to face an ancient gold dragon is to face the full weight of time and the universe itself. In the vast tapestry of dragons, few are as revered and awe-inspiring as the gold dragon. Known for their unparalleled wisdom, grace, and commitment to justice, gold dragons embody the delicate balance between diplomacy and wrath. Their innate preference for peaceful resolution and the defense of the innocent marks them as protectors of the realms. Yet when provoked, their might and fury are unmatched. Though the gold dragon favors diplomacy over direct confrontation, its might is without equal among the metallic dragons. When a foe, be it a malevolent individual or a wicked force, provokes a gold dragon, the consequences are often dire. A gold dragon's wrath is relentless, and it will not rest until its foe has been either slain or brought to justice. These dragons do not tolerate evil in any form and will not settle for anything less than complete triumph over it. Their grace in the air and beneath the waters is legendary, but when forced into combat, a gold dragon calls upon its vast mastery of flight, magic, and the power of both its radiant fire and weakening breath to turn the tide in its favor. It is not just their strength that makes them formidable. Their unparalleled intellect and deep understanding of the weave, magical mysteries, and the interconnections of the planes give them an edge that most adversaries cannot hope to overcome. The most hated and bitter enemy of the Gold Dragon is the Red Dragon. Gold dragons, in alliance with their noble kin, the Silver Dragons, stand as a bulwark against the malevolent forces of the chromatic dragons, with the Red Dragons serving as the most ferocious and dangerous of these foes. The destruction and chaos wrought by Red Dragons, fueled by unrelenting malice, are a constant source of concern for the Gold Dragon. Yet the Gold Dragon's enemies are not limited to the fiery, destructive force of the Red Dragon alone. Any being or force that seeks to manipulate the weave for malevolent purposes, destroy the fragile balance of the multiverse, or wield dark artifacts to shatter cosmic order will find itself opposed by the full might of the Gold Dragon. Older Gold Dragons, often content to act from the shadows to prevent such cataclysmic events, may not always be at the forefront of these battles in their earlier years. However, when the need arises, the Gold Dragons are not afraid to take up the mantle of leadership and command, assuming the role of radiant generals on the front lines of war against chaos and evil. When the very fabric of existence is threatened, the Gold Dragons will stand resolute, their wisdom, power, and courage ensuring that no dark force, be it mortal or cosmic, will go unchallenged. The battlefield lies dormant, save for the crackling embers of the aftermath. The last of the Mind Flayers lie motionless, their forms dissolving into the unreality of limbo, their twisted ambitions crushed beneath the unwavering might of the Gold Dragon and its allies. The Great Guardian lowers its wings, its golden gaze sweeping across the survivors. The Githzerai stand tall, though battle-worn, their minds still sharp, their resolve unshaken. The gateway flickers, its light returning, the pulse of knowledge beyond still intact. The Gold Dragon watches them, seeing not just what they are, but what they might become. It speaks once more, its voice now carrying the weight of experience, of a battle hard fought. You have seen the cost of wisdom, it rumbles. You have stood at the edge of the unknown and fought for something greater than yourselves. A moment passes, heavy with meaning. Then, at last, the Guardian moves aside, its massive form parting like a golden tide. Enter and learn. One by one, the Githzerai step through, vanishing into the depths of the sanctuary. The Gold Dragon lingers at the threshold, its gaze drifting to the horizon, to the shifting void beyond. The multiverse is vast, its dangers unending. But for now, here, in this moment, wisdom has prevailed, and as long as even one Guardian remains, it always will, for knowledge is eternal. The Great Sand Sea, once a bastion of the ancient Netherese, now only ruins, dunes, and wastes remain. The storm breaks with a deafening crack, and the sky is painted in jagged streaks of blinding blue. The ancient Netherese city's walls, once proud and unyielding, now bear the scars of battle. Now a bastion of the Zhentarim, a rich prize, and one gleaming bright in the Great Sand Sea. A blast strikes the gate, storm given form, lightning given form, wood and stone disintegrating, banners torn, the scent of ozone thick in the air. The Zhentarim, used to operating in the shadows, now brought to light. They scramble to form ranks, their shields reflecting the eerie glow of unnatural lightning. Their spears tremble, and the battle begins. The gate, an attached wall, explodes in a cascade of shattered wood and stone, the impact throwing the defenders from their posts. The ancient fortress yielding to the storm. From the breach they come, rank upon rank of warriors, clad in steel and flowing desert robes, surging forward like the unstoppable tide of the dunes. At their head, figures in crackling blue armor, emblazoned with a draconic emblem. Their eyes are light with zealous purpose, but all pale in comparison to the force that comes. A tempest looms above them, wings outstretched like a thundercloud given form. The eye of the storm. The antediluvian walls groan under its weight as it perches upon the remnants of a collapsed tower, its massive talons grinding ancient stone to dust. Its scales glisten, reflecting each bolt of lightning that dances across its form, power coursing through every inch of its massive frame. Its maw opens, revealing fangs like swords, and from deep within, a deafening roar echoes through the city, shaking foundations, rattling bones. This is no beast. This is the storm made flesh, the executioner of arrogance, the ruler of the wastes. Below, the Zentarim prepare their final defense. Silver ballistae turn skyward. Contemptible spellcasters raise their hands to conjure a riposte. Bolts of force and barriers of shimmering force arise in equal measure. The Sapphire One only watches, its gaze filled with something beyond destruction, contempt. It knows how this will end. The storm has already claimed this city. It simply hasn't finished breaking it yet. A final, world-shaking clap of thunder rolls through the heavens. The dragon rears back, lightning coiling around its horns. And then, with the force of the tempest itself, it exhales. A lance of pure lightning crashes down, annihilating all in its path. The conquest has begun. Before kingdoms, before even the gods laid claim to the heavens, in the beginning, there was Io, the first dragon. He who forged all dragonkind from the raw elements of creation. But when he fell, his children warred amongst themselves. In the age when the cosmos was yet young, and the clash between gods and primordials raged across creation, a being of unfathomable destruction emerged, the King of Terror. With power enough to destroy existence itself, this primordial force turned its wrath upon Io, the first dragon, the divine progenitor of dragonkind. In a cataclysmic battle that shook the very foundations of reality, Io stood alongside his children, defiant against the oncoming annihilation. Yet even the might of the Dragonfather could not withstand the raw chaos of the King of Terror. With a single, devastating strike, the Father was sundered, his divine essence scattering like embers upon the wind. From the remnants of his broken form, legend tells of a miraculous rebirth. Some say that from his two halves arose the great dragon gods, Bahamut, the platinum dragon, radiant in his justice, and Tiamat, the chromatic tyrant, seething with insatiable ambition. Others claim that these two deities had long existed, firstborn of creation, and that upon his death, they inherited the last remnants of his divine spark. Regardless of the truth, one thing is certain. His death did not mark the end of dragonkind, but the beginning of an eternal struggle. From that moment on, the dragons of the world would be divided, their destinies forever entwined in a battle between tyranny and justice, destruction and order. One remainder of Io's surviving dragon children threw in their lot with Tiamat, whose hatred of the world that killed her father colored her every deed and attracted dragons given to rapacity and suspicion, the chromatics. Today, as the evil deity of wealth, greed, and envy, she urges her followers to take vengeance for every slight. Most chromatic dragons follow this dictate. Thus, in the current era, The blue dragons crave power, subjugation, and a will to dominate. They seek to transform and create empires, domains to be feared by nations and the multiverse. Among the chromatic dragons, none wield intellect and ambition with the precision of the blue dragon. Cunning and imperious, they are not beasts of carnage, but sovereigns of the wastes, lords of the shifting sands, who shape the fate of all within their dominion. To them, rulership is not just a privilege, it is a birthright. There is no creature more arrogant than a blue dragon, nor one more willing to enforce its supremacy. To question its rule is to invite swift retribution, for no slight is forgotten, no challenge unanswered. They do not rage blindly as their red kin do, nor do they waste words like the silver weaklings of the north. Instead, they command, they dictate, and they expect obedience. Soaring high above the scorched dunes and sun-baked mesas, these dragons watch with calculating eyes, their wings casting ominous shadows upon the lands they claim as their own. The winds of the desert carry the distant crackle of electricity, a warning to all who would dare trespass. From the parched steppes to the jagged coasts, where storm-torn waves clash against rock, blue dragons reign unchallenged, guarding their realms with zealous vigilance. Even the audacious brass dragons, their hated rivals, dare not test their wrath without consequence. Unlike their crimson kin, whose fury burns uncontrolled, or their emerald counterparts, who revel in deception, the blue dragon tempers its brutality with foresight. Power is not solely the strength to destroy, but the wisdom to command. And so, they gather followers as others hoard gold, forging networks of vassals and agents, ensuring that their reach extends far beyond the horizon. Yet beneath their iron rule lies a mind sharpened by years of intrigue. From the moment they hatch, blue dragons are creatures of intellect. They delight in contests of wit, savouring the sting of a well-matched opponent almost as much as the taste of charred flesh. They are not born with the gift of telepathy, yet the power of the mind fascinates them, and they seek its mastery through cunning, study, and command. Lightning is their weapon, but knowledge is their arsenal. A blue dragon is a living tempest, its form sculpted by the raw fury of the skies. Its body is an elegant balance of brutal strength and aerodynamic grace, a predator honed by nature to rule the heavens. Its scales shimmer with an electric luster, shifting between polished cobalt and deep indigo, reflecting the relentless sun above the desert. With age, their brilliance only intensifies, becoming harder than steel and humming with barely contained energy. In moments of anger, when the storm within them rages, lightning crackles across their form, and the very air hums with impending wrath. Their heads are crowned with a singular jagged horn, a living lightning rod that channels the raw power of the storm. It juts forth from their skulls in twin points, the foremost curved like a blade poised to strike, the second smaller yet no less menacing. A cascade of backward jutting spikes runs from their nostrils to the crest of their brow, continuing along their pronounced jawline. Their eyes, glowing with the brilliance of a brewing storm, pierce the bravado of any who dare meet their gaze. Their wings, vast and bat-like, spread wide to catch the thermal updrafts of the desert, allowing them to soar with effortless dominion. Their wing joints are thick, their membranes dappled with patterns that shift beneath the desert's sun. A blue dragon does not fly to flee. It flies to survey, to control, to remind the world below of its place beneath the storm. Though carnivorous by nature, a blue dragon hunts with precision, selecting its prey with intent. Herd animals, charred to perfection by a single breath, provide ample sustenance. Yet no meal is as satisfying as the spoils of conquest, the plundered wealth of caravans, the shattered wills of would-be rebels, the tribute of those wise enough to submit rather than perish. And for those who seek favor rather than ruin, the blue dragon offers a rare and selective mercy. It covets more than gold, it covets talent, influence, and loyalty. Bards who weave grand tales of its power, scholars who gather secrets in its name, assassins who silence dissenting voices, all are welcome in its court. To serve a blue dragon is to live beneath the shadow of greatness. Order is paramount in the world of blue dragons, but it is an order of their own design. Their society is one of dominion, a web of authority where the strongest rule and the lesser submit. At the pinnacle of this structure sits the oldest dragon in the region, the suzerain, the undisputed lord to whom all others pay homage. Under their watchful gaze, disputes are settled, territory divided, and challenges weighed. Those who wish to rise may do so, but only if they can unseat their ruler in a contest of might and cunning. Even among these tyrants, there is ritual, there is formality. Courtship among blue dragons is an affair of elaborate exchanges, gifts of treasure, declarations of intent, the blessing of the reigning suzerain. Older dragons, seasoned by the passage of centuries, may claim multiple mates, but infidelity is an affront to their nature. They are rulers, not deceivers. Their bonds are forged not from fleeting passion, but from a shared recognition of power and purpose. To their young, they are neither cruel nor coddling, but vigilant. A blue dragon does not leave its offspring unattended, nor does it suffer weakness in its bloodline. They are raised with the same expectation that governs all of their kind: to rule, to conquer, to endure. They seek lairs near sites of symbolic power, such as the abandoned fortresses of giants, the colossi of fallen empires, or monuments raised by their followers. To locate one is to seek ruin, for the very land conspires against intruders, shaped by the will of the dragon that calls it home. A blue dragon sculpts the lair, shaping the stone and sand with its crackling breath, forging vast crystalline tunnels and chambers of shimmering glass. Every inch of these subterranean citadels is designed with ruthless efficiency, from narrow, twisting corridors that funnel invaders into kill zones to the unstable passageways that can be collapsed at a moment's notice. A dragon that finds its sanctuary threatened does not defend like a cornered beast. It destroys its own lair, bringing down the stone and sand upon those who dare trespass, only to return later and reclaim its treasures from the broken bodies of the intruders. The power of a blue dragon is such that its very presence alters the land around its domain. Raging tempests coil around these hidden citadels, filling the air with the ceaseless rumble of thunder and the acrid scent of ozone. Lightning lances through the sky in erratic, searing bursts, and the sands themselves betray the unworthy. Dust storms rise without warning, sinkholes swallow the unwary, and the very earth shifts underfoot, obscuring the paths that once led to the dragon's keep. Yet the blue dragon does not rely on the land alone. Even its most trusted vassals rarely glimpse the depths of its lair, for secrecy is its greatest defense. Instead, the dragon allows the creatures of the desert, ankegs, giant scorpions, and other predators to prowl its borders, ignorant guardians ensuring that only the boldest or most foolish ever come close. In time, some of the eldest of their kind attract even more powerful servitors, air elementals, bound by unseen oaths, moving as silent sentinels through the tunnels of their masters. The dragon's hoard is no random collection of wealth, but a reflection of its ego and legacy. Unlike their red kin, who amass gold in great, glittering mountains, blue dragons seek refinement and rarity, considering blue to be the most noble and beautiful of colors. The covert sapphires, favoring jewelry and magic items adorned with those gems. These are followed closely by artifacts of rulership, crowns of fallen kings, scepters that once commanded legions, relics of dynasties long since crumbled to dust. A blue dragon does not covet for wealth alone, but for the proof of its superiority, the tangible remnants of those who thought themselves mighty, now reduced to trinkets in its collection. Yet, even among these treasures, deception reigns. For every artifact buried deep within the sanctum, another lies in plain sight. A gleaming jewel resting atop a dune, an ornate blade half buried in the sand. But these are not gifts for would-be thieves. They are bait, lures to draw the greedy into the dragon's carefully laid traps. Beneath them lie the treacherous sinkholes and shifting sands, waiting to consume those who dare steal from a tyrant of the storm. A blue dragon's home is as much a statement as it is a sanctuary. It does not seek the solitude of the high mountains, nor the chaotic depths of the abyssal swamps. Instead, it commands the wasteland itself, shaping the dunes, the skies, and the storms into its own imperium. The path of a blue dragon is one of calculated ascension, each stage of its life marked by the relentless pursuit of dominion. From the moment it hatches beneath the scorching desert sun, its destiny is not to wander, but to rule. Unlike the mindless devastation of its crimson kin, or the aimless wanderings of lesser chromatics, a blue dragon's purpose is singular: to carve an empire from the bones of the weak, to shape the storm, and to command the forces of the world itself. To chronicle the life of a blue dragon is to witness the rise of a storm, from the first static crackle in the air to the full force of an empire-shattering tempest. It is a saga of conquest, one that stretches across centuries, and in some cases, across worlds. From the moment they emerge, blue dragon wormlings are creatures of ambition. Their eggs, carefully buried beneath the desert sands, lie dormant for 7 months, warmed by the relentless sun until the day the sky itself heralds their arrival. A final surge of lightning courses through the shell, shattering it as the infant dragon releases its first breath, one charged not with fire or frost, but with the raw power of the storm. Though small compared to the giants they will one day become, wormlings lack neither cunning nor cruelty. They quickly learn that power is not merely strength, but control. Many seek the patronage of greater beings, powerful warlords, monstrous tyrants, even elder dragons to learn the ways of command. But their servitude is never permanent. A blue dragon bends the knee only to study how the throne is claimed. And when the time comes, it betrays or abandons its benefactor, proving its worth by carving out its own domain. Even at this young stage, they gather followers, small creatures eager for power, desperate enough to kneel before a being whose ambitions already eclipse their understanding. These wormlings, still mastering their claws and their wings, test the limits of their lightning breath upon the hapless, learning how to break the will of those beneath them. Their minds are as sharp as their talons, for even in youth, they understand one truth above all: to rule is to shape the world in their image. As they approach their first century, young blue dragons cast off their roles as aspirants and instead claim their first true dominions. Some carve their thrones from isolated settlements, reducing weak-willed inhabitants to subjects. Others take refuge in the ruins of forgotten civilizations, seeking arcane relics and lost knowledge to further their ascent. If they must, they will form uneasy alliances with other powerful beings, but always with the understanding that such arrangements are temporary. Alliances exist only until they are no longer useful. By this stage, a blue dragon has begun to master its natural gifts. The sands are no longer an obstacle, but a weapon. They strike from the sky, vanishing into the searing heat, then rising from beneath the dunes in a cascade of sand and fury. Their lightning breath, once erratic, now flows with precision, sculpting not only the caverns of their lairs, but also the battlefield itself. These dragons begin the process of selecting a permanent home, scouting vast underground caverns or abandoned fortresses from which to build their power. Here, they do not only exist, they rule. They weave their first great networks of influence, gathering spies, enforcers, and subjugated vassals. What was once ambition now begins to resemble a kingdom. With the passing of centuries, the young aspirants of the desert become true rulers of their domains. No longer content with ruling isolated pockets of power, they expand their reach into the wider world, establishing vast networks of control. These may take the form of subjugated cities, shadowy organizations that extend their influence, or even hidden cults that spread their name as divine beings. Suspicion and paranoia become second nature at this stage, for a ruler does not remain in power without vigilance. Adult blue dragons are masters of deception and treachery, setting elaborate traps for rivals and testing the loyalty of their own followers with impossible tasks. Betrayal is anticipated and always answered with calculated cruelty. At this age, their power is undeniable. They no longer singly breathe lightning, they command it. Storms do not form naturally in their presence, they gather at their will. They harness the currents of the air to vanish in the blink of an eye, striking from unexpected angles. Those who believe they can strike a blue dragon unprepared quickly learn that it is they who have been maneuvered into a trap. It is at this stage that their mastery of magic begins to take shape. They develop the ability to scry upon both their enemies and their allies, piercing through lies and deceptions as easily as they tear through armies. Invisibility is no longer a simple trick, but an extension of their form, allowing them to disappear into the shifting sands or even the sky itself, striking from nowhere before vanishing once more. They are no longer warlords of the desert. They are elemental tyrants, wielding the storm as both a weapon and a symbol of their absolute dominance. By the time a blue dragon reaches the final stage of its existence, it ceases to concern itself with petty mortal struggles. The dominion over short-lived creatures has long since become tiresome. Now, it turns its gaze towards something greater, the conquest of dragons, of empires, of the very forces of reality itself. Some seek to subjugate their own kind, establishing themselves as the undisputed sovereigns of all dragon kind. Others stretch their ambitions beyond the material plane, reaching toward the dominion of the elements, the control of time, or even the very fabric of fate itself. Where once they sought to rule the shifting sands, now they seek to rule entire worlds. An ancient blue dragon is a legend unto itself, a name whispered in fear by kings and warlords alike. They do not act impulsively. Their schemes unfold across centuries, their influence stretching across continents. The rumor of their presence is enough to make lesser rulers reconsider their ambitions, knowing that to draw the attention of such a being is to invite their own downfall. Their lairs, now ostentatious fortresses of absolute power, are built not for function, but for spectacle. Thrones carved from obsidian, towers lined with sapphires, treasure hoards overflowing with the wealth of fallen civilizations. To enter such a place is to stand in the eye of the storm itself, where every step is measured, every breath monitored, and every movement judged by the dragon who watches from the shadows. At this stage, their intelligence rivals that of the gods themselves. Their magic is beyond mortal comprehension, their lightning breath capable of leveling entire cities in a single blast. Few can stand against them, and fewer still dare to try. Only the most powerful of beings, ancient metallic dragons, quasi-deities, entire civilizations, can hope to challenge them. For an ancient blue dragon, there is only one law: supremacy. And those who fail to acknowledge it will be swept away like dust before the storm. Its rivals are many, but none are despised as deeply as the frivolous brass dragons, whose carefree nature and incessant chatter are an affront to the blue dragon's sovereign dignity. The brass drakes, ever restless and talkative, flee from battles they deem unnecessary, a trait that blue dragons view as the ultimate cowardice. To them, there is no greater insult than an enemy who refuses to stand and fight, no greater frustration than an adversary who will not acknowledge their superiority. Yet, beyond their enmity with their metallic kin, blue dragons guard their realms jealously against all who would trespass. Sphinxes, dragones, and any creature foolish enough to test their might. The sands of their domain are sacred, their skies an extension of their reign. And should an intruder dare to challenge them, the storm does not hesitate. It strikes without mercy and without remorse. A blue dragon does not rush into combat. It engineers the conditions of its victory. It is a predator of patience, a ruler who understands that true power lies not in reckless strength, but in the ability to control the battlefield before the first blow is struck. From the skies, it watches, unseen, waiting for the perfect moment to descend. From beneath the sands, it lies in ambush, its great horn jutting forth like a jagged ruin, a lure for the unwary. And when the time is right, when its prey is within reach, when fear and exhaustion have set in, it rises, an avalanche of sand and lightning, shattering the stillness with the fury of the storm. But brute force alone is never enough. Older blue dragons wield their environment as an extension of their will. The very land listens to their commands against their enemies. Sinkholes swallow the foolish, dust devils blind the unwary, and rolling thunder heralds the death yet to come. With magic, they shape the battlefield before the fight begins, ensuring that every step their enemy takes leads only toward ruin. Against intelligent prey, they are even more devious. Through mimicry and ventriloquism, they twist the minds of their foes, sowing discord, luring prey into isolated traps, or splitting groups apart before the slaughter begins. When facing a blue dragon, it is to fight, to be hunted, manipulated, and ultimately outplayed by a force that has already foreseen every move. Where lesser creatures fight with passion, a blue dragon fights with purpose. It does not engage in reckless brawls, nor does it entertain the notion of a fair fight. Every battle is a war of attrition, drawn out over hours or even days, exhausting its foes through relentless strikes before closing in for the final, inevitable execution. From above, it rains lightning upon its prey, harrying them with strikes that sap their strength, whittling them down before swooping in with claw and fang. If forced into direct confrontation, it fights like a warlord, never exposing weakness, always keeping an avenue of control. And should an enemy prove resistant, it vanishes once more, regrouping, waiting, allowing its foes to wither beneath the weight of fatigue and dread before striking once more. Only in the direst of circumstances will a blue dragon retreat, and even then, it does so with calculated precision. To flee without purpose is to admit defeat, and a blue dragon does not suffer the stain of cowardice lightly. Should it ever be forced to withdraw, it will not be for long. It will return, stronger, wiser, and with a vengeance more terrible than the storm itself. For in the end, a battle is not truly won until all who stood against the blue dragon lie in ruin, their bodies shattered, their will broken, and their lands reduced to dust beneath the shadow of the storm. The battle is over before it truly begins. Where once the defiant banners of the Zentarim stood, now there is only ruin. The air, thick with the scent of scorched earth and ozone, hums with the last echoes of the storm's wrath. The fortress, once a bastion of shadows and whispered schemes, lies in smouldering ruin beneath the dragon's gaze. The Ancient One watches from its perch, wings unfurled like the remnants of a passing tempest. Below, its warriors move through the wreckage, sifting through the ashes of what was once defiance. The conquered kneel, some in terror, others in reluctant reverence. Those who resist meet only the silence of the finality of the storm's judgment. A single moment stretches across the broken city, heavy with inevitability, and then the dragon speaks. Its voice is not a roar, not a snarl, but a decree absolute, undeniable, the will of the storm made audible. You join as an extension of order made manifest, an empire that will take root for a millennia. With a final beat of its mighty wings, the Stormlord ascends, vanishing into the heavens, leaving only ruin and memory in its wake. For those who survive, there is no doubt. The storm does not rage without purpose. It does not rise without cause. An empire has begun. It began with the scent of rain upon dust. The Callum Desert, endless and devouring, had no memory of mercy. Its dunes shifted like titans in slow battle, swallowing ruins, rivers, and kingdoms alike. Caravans moved like ants across the Golden Sea, hoping only to outrun thirst, bandits, and the wrath of forgotten gods. Yet somewhere beyond the maps and the fear, there was a place whispered of in sand-struck taverns, a hidden oasis where the sun burned softer, the palms grew tall as towers, and trade flowed like lifeblood between ancient stones. It was said that the place was protected, not by blade or spell, but by questions, and by a dragon who never slept. The story spoke of Calatharion, the brass regent, the breath of the shifting sun, the guardian without chains, not a tyrant, not a conqueror, but a monarch of thought. He built no walls, raised no armies. His court was a ring of rugs beneath starlight, his throne a hollowed stone older than empires. To enter his domain was not to fight, but to speak, to persuade, to matter. But few found the oasis. Fewer still were invited to stay, and fewer still left unchanged. They came as the winds shifted, a caravan, not of merchants, but of need, adventurers hardened by other deserts, those of war, sorrow, and ambition. Sira, a paladin of the Morning Lord, bearing twin scars across her throat where falsehood once silenced her. Cassia, a wizard of the spinning keep of Siriwagen, whose scrolls numbered more than his days, and whose mind thirsted for truths deeper than spells. Nahla, a bard of wandering blood, daughter of lost courts, her voice as sharp as her silver-stringed oud. Tarek, a monk from the friary of Saint Amal, silent as broken idols, moving with the patience of dunes swallowing towers. The desert tested them first, with thirst, mirages, and the slow, grinding terror of endlessness. Yet, the monk heard a whisper through the night winds. The bard followed songs only memory remembered. The wizard read patterns in the shifting sands. And the paladin prayed, not for salvation, but for direction. And so, they found it. A ring of ancient palms cradled a lake as smooth as polished brass, its waters untouched by beast or bird. Around it sprawled a city not of conquest, but of memory. Sandstone spires bent by centuries into elegant bows, terraces of carved mosaics. The oasis city sprawled across an ancient crater, its rim crowned with petrified trees and crumbling towers. Golden pools reflected skies so deep they seemed to touch other worlds. Sculptures of brass and sandstone depicted scholars in eternal debate, merchants bartering not goods, but philosophies. The air was perfumed with myrrh and salt. Archways whispered riddles when the wind passed through them. Rugs of woven silk lay beneath a massive petrified fig tree, its roots entwined with shards of broken thrones. Hookahs smouldered with dream smoke. Jars of molten honey and salted dates awaited untouched, and reclining upon a dais carved from fused desert glass, shimmering like a second sunrise, was Calatharion. He was beauty made gravity. Long and lean, his body curled in repose like a question mark left unanswered. His scales shimmered not with solid brass, but shifting hues, morning bronze, twilight copper, the blinding gold of a noon sky. His wings were folded like silken tents, and his eyes gleamed with infinite welcome and infinite examination. He did not roar, he smiled. "You have come far," he said, his voice a vibration through sand and bone. But distance alone is no currency here. He lifted a single claw, languid and patient, and drew a perfect circle in the dust. "Answer me this. If wisdom and mercy could not coexist, which would you abandon?" The party were in equilibrium, 2 for, 2 against. Not such an easy decision, for what is one without the other? The court of Calatharion had begun, and with a claw as thin as a whisper, he drew a circle in the dust. "I offer 3 riddles, 3 reflections. Answer, not for my amusement, but for your own." He spoke, and the desert seemed to hush. A well runs dry, a river swells to drown. A man may sip or starve. Which is the truer gift, scarcity or abundance? Sirah answered swiftly, speaking of balance, of discipline, of mercy and limitation. But Calatharion laughed softly, as water might in a stone basin. "You speak as a lawgiver," he mused, "but not as a wanderer. A mirror shows the face you wish to see. A pool shows the face that is. Which would you dive into, knowing you cannot surface again?" Cassia pondered, spoke of knowledge, the pain of truth, the illusion of self. Calatharion's tail flicked through the sand, tracing a spiral. "You speak as a scholar," he said, "but not yet as a soul. 2 caravans pass in the night. One carries spices, the other silence. Which enriches the desert more?" Nala laughed, her eyes bright as distant cities, and sang of the silence between songs, the rhythm behind speech. Calatharion's head dipped in approval. "You are closer, bard," he said. "But beware, a tongue swift in jest is slow to listen." He turned last to Tarek, who had spoken not a word. The dragon's eyes gleamed like molten topaz. "And you, stone-born silent one, what say you?" Tarek knelt and pressed his hand to the sand, and said nothing, only listened. For the desert, the dragon, and the silence itself all sang. And in that stillness, Calatharion smiled, not as judge, but as kin. "You," he said softly, "have understood. But thought without action is a drought, and my people suffer." For weeks, the oasis had been beset by a hidden blight. Caravans vanished before reaching its gates. Traders whispered of raiders riding upon storms. Worse still, strange curses leached into the wells, salt turning sweet, sweet turning dry, maps bleeding false roads. It was no mortal threat. The oasis had been beset, not by raiders alone, but by an ancient Efreeti's subtle vengeance. A pact older than cities had been broken, and now the flames beneath the dunes sought to reclaim what once knelt to fire. Wells soured, paths twisted, dreams betrayed. "Calatharion," bound by the law of invitation, could not strike preemptively. "But you," he said, "have been asked." He spread his wings, not to rise, but to send. The wind of his breath carried them outward, each bearing a piece of the debate they had forged. And so their trials in word became trials in deed. Their journey carried them across fractured dunes, where the sand whispered false names. They battled summoned elementals that sang promises of wealth and vengeance. They unmasked raider lords as mortal pawns of fiery masters, bound by enchanted brands. At the silent wells, where the waters of life ran black and poisoned, they met the enemy at dusk, when the desert sky bruised purple and the sands hissed secrets. The Ifriti's minions, sand-cloaked and rune-branded, struck first, sowing illusions across the dunes, splitting sight from mind. The Oasis defenders, merchants and freed slaves, faltered beneath the sorcery. But the four pilgrims, armed not just with steel, but with truth, answered. Sira, whose lesson was of scarcity and abundance, shielded the last spring with her very body. Her blades sang of sacrifice, each strike a prayer that water might flow for the many, not the few. Kasir, who had chosen the painful face of reality, wove spells that unmasked the raider's enchantments. Where illusions of glory stood, he revealed only desperation and broken men. Nala, whose voice knew the silence between songs, unstrung the magic woven into the air, her song unmaking the Ifriti's commands, freeing raiders from slavery of the mind. Tarek, the silent, moved unseen, severing the last chain, breaking the lead raider's staff of command with a blow that echoed across the sands, like the drumbeat of forgotten gods. Together, they turned the tide, until the desert itself rose against them. The Ifriti, wounded but unbroken, called forth a final fury, a sandstorm like a living nightmare, red and gold and black, screaming with winds that flayed flesh from bone. The defenders stumbled, wells were swallowed, hope cracked like a dry riverbed. The adventurers gathered atop a rocky rise, backs pressed together, teeth bared against a doom they could neither slay nor escape. The storm loomed, a living god of destruction, swirling closer, closer, and just as despair eclipsed the last star, the sky cracked, not with lightning, but with light. A spiral of molten gold and white flame tore through the heart of the storm, and from it descended Calatharian, wings unfurled wide, each membrane a cathedral of molten brass, catching the furious wind and forcing it back, scales blazing like hammered sunlight, his body a living sculpture of might and mercy, head bowed, gaze unwavering, his eyes twin suns reflected in the swirling storm, claws dug into stone, anchoring the crumbling earth itself, tail coiled around the adventurers, sheltering them like seeds in a sacred grove. The storm slammed against him and broke. With a single breath, a low hum of dream wind spun with desert heat. Calatharian shattered the curse driving the storm, the Ifriti sorcery torn apart like old parchment. The remaining Ifriti screamed, a sound swallowed instantly by the howling void, and vanished, banished by forces far beyond mortal reckoning. And then, just as suddenly, the brass regent gathered his wings. He turned a single gleaming eye toward the battered pilgrims, his voice threading through their minds like silk on stone. Thought born into action becomes eternity, and with a breath scented of myrrh and memory, he vanished, back to his oasis, back to his court of questions, leaving behind only the rippling sands, the taste of rain in the air, and the knowledge that something ancient and kind had intervened, not to rule, not to conquer, but to remember. Before the dunes swallowed cities and the winds erased names, there was Io, the prime worm, the progenitor of dragonkind. From his sundered spirit were born both cruelty and compassion, ruin and revelation. Among the elder brood sprung forth from the golden veins of creation were the brass dragons, beings shaped not for conquest or dominion, but for discourse. Legends whisper that the first brass dragon was born at the cusp of dawn, where the sun first kissed the dreaming sands. Some claim they were once spirits of wind and word, given flesh by the words of Bahamut himself to safeguard the world's forgotten stories. Others believe they are the remnants of a civilization older than empires, beings who once spoke the language primeval and wove creation with speech. Regardless of origin, brass dragons are sovereigns not of land, but of thought. Where other dragons carve kingdoms from stone and blood, they weave dominions from questions and answers. Theirs is not a tyranny of talons, but a reign of riddles. Of all true dragons, none embody the warmth of conversation and the silence of desert dawns, quite like the brass dragon. Their form is a testament to radiant impermanence. Long and lithe, their bodies seem less constructed than poured, as though molten sunlight had been coaxed into the shape of a dragon and left to cool mid-motion. A massive, fluted plate sweeps back from their broad heads, a single, seamless shield of gleaming brass, dished like a plowshare. When these dragons burrow, as they so often do, it is with a grace that turns their very skull into a blade, slicing through the sands with effortless might. Framing their expressive faces are twin sets of sweeping horns, curved backward like the banners of desert kings. Beneath their keen, amber-lit eyes, supple lips, and a long forked tongue grant them a startling range of expression. Each smile, each flick of the tongue, a language as rich as any spoken word. Bladed chin horns, sharp as scimitars, grow longer and deadlier with age, visible even when viewed from below. Their wings stretch wide, ray-like and elegant, their membranes running from shoulder to tail tip, supported by long spines perpendicular to the backbone. When they unfurl, they capture the desert winds, like the woven sails of nomad ships, casting vast rippling shadows across the dunes. Their tails, ending in wicked curved blades, are instruments of precision, tools of war rarely drawn, save for the most desperate moments. A wormling's scales are muted, a dull, mottled brown, humble as desert stone, but with time and wisdom, the desert's kiss transforms them. The dullness burns away into a burnished, golden luster. Their hides shimmer with hues of morning bronze, desert copper, and the molten gold of an evening sun. Their wings and frills darken at the joints into mottled greens and reddish fire, deepening as centuries pass. Their eyes, too, shift, becoming molten pools of liquid amber, mirrors to the timeless patience of the sands. Even their scent speaks of their dominion, a tang of hot metal and sun-baked stone. Yet it is not their beauty alone that defines them. Brass dragons are the most gregarious of all dragon kind, drawn to conversation with a thirst rivaled only by their love for sunlight. Throughout their long lives, they engage in thousands of dialogues with creatures of every ilk, sages, soldiers, wanderers, and fools alike, weaving a tapestry of knowledge that they guard and share with equal fervor. For the price of a story or a small treasure, a brass dragon will barter wisdom beyond mortal reckoning. But woe to those who flee without speaking. Should a visitor attempt to escape a brass dragon's presence without indulging its appetite for dialogue, the dragon may respond with mischievous pique. A breath of soporific mist, sleep gas, will send the hapless soul tumbling into unconsciousness. They may awaken pinned gently beneath vast claws, or worse, find themselves buried to the neck in golden sands, the dragon's questions washing over them like the tide. Trusting by nature, brass dragons cherish those who share their passion for speech. Yet they are no fools. They recognize deceit as a fellow game and often respond in kind, turning mutual trickery into a contest of wit rather than a cause for true enmity. Unlike many of their kin, brass dragons tread lightly upon the world. They consume little, understanding the desert's fragile heartbeat. At dawn, they harvest nourishment from the scarce morning dew, lifting each tiny bead from plants with deft flicks of their long tongues. A reverence for life few would expect of a creature so mighty. Yet for all their sociability, brass dragons are strangely solitary among their own kind. They remain in loose contact with distant kin, banding together only when true threat demands. Their wormlings are nurtured carefully, then sent upon pilgrimages of knowledge, sacred quests across the world's breadth, to gather experience and wisdom as vital as breath itself. Over the centuries, many forge vast networks of informants. Jinn, Jan, sphinxes, wandering philosophers, and learned mortals. Through these bonds, they keep their talons lightly pressed upon the pulse of the world, weaving an unseen web of stories, secrets, and subtle influence. Yet when words fail, when diplomacy shatters and war is forced upon them, the desert itself rises to answer their call. Their first breath is of fireless fury, a scouring blast of superheated air that strips flesh from bone, that scours the oases into fields of glass. For enemies they deem worthy of mercy, a second breath is drawn, a cloud of slumbering mist that stills the battlefield without bloodshed. As they age, the sands themselves become their allies. Illusions shimmer at their call. The winds bow to their whispers. The desert's fury dances at their talons. Weather bends, flames answer, and mirages bloom as living weapons. But even then, even at their most terrible, brass dragons do not revel in ruin. They fight, always, as they live, to teach, to protect, and above all, to converse with the world, for as long as the sun still kisses the dunes. The lairs of brass dragons are dreams of lost grandeur, hidden from mortal eyes and veiled by illusion, song, and the patient whispers of shifting sand. Drawn to sunlight and desiring the dry kiss of arid winds, brass dragons make their homes where the earth itself seems scorched into slumber. They favor the calderas of sunken oases, the crags of desert canyons, and the mesas where the winds howl like ancient choirs. Here, in these sacred places, they carve their sanctuaries into the bones of the world. Their lairs are most often found high upon rocky cliff faces, the mouths of the caves turned eastward to drink the first light of dawn. For the brass dragon, sunrise is not merely spectacle, it is nourishment. Many also claim bolt holes at the bases of cliffs, where the desert winds have piled up centuries of sand. From these hidden entrances, the dragons burrow winding tunnels parallel to the cliff face, vanishing into labyrinthine networks that grant them swift passage between subterranean halls and distant exits. Dungeon-dwelling brass dragons, who dwell nearer to mortal cities, are no less strategic. They craft lairs near heavily traveled routes, where pilgrims, merchants, and scholars wander, all potential conversational partners to sate their endless curiosity. The entrance to a brass dragon's true sanctum is rarely defended by claw or trap. Instead, it is obscured by riddles spun into the very land. Shimmering mirages and false trails dance in the heat, while whispered warnings drift upon the wind. Only the patient, the wise, or the desperately lucky find their way to the truth. Within, the lair unfolds like a cathedral of memory. Walls of fused desert glass catch the sun's fury and fracture it into kaleidoscopic rainbows across the sands. Towers of stone, sculpted by wind and eons, stand frozen in poses of eternal music. Vast halls echo with the preserved whispers of lost cultures, scrolls, statues, musical instruments, and the sacred relics of civilizations long vanished. Each chamber is crafted not for war, but for dialogue. Alcoves designed for conversation. Pools of starlit water perfect for reflection. Gardens of scentless blossoms that bloom only under moonlight. perfuming the air with silent memory. To dwell in a brass dragon's home is to be in constant conversation with the dragon, with history, and with the desert itself. Brass dragons covet not merely gold or jewels, but treasures of speech, magic items that can converse, intelligent telepathic weapons, enchanted lamps with jinni bound within, are prized above all others. To a brass dragon, a voice locked within a relic is a friend waiting to be awakened. Yet they are cautious with their hoards. Great caches of wealth are buried beneath dunes or hidden within forgotten ruins, secreted far from their visible lairs. No maps mark these troves, for the dragon's memories are as vast and flawless as the desert sky. A chest found in a lonely oasis, or an ancient coffer unearthed by a sandstorm, may well be a brass dragon's hidden treasure, and woe to the unwitting who disturb it. Their dominion over the desert extends beyond territory. The shifting sands and roaring winds heed their silent commands. They can disperse vapors and gases with but a thought, extinguish unprotected flames, and twist the landscape itself into a living guardian. In the presence of a legendary brass dragon, the very land becomes enchanted. Tracks appear miraculously in the sand within miles of their lair, leading travelers to safe shelters and hidden wells, steering them subtly away from places the dragon prefers undisturbed. Illusory beasts, lions, serpents, desert shades, wander the dunes within a few miles, appearing fierce and formidable, though they are but phantoms made of heat and memory. The dragon's awareness extends to every water source within its domain. Any creature capable of speech that approaches a spring, a pool, or a hidden cistern finds itself already known, already weighed in the dragon's mind. The water is supernaturally nourishing, binding soul and body once more to the weave and enhances health in a manner becoming of divine majesty. A brass dragon's lair is not a fortress. It is a dialogue with the world, a testament to endurance, memory, and the patient artistry of time. Brass dragons are not born in silence. They arrive chattering. From the moment their shells crack, wormlings emerge not with roars of domination, but with endless questions. To the wind, to the stars, to the bones of the desert they ask, what is light? What is hunger? What is I? Their voices are small but insistent, the voices of curiosity incarnate. These fledglings are as joyful in sun as in sand. Their young wings beat unsteadily but eagerly, while their claws test the dunes for burrowing with equal delight. They bask in the warmth of morning, bodies sprawled across sun-drenched slopes, their scales still dull and mottled like the bronze of forgotten bells. Their breath weapons, a trickle of fire, a puff of sleep, are used rarely, and only in moments of desperation. When danger comes, they would rather flee or speak than fight. But word travels fast through the deserts, and stories faster still. Wormlings who hear tales of glory often seek quests of their own. They wander the sands, curious and bold, drawn towards cities, ruins, and travelers who speak of far lands and forgotten truths. As they enter youth, brass dragons become tireless wanderers. They circle across continents, often leaving their lairs for years at a time to explore the edges of the known world. Many forge friendships with other metallic dragons and act as messengers between allied flights. Their skills in flight and burrowing refine, and they begin wielding their fire and sleep breath with growing precision. Yet, even in battle, they prefer dialogue, seeking compromise before carnage. In adulthood, they are no longer collectors of stories. They become their weavers. Now physically imposing and magically adept, adult brass dragons command mastery over elemental fire, illusion, and the very winds of the desert. Their breath can incinerate armies or lull them to slumber in moments. They shift forms with ease, walk unseen through crowds, or appear as sages beneath the stars. Yet even with such power, they remain among the most gregarious of their kind, treating deception when needed, as a game, and violence only as a necessary last act. They begin to claim territories not as tyrants, but as curators. They establish sanctuaries, havens for scholars, philosophers, pilgrims, and wanderers. Within these domains, truth is traded for dialogue, and conversation becomes the coin of the realm. Their networks grow vast, webs of informants, allies, and voices that stretch across realms. Then, in the final stage of their existence, they become something more. They are myths given breath, oracles of the desert, whose riddles shape kings, and whose wisdom can divert wars. Their minds stretch across the world like shadowless sundials, measuring not time, but truth. These ancients command unmatched dominion over illusion, fire, and transformation. Their control over the weave itself seems effortless. Weather, sand, and story bend at their will. Some operate through elaborate webs of messengers, while others speak only when the sands shift in warning. Their breath weapons, now divine in potency, are reserved only for moments when every word has failed and every question has gone unanswered. They battle not only the forces of tyranny and deception, but also the entropy of ignorance itself. Across time, they become the great teachers of mortals and immortals alike, voices of the past warning the future. To a brass dragon, war is not waged with claw and flame, but with dialogue, patience, and the power of questions well posed. They are philosophers before predators, sages before warriors. Battle to them is never the first course. They would rather disarm with words than with wounds, and bind a foe in a riddle rather than in chains. Where others roar, a brass dragon debates. Where others strike, it speaks. But do not mistake this for frailty. Brass dragons are still dragons, proud, ancient, and terrifying when roused. Though many scholars call them the most humble of their kind, this humility is itself an echo of draconic arrogance. They do not demand reverence, for they assume it will be offered freely once their brilliance is heard. Their loquacity, unceasing and rich, is not a plea for company. It is a gift bestowed, and they will not see it refused. A brass dragon will go to great lengths to converse. Should a guest attempt to flee their presence without indulging in proper dialogue, the dragon may react with a charming peek, a spell of suggestion, or a cloud of soporific breath. Those who fall asleep in the dunes may awaken buried up to their necks in warm sand, blinking into the sun, as the dragon carries on, undeterred, with philosophical inquiry or light gossip. Despite this playful nature, brass dragons are quick to act when threatened. Their first instinct is always to end a conflict without blood, a well-placed cloud of sleep gas, a swift teleportation, or a change of form to escape notice. Younger dragons often avoid confrontation entirely, soaring out of reach or burrowing beneath the sands to hide. But age brings both confidence and power. Older brass dragons are less inclined to flee, but they still shun battle unless it serves a higher cause, the defense of knowledge, sanctuary, or innocent lives. When combat is inevitable, they prefer to fight with advantage, choosing terrain, timing, and tactics to end a fight swiftly and decisively. Their chosen home, the high desert cliffs and sunlit plateaus, often brings them into territorial friction with blue dragons, whose fury and ambition clash with the brass dragon's principles of dialogue and restraint. Though blues are stronger in raw aggression, the brass worm counters with foresight, relying on vast networks of informants, illusion, and speed. They often avert such conflicts before they ignite. Sometimes, they do so in person. More often, their messengers act as subtle winds that scatter storms before they form. Yet when all words fail and the sands demand blood, the brass dragon becomes a force of terrifying elegance. Their breath weapon is not a flame, but a furnace, a blast of superheated desert wind that scours flesh from bone, glacifies stone, and sunders armies in a heartbeat. Their claws fall not with fury, but with surgical precision. Each blow lands as if concluding an argument, not delivering a threat. In defense of their lairs, their people, and their truths, they become cataclysms, storms of brass and burning air wrapped in philosophy and purpose. Yet even in war, the brass dragon teaches. Every movement is a parable. Every roar, a sermon. Every wound inflicted carries the weight of a lesson. Think before you strike. Speak before you destroy. Understand before you condemn. They do not seek the defeat of armies. They seek the death of ignorance. The storm has passed. The sands have settled. The dunes, ever shifting, have buried the battle and smoothed the scars. The last star burns behind a curtain of gold and dust. But in the heart of the Kalim Desert, somewhere beyond the reach of maps and mercenaries, the oasis still sleeps beneath its ring of palms. The air still hums with riddles. The fig tree still drinks the silence of stars. And beneath it all, upon a throne carved from fused glass and memory, Calatharian reclines once more. He waits, not in slumber but in stillness, not as a tyrant, but as a teacher. His eyes half-lidded, watching the movements of sand and thought alike. The adventurers have gone, returned to roads where no oasis whispers guidance. But they carry the brass dragon's questions still, etched into the quiet places of the soul. Questions that bloom not in battle, but in reflection. Questions that change a life, not by command, but by invitation. And so the court remains, invisible to those who seek power, hidden from those who seek conquest. But for the weary, the wise, and the willing, the court of Calatharian endures. A place where words weigh more than gold, where mercy outshines might, and where even silence is heard. And should you ever find yourself lost in the desert, your water low, your hope flickering like a mirage, listen. To the wind between the dunes, to the hush beneath the stars, to the voice that is not sound, but memory. He does not sleep. He listens. It began with bones on the wind, in the far reaches of the spine of the world, where the sun is but a pale rumour behind curtains of snow. There is a name spoken only when the fire is low and the wind is high. Rymir, the frozen moor, the white doom, winter's will, the glacier given wings. A breath of the ancient cold that predates memory and mocks the frailty of warmth. The oldest tribes of Icewind Dale tell of a time when the aurora shuddered and the stars dimmed, not from clouds, but from wings vast enough to darken constellations. Before the 10 towns had names, before the Ragged Men carved totems from mammoth bone, Rymir had already carved the valleys with his claws. It is said he was born during the first great freeze, when the seas screamed and turned to glass. He did not hatch. He cracked free from a berg of blue ice older than the sun. He does not rule the north. He is the north. No diplomacy, no bargains, no hoarded knowledge or riddled lairs. Rymir seeks neither tribute nor alliance, only solitude, dominion, and the silence of a land too frozen to remember song. He is the apex and the crescendo of winter's bitter touch. It was in the year of Worm's reckoning that the icebound galleon Endurance attempted to cross the sea of moving ice. The ship bore a cargo of warmth, enchanted furs, sunstones, and hearthstones meant to revive the flagging hopes of Bryn Shander. each crate marked for Rendaril's emporium. This vessel would bring hope and hearth to the frozen north, but hope is fleeting, all too easily snuffed out. The path of the Endurance drew too close to the edge of Rymir's dominion. They saw the storm first, unnatural, sudden, spiraling down in a fury of ice shards and screaming gales. But it was no blizzard. It was a shadow with wings. Rymir descended like a judgment. He struck not once, but thrice. The first came from above, his form breaking through the clouds, a spear of white death plummeting from the heavens. His breath tore across the deck like a tidal wave of permafrost. Rigging froze mid-sway, sailors encased mid-scream. Magnus, stalwart half-elf, and the sorcerer for the Endurance, tried to answer with flame. His fireball, though, shattered on contact, vanishing into the freezing wind like a candle in a hurricane. The second strike came from beneath. The crew scrambled to rally, but the ice betrayed them. With a sound like thunder cracking bone, the sheet beneath the Endurance split open, and from the dark water surged Rymir again, bursting forth with such force that the hull lifted and cracked. He dragged two of the lesser mages into the sea, their protective wards icing over in moments. Brinander, a Goliath of the spine of the world, answered. His shield raised, he leapt to strike, and brought his great axe down upon the beast. It was for naught. The scales of Rymir, hardened akin to frozen diamonds, were unyielding. The warrior, within a moment, flung skyward by a sweep of the dragon's tail and dashed across the deck like a doll of brittle glass. The third strike was silence. Rymir landed atop the stern, his claws splitting wood and ice alike. The crew's captain, Brenna Thorn, rallied the last defenders, paladins of Helm, and local warriors of Targus alike, forming a line of steel and resolve. They did not falter, but the cold embrace of winter cannot be ignored. One by one they fell, not to cunning, but to inevitability. The dragon's frost licked across shields and split them. His claws raked banners from the sky. A single roar shook the ship down to its buried keel. At last, only Thorn remained, blade drawn, breath short, face rimed with ice. Rymir regarded him for a long moment, not with hatred, not with satisfaction, but with hunger older than gods. The Endurance was claimed. When the Dale folk found the wreck days later, it was already half entombed in ice. Not a body stirred. Not a scrap of fire remained. Only the unmistakable gouge marks of claws along the hull and the frozen spire of ice where the ship's heart had once burned. Rymir had returned to the peaks, and the 10 towns shivered. The Regedman still offer seals and caribou at the edge of his hunting grounds. The wizards of Luskan dare not speak his name too loudly, lest it be heard on the wind. For to summon the storm is not to test it, it is to be claimed by it. And in the months that followed, the sea of moving ice grew still. Trade halted, tribes turned inward, and the North remembered what it means to survive. Rymir did not raise cities. He did not lay siege to towers. He reminded the world that the cold does not ask permission. It takes. For those who live in the Dale, survival is war, against hunger, against wind, against despair, and against the slow certainty that one day a shadow with wings will blot out the sky. Rymir is not a dragon to be slain. He is a lesson to be remembered. Keep the fires high, keep your blades sharp, and pray the wind does not change. For winter does not rage. It is not fury, but silence. Not vengeance, but inexorable. And in winter's cool embrace, the white doom waits. In the earliest winters of the mortal world, when the mountains were young and the seas still crusted with ice from creation's breath, I, O, the prime dragon, shaped the firstborn of his scale-bound children. Among these were the chromatic brood of Tiamat, queen of chaos, whose hatred was as boundless as her might. From her brood came dragons of flame, storm, shadow, and cold. White dragons were her simplest offspring, not simple in spirit, but singular in purpose. Tiamat did not bless them with political cunning or sorcerous ambition. She forged them from hunger, from isolation, from winter's refusal to compromise. Some say the Queen of Dragons birthed them from her final exhale after a failed siege on the heavens, a breath so bitter with spite and frost that it solidified into eggs of rime-bound ivory. Others claim she carved them from the heart of the first glacier that fell upon a mortal city, laughing as the survivors froze, clutching their temples in prayer. Still others whisper she molded them from the silence that follows death, the eternal stillness where warmth never returns. Whatever the truth, white dragons are the purest expression of chromatic purpose, survival at any cost. They do not deceive. They do not dominate. They endure. Their legends say they were among the first to fly when the world was still cooling from creation. Their bones remember the crunch of ancient glaciers. Their hearts beat with the rhythm of falling snow. Even their rage is elemental, not personal, but inevitable. Where they dwell, the frost deepens. Where they rule, life withers. But never do they conquer out of spite. To a white dragon, survival is the only law. Anything that threatens that, be it a rival, a town, or time itself, must be devoured. Among the chromatic kin, white dragons are the smallest in size, the lowest in intellect, and the most primal in instinct, yet they are no less deadly. Where others plot, the white dragon stalks. Where others speak, it hunts. It is not a creature of strategy, but of certainty, a beast sculpted by winter, perfected by hunger. Its body is sleek, streamlined like a glacier's edge. The head narrows to a predatory point, beak-like snout, serrated teeth that jut even when the maw is closed, and a crest curved back like windblown stone. From below, it seems featureless and smooth, a blade of cold thought, its short neck tucked in, wings wide but blunted, trailing edges tinged with the ghost-light hues of polar dawn, faint turquoise, washed blue. As a wormling, its scales shimmer with purest white, a mirror to the frost. But age scours that sheen away. In ancient specimens, the hide is mottled, pale blue, dusted grey, and marbled with stormlight scars. This camouflage makes them phantoms in their realm. The air, the snow, the ice, all conspire to hide them. Unlike the cunning schemers of their kin, white dragons rely not on intellect, but on bestial instinct. They are apex predators, perfected by a singular drive, to kill and to survive. Their focus is unwavering, their hunger insatiable. They devour only that which has been frozen, creatures slain by their breath, their death shrouded in hoarfrost. Corpses are stored like trophies, entombed in snowdrifts or ice banks near the lair, their presence a silent herald of the dragon's claim. But some kills are more than food. They are victories immortalized. Within the lairs of ancient whites, one may find the shattered remains of Remor hazes, giants, and other dragons, frozen in poses of agony, arranged like grim statuary, a warning, a monument. Though often underestimated for their middling intellect, white dragons possess memories of unnatural depth. Every trespass, every insult, every wound, remembered. Their vendettas span centuries, and they have been known to pursue slights with a vicious pettiness that borders on the obsessive. They do not forget, they do not forgive, and they rarely speak. Though they possess the speech of dragons, white worms choose silence. Their voices are reserved for commands, for wrath, or for mockery. Words to them are luxuries of warmth. They avoid others of their kind. Solitude is their sanctuary. The only exception is mating, not born of affection, but of impulse. Their courtship is brief, fierce, and often violent. They may linger near each other for a time, tolerating the presence of offspring, only so long as those young remain strong. Weaklings are abandoned. Only the fiercest endure. In rare cases, white dragons may serve another, but only when forced. Humanoids that can withstand their fury, or giants who defeat them in trial by strength, may earn a tenuous allegiance. Frost giants, especially, seek to prove their might by slaying or subduing these draconic titans. In victory, a giant may gain a servant. In failure, they become bone and warning. More often, the only followers a white dragon allows are kobolds, groveling worshippers whose constant attrition is a price the dragon barely notices. White dragons do not build empires. They do not scheme. They do not aspire. They hunger. They hunt. They endure. White dragons do not shape their lairs from ambition, but from necessity and the unspoken language of ice. They do not build. They burrow. They carve. They claim. Their lairs lie hidden in the cruelest landscapes the world can offer. The hollows of ancient glaciers, the silent vaults of subglacial lakes, or wind-blasted cliffs veiled in blizzards eternal. They prefer places unreachable by foot, high vales cloaked in cloud, ice caverns threaded like veins through mountains, or glacial cathedrals with ceilings so vast they echo like god temples. A white dragon's lair is never just a home. It is a weapon. They wind through narrow corridors that choke warmth from the air. The walls shimmer with frost-rimed reflections, misleading the eye and confusing the ear. Some passages echo every footstep into thunder. Others absorb sound entirely, making the silence oppressive, disorienting. Their elemental bond with cold is absolute. The very act of their presence deepens the frost, ice thickens, snow becomes heavy with spite, and the wind howls in unnatural tones. It is said, a white dragon can feel the timbre of the wind shift when an intruder enters their domain, as if the cave itself warns with breathless whispers. Their chosen perches are high ledges and icy overhangs, unreachable by foot. While intruders slip and stumble on treacherous ice fields, the dragon moves above them, leaping from perch to perch, striking with breath and claw like the blizzard-made flesh. Freezing fog clings to their sanctuaries like a second skin, obscuring vision, chilling bone. Icicles hang like the swords of giants, ready to fall at the faintest tremor. And with but a thought, the dragon can summon walls of opaque ice, sealing off prey or funneling it into ambush. The terrain becomes their trap, every ridge, every chasm, a piece of their silent warfare. Beyond the lair, the very land rebels. Blizzards rise from clear skies. Snow clots the air into blindness. The cold intensifies, not just weather but will. Their hordes, contrary to expectation, are not grand piles but scattered constellations. Coins and gems litter the lair like stars strewn across a frozen sky, catching the faint light in 100 shimmering hues. Larger treasures, chests, weapons, enchanted artifacts are frozen in blocks of rime, sealed beneath thick walls of translucent ice. What others must chip at for hours, the dragon shatters with a single blow. Their tastes reflect their realm, not just gold, but beauty shaped by the cold. Walrus ivory, carved whalebone, ship figureheads dragged from crushed galleons, and the furs of slain heroes. They favor diamonds most, each one a mirror of ice's eternal gleam. And they remember. Oh, how they remember. Each trinket, each relic is tied to a kill, a conquest, a lesson in survival. Their minds, sharpened by silence and solitude, do not forget a single coin story. Attempting to bribe a white dragon is folly. It already imagines how your bones will glint among the others. For in these lairs, there is no peace, no warmth, no parley. Only the breath of cold and the certainty that you are trespassing. White dragons do not begin life in comfort. They emerge from eggs as hard as forged steel, cold to the touch and slick with frost. Their first breath is not air, but rime. Their first lesson: endure. Wormlings are cast into a world that offers no quarter. The chill does not harm them. It defines them. They do not linger in the nest. Hunger drives them forward, and the cruelty of the north rewards only those who hunt, burrow, and kill. They stalk frostbitten hares, scavenge from carcasses, and flee anything larger, even their own kin. Sibling kills sibling. Mercy is unknown. Even as hatchlings, they glide across ice with effortless grace, claws gripping frozen stone, eyes scanning for movement beneath snow. Their breath, though juvenile, freezes small prey in place. Each successful hunt deepens their instincts. Each scar, a lesson carved in flesh. Those that survive grow lean and lethal. Young adulthood is exile. They are driven from natal caves, forced to claim hunting grounds or perish in the attempt. They test the edges of dominions, stealing kills, watching the skies, learning to vanish into storm and drift. They learn not from scrolls, but from scars. Every glacier edge, every soundless gorge, every wind-blasted rise becomes a part of them. They do not map their territory, they become it. At this stage, they refine their use of frost breath, their physical power ripening into true predatory might. They strike with an apex hunter's precision, tooth, claw, and breath, working in ruthless harmony. Flight becomes second nature. So too does ambush, as they rise and fall through ice and air with silent elegance. Adulthood brings dominion. A mature white dragon claims the north and wintry terrain. Its territory stretches for leagues. From the highest peaks to the frozen seas, it patrols, soars, waits. Some slumber for seasons, dreaming in ice. Others revel in the hunt, descending without warning to shatter caravans or extract tribute from trembling tribes. They care not for titles, only stillness, solitude, sovereignty. These are their instincts, not their aspirations. By now their breath can freeze legions. Their wings stir avalanches. Their presence warps the weather. They begin to brush against frost magic, not in incantation, but in instinct. Their roars command fear. Their gaze stills thought. Their hunger bends weaker wills. An ancient white dragon is a blizzard with inevitability. Its roar triggers avalanches. Its wings usher blizzards. Its breath stills the very pulse of the land. It freezes foes solid, not by accident, but by artistry. Its might is immense, its resilience uncanny. And though it wields magic only in primal, elemental forms, the very world shapes itself around its fury. It hunts not from need, but from the memory of survival. It flies not for distance, but to remind the sky who owns it. It fights not for territory, but because everything is its territory. And when it dies, if it ever dies, its bones will remain, frozen in the shape of its wrath, for 1,000 winters. A white dragon does not roar into battle. It does not challenge. It does not warn. It strikes in a cold but delicate frozen rage. Forged by famine and shaped by silence, white dragons are the final evolution of necessity. Their bodies are honed, lean, sinewed, precise. No wasted breath, no flourish of fang. Only what kills. To fight a white dragon is not to enter a duel. It is to be named prey by something the land itself obeys. They do not charge across open ground. They wait, watch, lurk within storm clouds or the ink-black stillness beneath a frozen lake. They know every overhang, every crevasse, every place where snow disguises death. They observe for hours, sometimes days, not from cowardice, from certainty. Their attacks are not tests. They are conclusions. Combat begins long before claws draw blood. The land weakens prey, hunger saps strength, cold numbs will. And only when the struggle is meaningless does the dragon descend. The battlefield bends to them. and should the battle turn, they vanish into mist, into wind, into the crackling silence between snowflakes. But they are not defeated. They are simply elsewhere, waiting, learning, remembering. Even their retreats are traps. Their primary rivals, red dragons, often share mountainous domains. But where the red seeks conquest, the white seeks dominion of survival. The red breathes fire to rule. The white breathes cold to endure. In this, the white is patient. When the red burns hot and careless, the white slips away into frost-thick shadows. Lesser in strength, perhaps, but never in cunning. And so, they survive. They do not fight for glory. They do not fight to rule. They fight to remain, to prove that no matter the fire, the flood, the foe, the cold always comes. Above the spine of the world, in peaks too perilous to chart, and valleys where even memory freezes, the white doom stirs beneath the frost. No shrine is raised in his name, yet the regheadmen still whisper it when the winds die too suddenly. The children of the 10 towns are taught not how to fight him, but how to listen. For the silence before his coming is not absence, it is promise. Ships no longer brave the sea of moving ice without double prayers, one for the voyage, and one for the shadows beneath the bergs. The tundra does not mourn the fallen. It preserves them, whole, cold, witnesses forever to a lesson the Dalefolk now hold sacred. The North does not hate, it endures. And so must they. Beneath every snow-laden roof and every frost-rimed blade, the people of 10 towns live not in defiance of Rymir, but in acknowledgement of him, as they would the mountain, the blizzard, the hunger of wolves. For to know the white dragon is not to know a mind. It is to know the will of winter. And when next the aurora falters and the snow falls sideways on a clear day, some will wonder if it is merely weather, or if the glacier has grown wings once more. And if so, if he comes again, let the fire be stoked, the steel drawn, and the song sung low, not as challenge, not as warning, but as memory. For Rymir does not bring death, he brings reminder that the cold forgets no trespass, that silence always returns, and that in the farthest reaches of the world, winter watches. Let me set the scene. Dungeon, chains, a bard, a cleric, a rogue, and a dwarf paladin. No food, no plan, and definitely no trust. Why? Because Miv, halfling rogue, kleptomaniac, compulsive liar, surprisingly decent at backflips, picked a lock that turned out to belong to a dragon. Not a door, not a vault, a blimmin' dragon. Harrow, human cleric of, honestly, no one remembers which god, and let's be honest, who cares, tried to reason with the guards, which went about as well as you'd expect when you yell divine threats while holding a broken fork. Corim, dwarf, paladin, louder than a thunderclap, emotionally repressed to the point of trying a little too hard, headbutted the first person who said, "Relax." And me? I'm Zorvin, bard gnome, exquisitely handsome, teller of the finest tales, and keeper of the loot of questionable origin. Also, the only one who didn't actually do anything wrong. I was just drunk and told the truth. In my defense, he did smell like ogre piss. So yeah, we were in jail. Until the dragon walked in. His name was Jaxorithix, the Mirthbound, and he looked like a statue, someone enchanted to be both fabulous and ungovernable. Gleaming copper scales, wings like a festival banner, a a voice like a smug thunderstorm. He kicked the cell door open with his tail and said, "You lot are either very stupid or exactly what I need." Then he made us play dice. For our freedom. We were terrible at it. He freed us anyway. Why? Because the cult of the dragon was digging up an artifact called the Laughing Shard, buried under the sun-buried temple. They wanted to feed it to a Dracolich and birth a god of flame, despair, and bad vibes. Jaxarithics wanted to stop them, not out of nobility, because, quote, "They're trying to weaponize irony." That's my line. He took us to his lair, the Sunken Smile, a desert hideout that looked like a bard's fever dream. Hammocks made from stolen king's robes, enchanted laughter echoing through every corridor, a hoard that included gold, and a cursed marionette made of gold. He trained us using questionable methods. Miv was forced to sneak past a chained Grimlock. Corim had to arm wrestle a sand golem knelt under a waterfall. Harrow debated a talking cactus about balloon parties. I had to perform a love song to a sorrow sworn in a force cage. And somehow, it worked. We got faster, smarter, funnier, slightly more emotionally damaged, sure, but better. When the cult struck, we hit back. Their ritual had already begun, sand swirling, fire rising, death dragons humming. We argued the whole way there. This is a trap. Of course it's a trap. We're going to die. We're going anyway. Do you have a better plan? Yes. Literally anything else. Too late. Miv dropped from a rooftop and stole the cult leader's boots. Corim bulldozed 3 wyverns while shouting the dwarven word for therapy. Harrow cast Beacon of Hope while screaming at the sky like it owed him money. I turned a fireball into a jazz act. And then Jaxarithics arrived. Not with fury, with a one-dragon solo. Did someone order justice with a side of truth and a sprinkling of irony? And then he charged. Oh, it was beautiful. Brought a tear to my eye. He tore through the cult's illusions with claw, and later, his breath weapon, the acid contorting the cultists' face to a grin. Then a mist that had the cultists fighting in slow motion. He conjured mirror images of himself that heckled the real him. He trapped a summoned Baylor in a loop of magical jokes so bad it literally imploded. We fought beside him, not as heroes, but as chaos incarnate. A symphony, comedy of errors. Miv threw his daggers enchanted, so that no matter how terrible his aim, he eventually hit his mark. Harrow cast down Sacred Flame, and when that missed over and over again, he ran in with rotating Radiant Guardians, as if he were a charging Minotaur. Corim, as he would tell it, smashed a few Eds in, and me, Zorvin, well, I had the whole place dying of laughter. And in the final moment, as the cult summoned the Dracolich, Miv tossed me the shard. Corim jumped off a cliff. Harrow prayed just in case, and I sang a lullaby that turned the ritual into a punchline. Jaxarithics laughed, so did the Dracolich. Then it exploded. They call us the misadventurers now. We're not noble, we're not professional. We don't always get along, but we're funny. And we've got a dragon who thinks saving the world is a setup for a better joke. So if you ever see a copper-scaled shadow circling overhead, and you hear someone shouting bad puns just before lightning hits, relax. It's probably just us. And if not, you've still got time to laugh before you can't help it. Long ago, when Io's breath still lingered in the bones of the world, and the gods of law and chaos were newborn and blind, Bahamut looked upon the mortal realm and saw sorrow, war, pride, the foolishness of rulers and the suffering of the ruled. So he crafted the copper dragons, not to conquer, not to correct, but to deflate. For what tyrant can stand beneath the weight of mockery? What warmonger marches on when every sword is a banana? What lich commands legions when its name is misspelled in graffiti across the crypt? Tales say Bahamut carved the first copper dragon from a mountain split by laughter. Into its heart, he poured mirth, insight, and a measure of mischievous mercy. Where golds would judge and silvers would guide, coppers would provoke reflection, through wordplay, riddles, and the exquisite agony of being outwitted. They were made not to end evil, but to disarm it, not to slay tyrants, but to show them what fools they had become. And in this purpose they have endured. To behold a copper dragon is to glimpse the punchline of creation, a creature forged in gleaming metal and irreverence, whose claws scratch not just stone, but ego, and whose wings stir up not only dust, but laughter. These dragons are the jester kings of the uplands, roosting in rocky escarpments and sun-blasted highlands, where the wind carries riddles and mockery alike. Though counted among the metallic copper dragons, walk the line between wisdom and whimsy. They are gregarious, generous of spirit, and yet deeply covetous of both treasure and attention. To them, a companion is a mirror, a hoard is a memoir, and a good joke is more enduring than gold. Their anatomy betrays their agility. Copper dragons are built not for brute force, but for sudden motion and cunning ambush. Lithe, low-slung, and powerful in shoulder and thigh, they excel at cliffside leaps, spiraling dives and unexpected pounces, usually followed by a chuckle or a quip. The head is short and expressive, crowned with smooth brow plates and a crest of segmented horns that sweep backward like coiled scrolls. Their jaws curve upward in a perpetual smirk, whether they are genuinely amused or merely waiting to be. Frills flare from the lower jaw, and beneath the chin hang layers of downward-pointing blades that grow larger and more numerous with age. A long, singularly pointed tongue flickers as they speak, taste the air, or prepare a particularly biting insult. Their scales are born a ruddy, brown-tinged metal, gleaming faintly like hammered copper in firelight. As they age, that glow deepens into a rich metallic sheen, and streaks of verdigris settle in the recesses of their armor. By the time they reach ancient status, their hides are marbled with green and gold like weathered statues of old kings. But always, always, it is the eyes that give them away. Bright turquoise orbs alight with mirth, mischief, and a depth of insight their jokes only hint at. Their wings are broad and rugged, mottled in subtle shades of green and russet red. Built less for elegance than for audacity, they allow copper dragons to flit from crag to crag, twist through canyons, or perform airborne stunts mid-soliloquy. Unlike the flowing sails of brass dragons, a copper's wings are a patchwork of motion, edged and reinforced by spines sweeping back from the body like the ribs of a laughing god. Copper dragons thrive on interaction. They crave the company of storytellers, jesters, and most of all, bards. To befriend one is to risk being turned into a long-running in-joke, but to bore one is a crime of the highest order. They are notoriously vexed by those who fail to appreciate their humor or who refuse to rise to the bait of a good prank. Though fiercely independent, copper dragons form deep attachments, particularly to individuals who can match their wit. A bard who makes a copper dragon laugh may find themselves invited to dwell, for a time, in a curated alcove of the dragon's lair, trading tales and rhymes for shelter and safety. But among their own kind, copper dragons are volatile. Conversations devolve quickly into insult contests, layered puns, and acrobatic mockery. When two copper dragons meet, the encounter often ends with one storming off in a huff or slinking away with smug satisfaction. Courtship is a game of humor and one-upmanship. Gifts are exchanged, usually odd, sentimental, or deeply ironic, but the true contest lies in laughter. Mates remain together just long enough to raise their offspring before parting ways in pursuit of new inspiration and perhaps new audiences. Copper dragons can eat almost anything, but have a distinct preference for monstrous scorpions venomous beasts, and mineral-rich fare. They claim the venom sharpens their wit, though whether this is true or just another joke, none can say. Regardless, they hunt with intensity, not solely for sustenance, but for the sheer sport of the chase. Anything that escapes them becomes the subject of a story. Anything that doesn't becomes lunch. A copper dragon's home is a stage, sanctuary, and snare. Nestled high in the windswept ridges where the world tilts toward the sky, copper dragon lairs echo with laughter both real and remembered. They choose their domains among places that seem to chuckle with every breeze. Mazes, like petrified mirth, canyons carved by vanished rivers, cliffs with old ruins that whisper riddles to those who dare listen. Dry, stony uplands and jagged mountain faces are their favoured haunts, often bordering the brass dragon's sun-drenched realms. The two species get along well, at least until one out-talks the other. Their rare meetings devolve into verbal marathons, the copper's jokes volleying against the brass's earnest banter, until one, invariably, flees with wounded pride and muttered quips. Unlike their kin, copper dragons care little for vast caverns or grand halls. They relish tight, winding tunnels that test memory and provoke confusion. Using their command of stone, they weave illusions and secret paths into the rock, shaping their lairs into mazes more suited for mischief than majesty. Narrow shafts twist and turn upon themselves, ending in sudden drops or chambers filled with harmless, yet humiliating pranks. Many entrances are hidden altogether, sculpted shut or cloaked in clever magic. They take perverse joy in leading would-be thieves on treasure hunts through maddening traps and mocking echoes. One wrong turn, and a corridor loops endlessly. Another path ends in a statue that mirrors every motion of the intruder, right down to its panic. Some alcoves burst with magical mud that grips ankles like a bad joke and hardens with each squirm. In others, stone spikes shoot up underfoot, not always dangerously, but always dramatically. Throughout the region, the very air seems charged with levity. Stone faces, grinning likenesses of the dragon, emerge from cliff walls, mountain paths, or even boulders. Small creatures begin to speak in perfect Draconic, praising their unseen master. Travelers are struck with inexplicable bouts of giggling, even in moments of peril. To enter a copper dragon's domain is to step into a world where seriousness is suspect and solemnity is mocked. Their connection to the land is deep and strange. A copper dragon's lair radiates enchantment, not just for defense, but for delight. Intruders may find themselves offered riddles by animate gargoyles, or turned around by illusory treasure piles. The entire lair is a theatre of jest, where every corner holds a setup, and every escape a punchline. As for their hoards, copper dragons prefer irony to opulence. While precious metals and gemstones glitter beneath layers of dust and illusion, they are just as likely to prize magical prank items, enchanted instruments, forgotten scrolls in dead languages, cursed relics with absurd effects, and ceramic masks once worn by court fools. They display worthless baubles proudly, broken blades of fallen heroes, trinkets stolen from tyrants, and gag gifts left by bardic companions. Real treasure is hidden behind false walls, or submerged beneath innocuous ponds with sarcastic signs above them. Should someone come seeking a specific item, the dragon will never confirm it exists. Instead, they might send the seeker on a circuitous scavenger hunt across valleys and ruins, watching gleefully from above, not with malice, but as a playwright watching their favourite scene unfold. For a copper dragon, the lair is not just a place to sleep, it is a place to laugh, a riddle made stone, and a home where only the clever or the good-humoured find their way out. To trace the life of a copper dragon is to follow a winding tale of laughter, legacy, and lessons hidden in jest. Born of mirth and magic, they walk the path of wisdom disguised as whimsy, tricksters who teach, clowns who counsel, and guardians who guard not just treasure, but joy itself. When copper dragon wormlings hatch, the world changes, not with fire or frost, but with laughter. They emerge humming tunes, naming clouds, and pouncing on shadows. Their first breath is often a giggle. They mold their eggshells into hats. They build puppet theaters from pebbles. They greet every sunrise like an audience waiting to be entertained. At this stage, combat is a game to avoid. Their wings are strong enough to leap and flutter to safety, their legs coiled springs of escape. If danger finds them, they stall with jokes or a puff of slowing breath, enough to grant precious seconds. Their acid breath is a rarity, a last resort or a hunting tool, but rarely used in strife. As they grow to youth, copper dragons forge friendships the way others hoard gold, fervently and forever. They bond with adventurers, shepherd bards, or play guardian to entire villages nestled in the hills. Their play grows more pointed. Teasing is gentle challenge, riddles are veiled truths, and pranks illuminate more than they harm. They grow agile among the cliffs, leaping from rock to rock, skimming the ground like wind given form. Their slowing breath grows more refined, their acid breath deadlier, but still secondary to their cleverness. Every encounter becomes a dance of misdirection. Every foe is a future anecdote, not an enemy. Adult copper dragons are community weavers. They delight in binding people together, not with force, but with stories. They become mediators, mentors, and mischief makers all in one. When hardship strikes, they are the laughter after tears, the joke that restores courage. By this time, their connection to the weave has become apparent. They can mimic fey enchantments, charm hostile hearts, and trick the mind into submission. They conjure illusions, not just to deceive, but to delight, puzzles that double as parables. Their shape-changing becomes common, and many an eccentric traveler or harmless fool is, in truth, a copper dragon nudging the world in better directions. Their breath weapons, both acid and slowing, are now fully formed, used not just to defend, but to sculpt their lairs and shape their stories. Their muscles are honed not for domination, but protection. Their wit is shield and sword alike. Ancient copper dragons are sages pretending not to be. Their homes are havens, their walls echoing with stories, their hoards glinting with artifacts of comedy and compassion. They host bards and philosophers, offer sanctuary to the lost, and hold councils around hearthfires instead of thrones. But their jesting is never to be mistaken for weakness. When threats rise, ancient coppers answer with illusions so clever they collapse empires, with laughter that unmakes lies. Their physical power rivals the greatest of worms, wings that shatter clouds, claws that sculpt stone, breath that halts armies in their tracks. Their magic can mirror them perfectly, conjuring copies so real even fate might be fooled. They are courtiers in royal halls, fools in tyrants' courts, spirits in wandering cloaks, always watching, always joking, always ready. For the world needs heroes, and sometimes the wisest heroes wear a smile. If a copper dragon raises its voice in fury, it means you've already missed every chance to laugh your way free. To engage in battle with a copper dragon is to find oneself cast in an unwanted play, one where your role is fool and the dragon is both playwright and star. They open not with a roar, but with a riddle, a pun, a wink. Warnings are wrapped in clever turns of phrase, and mercy comes not as retreat, but as the chance to deliver a punchline that earns your life. A creature who can offer a tale, a joke, or a riddle unknown to the dragon may find claws stay sheathed and fangs remain unused. but to yawn at its antics, to scoff at its jests, that is war. Their breath, a magical cone of slowing enchantment, is not meant to kill but to teach. That arrogance freezes faster than flesh, and that certainty is a fool's downfall. Should an enemy persist, should laughter die and wit fail, the copper dragon becomes something else. Theatrical, deadly. Their claws slash like punctuation marks in an argument. Their tail whips with impeccable comedic timing. Even in fury, they fight with the rhythm of performance, never striking without style. And the last joke, an acidic exhalation, that final burst of laughter and curtain call. They are particularly vexed by their more brutish cousins. Red dragons, blue dragons, tyrants of heat and storm, are thorns in the copper's side and favourite targets of prank and scorn. The copper will never challenge them head-on, but will orchestrate humiliations worthy of epic ballads, tripped spells, stolen treasures, lairs filled with enchanted laughter. The goal is not just survival, it's upstaging. Silver dragons, by contrast, are more welcome if aloof, too patient to prank, too dignified to duel. But coppers leave them alone. After all, every jest needs an audience, and so it is that to battle a copper dragon is to enter a stage not of fire and fury, but of irony and insult. They win not through domination, but through exhaustion, of pride, of patience, of pretense. Because in the end, they don't just want to win, they want you to know you were bested, and that you laughed while it happened. They say Jaxorithix only laughs, that he never takes anything seriously, that even death would have to amuse him before he'd acknowledge it. But we remember differently. After the battle, after the colt's laughter turned to dust, we followed him, just once, into the verdant vale, a hidden glade blooming with bioluminescent life. The place shimmered with old magic. Trees hummed in harmony. Fey creatures spun lazy circles in the air like curious starlight. There, among the flowers, he stopped joking. He reached out, not to take, but to touch. A sword suspended in air, glowing with quiet power. Not forged by mortals. Something older, wiser. He stared at it for a long time. And for once, he said nothing. "Is it yours?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "No, but it might have been if I'd chosen differently." Then he turned back to us, mischief creeping back into his eyes. "Anyway, no sense in getting sentimental. Someone pass me a drink before I start respecting myself." And just like that, the moment passed. But we remember it, because even tricksters have hearts. Even jesters hold reverence. And even copper dragons, beneath all the sarcasm, feel, perhaps the most of all, the wilds of Eltergard, a land of rolling plains and scattered mountains, where the Hell Riders thunder across endless fields, their banners snapping in the wind. The holy light of the Companion lingers in the distant sky, casting its pale radiance over the land. Alongside the winding river Chionthar, the retinue of knights rides in formation, their armor gleaming under the waning sun. But then the scent comes. A distinct acrid smell, sulfur. A dark cloud unfurls in the heavens, slow and ominous. The horses snort and shift uneasily beneath their riders. The wind stills. And then fire. A deafening explosion shatters the evening calm. A torrent of brimstone and flame erupts ahead, hurling knights from their mounts as a terrible roar rips across the plains. A wall of fire ignites along the Hyaonthar, turning the river's mist into a choking shroud of steam. Shadows flicker within the inferno, men struggling to rise, only to be torn apart. And then, it emerges. The dragon strides forth, wreathed in smoke and embers. Its scales gleam like molten iron, its horns curved back in a cruel crown. Eyes like twin furnaces pierce through the haze, locking onto the survivors with predatory malice. It does not hesitate. It does not grant mercy. It simply attacks. Blades strike against its hide, shattering like glass. The oldest and most seasoned of the Hellriders launch themselves at the beast, striking with all the force of trained warriors. It is for naught. With a single sweep of its colossal claws, each talon the size of a warhorse, the knights are cast aside, their bodies crumpling like broken dolls. Blood soaks into the earth, mingling with the scorched ash. The river runs red, but some still live. A handful of riders, scattered and battered, spur their steeds into motion, tearing away from the carnage. The dragon exhales, watching them flee. Then, with a slow, deliberate stretch, its wings unfurl, vast, leathery sails that blot out the stars. The air trembles with heat, and then it gives chase. The sky roars as the dragon ascends, its massive form silhouetted against the burning horizon. The knights ride hard, their horses galloping with every ounce of strength left in them. Trees snap and topple under the sheer force of the dragon's wing beats. It toys with them at first, letting them think they have a chance before diving. A blast of fire erupts ahead, cutting off their path. The horses rear, eyes rolling in terror. The riders swerve, but the dragon is upon them. One knight is seized mid-gallop, his scream vanishing as he is wrenched into the air and cast down in a smoking ruin. Another is lost to a sweeping tail strike, his mount crushed beneath him. The survivors, desperate, drive their steeds toward the mountains. If they can reach the ravines, if they can lose the beast in the crags, a shadow engulfs them. The dragon descends. With a final, triumphant roar, it unleashes a final wave of searing fire. The last riders vanish beneath a curtain of flame. The echoes of their cries fade into the night. Only silence remains. The dragon lands with a resounding thud, its talons sinking into the charred remains of the battlefield. It surveys its work with a satisfied rumble. Then, amidst the ruin, its gaze catches a glint of gold, a single unburnt coin, its surface pristine despite the carnage. Once a part of its hoard, now recovered. With an almost reverent motion, the dragon lifts the coin between its claws, studying the craftsmanship. It huffs, satisfied, and with a single, mighty beat of its wings, it ascends, vanishing into the smoke, returning to its hoard. To take from the hoard of a red dragon is to assault the very being of the first of the mighty chromatic, the true dragons. Listen closely, mortal, and I shall grant you a glimpse into the dominion of fire and fury. Learn of the greatness of the red dragons, the rulers of sky and stone, the true lords of this world. But heed this warning. To know of us is to fear us, and to fear us is wise. Born in tyranny, forged in flame, before kingdoms, before even the gods laid claim to the heavens, in the beginning, there was Io, the first dragon. He who forged all dragonkind from the raw elements of creation. But when Io fell, his children warred amongst themselves. Before Toril, there was Bahamut, the platinum dragon, noble and just, and Tiamat, the five-headed queen of greed and tyranny. They worked to shape the material plane, and for a time, there was harmony. The Elegy of Dragons, an ancient draconic poem of unknown origin, tells of the truths of the 10 varieties of chromatic and metallic dragons. the first inhabitants of the material plane. The first inhabitants of this plane, they grew to be the living embodiments of the primordial energy found within the first world. Thus it was from Tiamat that the red dragons were born, her mightiest, most ruthless children. Their blood burns with the essence of fire itself, their breath an inferno, their spirits insatiable. They believe themselves the rightful rulers of dragonkind, for they are the closest to what dragons were always meant to be, pure, unrelenting force. You have heard the tale, mortal, the tale of fire and ruin, of banners turned to ash and rivers run red. You have seen the devastation a single red dragon can bring, its breath scorching the land, its talons rending flesh and steel alike. But this was but a glimpse, a mere moment in the eternal reign of the red. To understand them is to understand destruction incarnate. The red dragons are not merely creatures of flesh and bone. No, they are calamity made manifest, fire given will, and hunger without end. Their dominion is not of borders, but of fear. Their power is not in gold, but in the knowledge that none can take it from them. The greatest of all chromatic dragons, no creature is more covetous than a red dragon. Gold, jewels, relics of power, they are its lifeblood. But mere wealth is not enough. It is the taking that fuels them, the knowledge that all treasure belongs to them and them alone. Red dragons tirelessly seek to increase their treasure hoards. Their hoards are not mere piles of wealth, but monuments to their supremacy. Each coin a trophy, each artifact a testament to those who dared to stand against them and failed. They are exceptionally vain, even for dragons, and their conceit is reflected in their proud bearing and their disdain for other creatures. The odor of sulfur and pumice surrounds the red dragon, whose two swept-back horns and spinal frill define its silhouette. Its beaked snout vents smoke at all times, and its eyes dance with flame when enraged. It has a forked tongue and its teeth protrude when its mouth closes. It has a single back-swept frill hat that begins behind the head and runs to the tip of its tail. Its wings are the longest of any of the chromatic dragons, mainly due to the outermost phalange, which is long and gives its wings a tapering look. The longest part of the wings is at the trailing edge. The trailing edge of the wing membrane attaches to the dragon's body behind the rear legs and down the tail, and have a blue-black tint along the trailing edge that resembles metal burned blue by fire. The scales of a red dragon in early life are a bright, glossy scarlet, turning a dull, deeper red and becoming as thick and strong as metal as the dragon ages. Their eyes smolder like embers in a dying fire, and when they speak, their voices rumble like the earth before an eruption. A red dragon is more than mere flesh and bone. It is a manifestation of power itself. Its body is sculpted for dominance. Thick, iron-hard scales that glow like molten rock, mighty wings that blot out the sun, and a tail that can shatter castle walls. But the true terror lies within their lungs. For with a single breath, they unleash a wave of fire hot enough to turn stone to slag and forests to ash. From birth, they wield fire as effortlessly as a human breathes air. As they age, their scales grow nearly impenetrable, and their intelligence sharpens like a well-honed blade. Red dragons do not rule through law, they rule through fear. To them, the strong take and the weak serve or perish. They wage war not for conquest, but for the sheer joy of devastation. Nations crumble beneath their shadow, and the bones of heroes lie forgotten in their wake. Red dragons fly into a descriptive rage and act on impulse when angered. They are so ferocious and vengeful that they are regarded as the archetypical evil dragon by many cultures. The dragon themselves shares this view and believe they are the closest to the ideals of draconic nature and behavior. and the rest of dragonkind has slipped from this purity. No other dragon comes close to the arrogance of the red dragon. These beasts view themselves as kings and emperors, and the rest of dragonkind as inferior. They believe they are chosen by the Queen of Dragons to rule in her name, and consider the world and every creature within as theirs to command. Red dragons value wealth above all else, and their treasure hoards are legendary. They covet anything of value, and can often judge the value of a bauble to within a copper piece at a glance. They have a special affection for treasure, claimed from powerful enemies it has slain, providing an exhibition of this treasure to prove its superiority. The value and provenance of every item in its hoard is known along with its exact location. It will notice the absence of a single coin, igniting its rage as it tracks down and slays the thief without mercy. If the thief cannot be found, the dragon goes on a rampage, laying waste to towns and villages who may have provided refuge to the thief in an attempt to sate its wrath. Red dragons are particularly interested in news of other red dragons who they view as potential rivals to their dominion and the only equal of dragonkind. Their pride is easily wounded, because any defeat or insult left unanswered will be a loss of status. This has an intrinsic link to their destructive rages, as it may recover status through wreaking havoc. Every red dragon firmly believes that no being deserves to keep anything it is not strong enough to defend. This philosophy applies especially to other red dragons, who they will attack, kill, and strip their lair if they perceive weakness in a rival. Courtship among red dragons is a perilous affair, because most suitors would be treated as dangerous rivals. Successful courtship usually involves a younger dragon with high status among its peers acquiescing to an older one. Females do most of the courting, but males may do so. After courtship, the female will be left to guard the eggs, and beyond a few years, wormlings left to fend for themselves. Red dragons will rarely fight for mates, as any battle will be fatal for one of the aggressors, and as such will quit the field from a superior rival. The diet of a red dragon is that of a carnivore. They have a specific fondness for human or elf young, and have a well-documented preference for young women. A red dragon will steadfastly quote, "The meat simply tastes better." The tales of young maidens sacrificed to protect a local village or town are thus with significant merit. A red dragon's lair is a fortress, a testament to its power and warning to all who would dare trespass. Carved into the heart of mountains or nestled within the fiery veins of the world itself, these domains are a stronghold of destruction, where the very land bends to its will. The air is thick with sulfur, the walls scorched black with ancient flames. Rivers of magma pulse beneath the earth, their glow casting jagged shadows across the cavernous halls lined with treasure beyond measure. Heat radiates from every surface, a silent promise of the inferno that waits within. And at its heart, the dragon slumbers, not in weakness, but in patient dominion. For it may wait for up to a decade before emerging to remind all of its fiery promise. This is a throne, a kingdom, where the dragon does not rule. It is an elemental force, shaping the land as it sees fit. For even in its absence, its presence lingers. The mountains quake, the waters boil, and the air itself shudders and shimmer with the promise of fire. Red dragons lair in high mountains, hills, or snow-capped peaks, or within the deep halls of abandoned strongholds. Caves with geothermal or volcanic activity are the most highly prized of lairs, creating hazards that hinder intruders, and letting searing heat as well as volcanic gases wash over the dragon as it sleeps. The lair may erupt magma or create tremors at the beast's behest, or the volcanic gases within may be swept through to smother intruders within. Within its hoard, well protected deep within the lair, a red dragon spends as much of its time outside the mountain as in it. For a red dragon, the great heights of the world are the throne from which it can look out to survey all it controls and the wider world it seeks to control. Throughout the lair complex, servants erect monuments to the dragon's power, telling the grim story of its life, the enemies it has slain, and the nations it has conquered. The primordial essence of the red dragon causes the local region to find itself at the mercy of small earthquakes, water sources tainted by sulfur and heat, and, often, portals to the elemental plane of fire erupt throughout, and then causing an influx of denizens to the material plane or beyond. A red dragon is not born into power, it becomes power. From the moment it claws its way out of its smouldering shell, it is driven by hunger, greed, and an insatiable will to dominate. Each stage of its life is marked by the sharpening of might, deepening of cruelty, and expansion of dominion. From lowly wormlings, a mere ember, a flickering flame ready to consume, to the raging cataclysm of ancient dragons, which can live for over 1,000 years and may rewrite the fabric of the world itself. Red dragon wormlings are born destroyers in the first few years of life. From a young age, they delight in igniting objects and creatures alike. They sometimes restrain themselves from scorching creatures to instead bullying others into following their orders and bringing them gifts. At this age, red dragons are still exploring their capabilities, whether that be their innate but smaller scale fire breath, claws, or flight capabilities. At this stage, wormlings often rely upon adult dragons or other companion creatures for safety. Wormlings often think on a local scale, an area no larger than a few farmsteads or villages. If adult red dragons are rearing the wormlings will divide this territory among them. Wormlings without adult dragons in their life might become allies or captives of other kinds of creatures, and such wormlings are more likely to be scattered from their nestmates. Life is often difficult for a red dragon wormling who share the arrogance and belligerence of their older kin. Thus, accepting aid from another chromatic will be seen as a weakness they cannot afford. Wormlings are often hunted by adventurers or local townsfolk for the value of their scales and to prevent the wormling from maturing into a local threat. Young red dragons are within their first century of life and number among the most unpredictable of their kind. They seek territories rich with treasures and potential followers, raiding, burning, and slaughtering to enforce their will. Unless these dragons meet significant resistance, they cement their power and begin reigns of terror that can last for centuries. At this stage, these dragons are coming into proficiency with their flight, whose wingspans, larger than any other dragon, boasts considerable speed, as well as a more than destructive fire breath, which can lay waste to livestock, local villages, and adventuring parties. At this stage, young red dragons are some of the most dangerous creatures on the material plane. This stage is where they will establish their territory and lair. A young red dragon's territory can cover up to 50 miles across. The magical link these dragons have with the primordial essence of fire is building, and the magical ties that bind their hordes and regions to their lair is beginning to take shape. When hunting, raiding, or pillaging, a young red dragon may fly up to 75 miles in total, and will use such flights to keep updated on the happenings within their territory. At this stage, red dragons can become significant threats to a city or kingdom, either through overt violence or subtle manipulation. Adult red dragons are tyrants that claim vast domains and might command armies of followers or significant magical resources. Red dragons rarely pay attention to the nations and claims of smaller creatures, and they might consider entire cities part of their realm. Most red dragons are inattentive rules, spending decades focused on their own comforts, hibernation, hordes, or magical concerns within their lairs. However, when their attention returns to their territories, if they find matters not to their liking, whole lands will burn. After their first century of life, the adult red dragon is a mighty being. At this point, its influence may extend over a whole region or continent. They may have multiple lairs, and the surrounding region will be wrapped with earthquakes, sulfuric warming water sources, portals to the elemental plane among eruptions of magma and volcanic gases. At such an age, the dragon is a legendary foe which can as effortlessly take to the skies, battle on the ground, singe entire companies with a single exhalation of its fiery breath. They may also utilize rudimentary magics and is exceptionally quick, seeming to act beyond an expected scope for another foe. An ancient red dragon is not simply a beast, it is a warlord, a conqueror, a king without a throne. It bends armies to its will, demands tribute from cities, and topples civilizations with but a flick of its wings. They number among the most feared and destructive beings in the multiverse. Few can withstand the wrath of an ancient red dragon that turns its head towards devastation. These dragons' greed matches their ruinous potential, and they collect vast hoards studded with storied treasures and magic items. Their lairs frequently tap into volcanic depths and pierce the elemental plane of fire, and often have servants from such planes at their service. Red dragons that make it to this age may assault entire planes of existence, tear the fabric of reality, or siege into planes often not explored. Their voraciousness knows no bounds, and their combat prowess is unmatched. An ancient red dragon is the equal of lower archdevils, the mighty solars or quasi-deities, and each exhalation of its fire breath is a mighty inferno. It will use higher aptitudes of magic and has a legendary resilience that is unmatched. At this age, the red dragon is an interplanar threat. To a red dragon, there is no such thing as an equal, only those foolish enough to believe it so. It seeks to erase all those who would dare challenge its supremacy. Its every thought is shaped by the belief that all the world is its rightful domain. Red dragons are confident fighters for whom retreat or compromise is not an option. They spend years formulating a plan of attack, but upon spotting a foe, they will choose one of several such strategies and put it into practice. Being swift but not particularly agile fighters, primarily due to their size, they often choose to fight on the ground when they can. On the ground, red dragons display considerable mobility and tactical acumen. They are excellent jumpers and leap from place to place, or take short flights to gain a favorable position, often to exhale a deadly inferno. Any red dragon is well aware that its fiery breath, while formidable, will destroy treasure, and so uses this judiciously to avoid incinerating its prize. For all its legendary ferocity, a red dragon knows when not to attack. If it recognizes a superior foe, it will reluctantly withdraw to live to fight another day, and can do so without a loss of status. Red dragons do not slay every foe they meet, as they require survivors to spread word of its might, ferocity, and its victory. For all its might, there are those that stand in defiance. Silver dragons, the champions of righteousness, of law, order, and good, dare to contest their will. They are not just enemies, but insults to a red dragon. Insults that must be answered in fire and blood. Their preference for mountain homes often brings them into contact with silver dragons, who are among their most hated foes. This is because silver dragons often get the better of red dragons, as silver dragons will often be accompanied by adventurers, powerful spellcasters, and their physical might is near that of a red dragon, not quite surpassing its prowess. This, in addition to their frost breath, can slow and addle a red dragon, leaving its prowess upon the ground, diminished further, enraging a red dragon to acts of mindless rage. Red dragons also often vie for territory with copper dragons from time to time. and the weaker copper dragons are often hard-pressed to survive any direct confrontation. A red dragon will delight in this victory, as copper dragons often aid lesser creatures and wormlings, which make for a delicious meal for a voracious red dragon. The night is silent once more. The battlefield is no longer a place of valor, but of ruin. Charred earth and smouldering remains tell the story of those who dared to stand against the flames, of banners reduced to cinders, of knights who thought their steel could defy the inevitable. The river Chionthar, once flowing clear, runs thick with ash and blood, its mist forever tainted by the Inferno's touch. Above, high in the heavens, the red dragon soars, a silhouette against the burning horizon. It has no need to look back. There is nothing left to challenge it. No hero rises from the ruin. No last defiant sword strikes true. All have fallen. Such is the way of things. Such is the way of fire. And so it returns to its hoard, where the wealth of fallen empires gleams in the dim light. A single golden coin, its rightful possession, its perfect prize, sits between its claws. A token of power, a promise of more to come. For a red dragon's hunger is never sated, and its greed knows no limits. The land it burned today is but one of many. And you, mortal, you have learned of them. You have glimpsed their truth, their fire, their wrath. But knowledge is not safety. Knowledge is only the first ember of fear. Should a red dragon set its gaze upon your home, your kingdom, your life, do not pray for salvation. No God will answer. No walls will hold. No bargains will be met with mercy. For the law of the red dragon is simple. It does not ask. It does not share. It does not forgive. You will kneel, or you will burn. Some say that if you seek proof of the existence of the gods, you need look no farther than a dragon. What natural design could produce such a glorious being? And if the dragons are the testimony of the divine, what secrets must lie hidden in Arganessen? Kessler, poet of Sharn. In Adar, a group of Redran soldiers are forced back by hurricane winds and a terrible storm. A shadow is seen moving in the clouds, and the soldiers curse the storm guardians, the dragons who defend the realm of refuge. In Zendrik, a silver dragon plays a gruesome game of chess with a frost giant chieftain. The pieces are the frozen corpses of her recent victims, reanimated and forced to serve her in death. In Corvair, an influential minister holds a secret meeting with a cunning crime lord. This negotiation irrevocably alters the balance of power in the great city of Fairhaven. One of these men is human, the other, a dragon who has made its home in Aundair since before the rise of Galifar. But which one is man, and which worm? And in the heart of Arganessen, 36 dragons gather in a vast stone spire older than the human race. The collective power of this conclave could shatter a kingdom. A debate rages on a matter of interpretation. The outcome could determine the future of Eberron. Dragons have walked this world since the dawn of time. They are creatures of legend, subjects of 1,000 tales, slayers of demons, and destroyers of kingdoms. They are prophets and puppet masters, and despite their awesome reputation, few humans truly realize the power these worms wield. In the modern age, very few people have met a dragon and lived to tell the tale. But an age of adventure has arrived, a time when new heroes rise up to challenge the legends of the past. and so it is time to learn about the great worms that have shaped the world since the First Age. The wisest dragons contend that the world was born in battle. According to myth, the emptiness before creation was the domain of 3 mighty dragons. Golden Cyberus was the source of all magic. Gentle Eberron was the fountain of life. Cruel Kyber was the master of secret knowledge and of the powers that lurk in the darkness. Together, they held dominion over the fate of all, and they pondered the proper shape of the universe. In the beginning, the progenitors worked together. They started with 13 planes, but as they molded reality, rifts began to form between them. Dark Kyber grew greedy, and noble Cyberus responded by becoming more forceful. Each sought greater influence in the work. Danvi, Fernia, and Irion bear the prevailing mark of Cyberus. Kithri, Mabar, and Zoriat show the dominant touch of Kyber. Eberron sought to mediate, but could not bridge the divide. When it came time to create the final central plane, the tensions between Cyberus and Kyber could not be contained. The Dark One tore into her sibling, mortally wounding the gold dragon and scattering his scales across the sky. Although not powerful enough to defeat her, Eberron knew that Kyber could not be allowed to benefit from her deeds. The Gentle One refused to fight Kyber with claw and tooth. Instead, Eberron embraced her, trapping Kyber within her smothering coils. Eberron called on the powers of life, giving birth to soil, tree, and ocean, and transformed herself into a living prison that Kyber could never escape. Thus, Eberron became the world on which all life grew. To this day, she nurtures and sustains all. Cyberus's remains became the ring around the world. His scattered scales became the stars. Kyber remains trapped within, the dragon below, the mother of monsters, the source of all darkness, forever struggling to escape and bring an end to it all. In the wake of the battle of the progenitors, life emerged on the new world. Cyberus had fallen in battle, but power remained within his blood. Filled with the purest essence of magic, that blood fell on Eberron, merging life and magic to produce new creatures with the strength of both progenitors. Dragons. Where the blood of Cyberus struck the clouds, silver dragons were born. It fell on the cold peaks, and white dragons rose from the ice. It struck the swamps, and black dragons emerged from the dark depths. And so all the dragons were born, mighty and proud, possessing the mystical power of Cyberus and the vibrant life force of Eberron. Few of the creatures of the modern age existed at the dawn of time. The Titans of Zendrick were in their infancy, possessed of power but lacking knowledge. The lesser races had not been born. The dark creatures had not been spawned. So it was that wild flights of dragons soared above the world, reveling in their might. The dragons' only true match were the Coatls, the feathered serpents of Salona. For all their power, dragons are mortal creatures. They reproduce, they grow old, and in time, they die. The Coatls stood outside the cycle of life. Legends say the Coatls were formed from the pure blood of Cyberus before it struck Eberron, and that, as a result, they were truly immortal. They were reborn after death, so that their numbers remained constant. Though powerful, the Coatls kept to Salona, leaving the dragons to explore the world. For untold millennia, the dragons were the sole lords of Eberron. Then a new threat emerged. Kyber was bound in the depths of Eberron, but this did not eliminate the dark dragon's power. In time, a host of horrors spawned in the depths. Rakshasas, aboleths, and other terrors emerged to lay claim to the world above. The greatest were the overlords, fiends with such power that they could almost be called gods. At that time, the dragons were organized into simple flights, which fought with one another as often as not. Scattered and wild, they were no match for the overlords of Kyber. Our kind loved this land once, and godlike we reveled in our power here. We shared our secrets with the giants. We gifted them with wonders beyond their wildest dreams. We thought to create a paradise, but fate twists cruelly. The seeds we planted among the giants grew rank and malformed, until we had no choice but to weed them out and poison their roots. Now, this scornful place is nothing, a stain upon Eberron's repose, a shadowed memory of better times, a constant reminder of our arrogance. If I had led the charge against the giants on that day, I would have destroyed them to the last and broken this accursed continent to pieces just to watch it crumble into the sea. But the elders claim its purpose in the prophecy has yet to be fulfilled. Varistorkan, beacon of Cyberus. After the mighty fiends consolidated their hold on the surface world, they ruled over a nightmare kingdom for hundreds of thousands of years. The once proud dragons were forced into slavery and servitude. The fiendish dominion might have continued until the end of time, if not for the Coatl Hezcalipa and a blue dragon named Uralonastrix. Working together over the course of centuries, these two visionaries studied the sky and stars and compared their findings with mysterious patterns that appeared on the Earth. They became convinced that such study could reveal a map of the future, an outline of the myriad paths history might follow. Uralonastrix believed it to be the wisdom of the progenitors, the very blueprint of reality. He called it the Draconic Prophecy, authored by Eberron and Cyberus themselves. The Draconic Prophecy gave Uralonastrix insights into the weaknesses of the demonic overlords. Even more, it gave the dragon and his kin a sense of hope, the belief that dragons were part of something greater. Following the path of prophecy, Uralonastrix and Hezcalipa rallied their peoples against the children of Khyber, setting in motion a war that would continue for thousands of years. Despite their raw power, or perhaps because of it, the overlords were scattered and overconfident. This allowed the combined might of the Dragon Coatl alliance to defeat them once. Despite this advantage, the war seemed hopeless. The overlords were truly immortal. The defeat of an overlord was temporary at best, and no simple spell could bind them. Then, Hezcalipa's studies uncovered a path to victory. Indeed, the outcome appeared ordained. Still, the cost was terrible. Led by Hezcalipa, the Coatls sacrificed almost their entire race, forging their immortal essence into a pure force that could hold the overlords and their dire followers. A few demons escaped, but the war was won. Although the dragons fought fiercely, some believe they abandoned the Coatls at the end, refusing to share the cost of the final sacrifice. It is possible that this was a matter of fear, although that seems unlikely. It might be that, being mortal, the dragons simply didn't have the spiritual energy required. Perhaps the dragon's survival was a calculated decision. The sacrifice of the Coatls removed both celestials and fiends from Eberron, leaving the dragons as masters of the prophecy and the most powerful beings in the world. The great war against the demons united the dragons. It forced them to set aside their petty rivalries and master the mystical powers that had long lain dormant in them. The surviving dragons were more powerful than ever before, but their population had been devastated by battle. Following the defeat of the overlords, most of the surviving dragons retreated to the sanctuary of Argonasen. The elders gathered in the first great conclave and laid the foundation of draconic culture that remains in place to this day. The survivors spent tens of thousands of years nursing their wounds, rebuilding their flights, identifying and studying the signs of the prophecy, and honing the magical gifts they had developed during the war. In time, some began to look beyond Argonasen and to explore the lands they rediscovered. 60,000 years ago, the dragons began spreading across Eberron again. They found dozens of growing civilizations, kingdoms of giants and titans in Zendrik, primitive clans of dwarves in Frostfell, nomadic groups of shifters in Sarlona, and nascent goblins in Corvair. Some merely wished to study the lesser creatures. A few came as mentors, foremost among them the descendants of Uralonastrix. These dragons shared the secrets of magic with giants, curious to see what innovations these promising creatures might develop. But the bulk of the dragons chose the path of conquest. Flights of dragons carved out dominions across the world. For most of the dragons, it began as a game, one with a high cost in life among non-dragons. In time, however, the struggle turned dragon against dragon. Friendly rivalries became bitter. The blood of dragons flowed. And as the troubles spread, the daughters of Khyber stirred in the pit of 5 sorrows. Hundreds of dragons fell under her sway, and the spawn of Tiamat rose from tainted broods. Given time to spread, this corruption could have destroyed Argonnessen. Fortunately for the dragons, the watchful eyes of Chronepsis were able to identify the tainted dragons, and the militant light of Cyberus brought an end to the corruption. The conclave gathered at a massive natural eyrie in the heart of Argonnessen. There, the students of the Draconic prophecy presented their findings. To this day, the records of this gathering remain privileged information, even within Argonnessen, shared only with respected and powerful elders. Most dragons believe that the seers linked Tiamat's rising power to the spread of draconic activity across the globe, opening that the influence of the Dragon Lords in turn empowered the daughter of Khyber. One fact is known. Following the council, the conclave called on the scattered dragons to return to Argonnessen. The age of draconic expansion was at an end. Explorers in Zendrik, Kubara, or Adar might stumble across a weathered statue or faded image scratched into a cavern wall. But the dragons left few traces of their dominion, with one exception. The giants of Zendrik were the most advanced non-dragons of the age, and they had learned much in their interactions with the dragons. Those who worked with Uralonastrix's students used draconic magic to carve out empires and dominate their continent. The arcane arts spread, and soon the giants began to explore new approaches to magic. As powerful as they were, the dragons remained in tradition, and certain paths they refused to tread. The giants of long-dead empires, such as the Kulsa Empire and the Group of 11, had no such qualms. Their exploration of blood magic and other dark arts diverged wildly from the codified teachings of Uralonastrix. Nonetheless, the dragons remained uninvolved. The elders of many flights studied the draconic prophecy, but agreed that it was best not to manipulate its outcome. They simply traced its myriad paths and watched as fate chose its course. Then the quarry came to Zendrik. The motivation for this extraplanar incursion remains a mystery, but the giant records portray the quarry simply as ruthless invaders. Other evidence suggests that the quarry merely sought refuge from a disaster on their own plane, or even retaliation against acts of aggression instigated by the lords of Zendrik. Whatever the root of the war, it was a struggle that lasted for centuries. Powerful mystical and psionic forces were unleashed by both sides, and in time, nearly all the arcane knowledge the giants possessed was turned to the war effort. In Argonnessen, students of the Draconic prophecy warned that this struggle could shake the planes themselves, but the conclave insisted that the dragons stand aloof. The outcome is known to any student of history. The giants unleashed forces that tore Dalquor from its orbit, bringing a sudden and terrible end to the conflict. The giants' gambit devastated their continent and shook the foundations of Eberron. Their former slaves, the elves, rose up against their weakened masters. Desperate, the giants began harnessing power once more, preparing to unleash the same forces that had vanquished Dalquor. Perhaps they thought victory was possible, but many historians believe it was pure nihilism. If the Titans couldn't rule the world, they would destroy it. The dragons saw the threat traced out in the prophecy. Shocked and alarmed at the effect of the forces already unleashed by the giants, this time they chose to act. A scaled army poured forth from Argonnessen, with flights of all colours, led by the militant worms of the light of Cyberus. The conflict was brutal, and its outcome never in doubt. The dragons had no interest in holding territory. They made no effort to avoid civilian casualties. They brought fire, fang, and epic magic to bear in the most destructive ways imaginable. In the end, nothing was left of the proud nations of Zendrik. Giant, elf, and all other cultures of the land were laid low by the dragons, and powerful curses ensured that the giants would never again threaten the world. Their mission accomplished, the dragons returned to Argonessen to brood. All agreed that the people of Zendrik would never have posed such a threat if the dragons had not shared the secrets of magic. The conclave called the event known as Orellan Asterix, Orion's Folly, and forbade any flight from sharing the secrets of Argonessen with lesser beings. Grant me your obedience, and I shall reward you with protection. Grant me your devotion, and I shall bathe you in the magnificence of my presence. Turn away from my benevolent guidance, and I shall pick my teeth with your bones. Dawning of the Vast. Although the destruction of Zendrik was monumental, some of the continent's denizens did survive. While the dragons brooded, elf refugees established the nation of Eberron. Thousands of years of research into necromancy and the energies of Argonessen produced the Undying Court, an alliance of deathless elves with a gestalt power that rivaled the overlords of the First Age. Since that time, nearly 25,000 years before the founding of Galifar, dragons and elves have been at war. The tides of strife ebb and flow, and centuries might pass between battles. But sooner or later, the dragons return to fight once more. The basis of this age-old conflict and its conduct is another of the mysteries of Argonessen. Many find it impossible to imagine that the Arini could stand against the force that utterly destroyed Zendrik. In truth, the elves have never faced the full power of Argonessen. The strike on Zendrik was carried out by the full unified force of Argonessen. The Elf-Dragon Wars have involved only a few flights from the light of Cyberis. The fact that the Undying Court has been able to hold off the dragons remains an impressive feat, but it has not faced the power that ravaged a continent. Those who study this puzzling behavior ask, why not? What motivates this seemingly endless struggle? If the dragons truly wish to eliminate the elves, why don't they commit their full forces to the task? If they don't care enough to do so, why do they continue to fight in such piecemeal fashion? One theory is that the dragons despise the extensive practice of necromancy, even when it draws on the positive energy of Eberron, but do not view it with the same abhorrence as the giants' planar studies. Thus, they cannot agree en masse that Eberron should be laid low. Another possibility is that the struggle is a form of exercise for the dragons, a proving ground for the younger warriors of the Light of Cyberis. Conversely, it might be that the wars are fought to test the elves and harden them for some future conflict, just as a soldier will sharpen his blade in preparation for battles to come. The dragons might be unwilling to share the secrets of their power with lesser races, but they can still push the lower creatures to reach their full potential. The long struggle with the dragons has certainly forced the Arini wizards and Ternadal warriors to master the arts of war and magic. The Lords of Argonessen offer no explanations for their actions, nor do they negotiate. Only 2 instances of elves and dragons working side by side are known, and both involve the noble line of the House of Volo. Following the appearance of the Mark of Death, a number of green dragons began working with the line of Vol. This alliance produced the half-green dragon, Erandis. Allies of Vol claim that this was intended to forge a bond between the 2 races and bring an end to the wars. Others believe that the Emerald Dragons sought to gain control of the Mark of Death through their half-dragon offspring. In the end, Erandis de Vol did unite Arenal and Argonessen in a quest to eradicate the line of Vola. But this alliance was short-lived and involved minimal communication between allies. Once the House of Vol fell into shadow, the dragons returned to Argonessen, and in a few centuries, the cycle of war began anew. Throughout time, rogue dragons have pursued their own agendas and dreams. Still, in the aftermath of Orion's folly and the destruction of Xendrick, few dared to share the secrets of Arganesson with lesser creatures. One such rebel was the Emerald Claw, father of Erandis de Vol, and it destroyed him. A more well-regarded rogue was Varak, the black dragon who trained the first gatekeepers and brought the secrets of druidic magic to Corvair. A true child of Eberron, Varak foresaw a disaster that would wound the world itself. The Conclave had no interest in this struggle. Just as the dragons had stood aside while the giants of Xendrick battled Dalquor, the elders of the Conclave told Varak that they would act when a clear threat to Arganesson existed, and not before. Frustrated, Varak abandoned her elders and her flight, traveled across the world, and began training humanoids and other creatures in the use of natural magic. Although she is best known for teaching the orcs of the west coast of Corvair, Varak had other students. Some Ereni druids attribute their skill to the teachings of the Ebon Mother, and lizard folk boast gatekeepers in Kubara and Xendrick. Varak stayed in the Shadow Marches for less than a century, and her final fate is unknown. Perhaps she lived out her final days in humanoid form, moving among her students and hiding from the angry eyes of Chronepsis. Perhaps she descended to Khyber to teach the Derro and other denizens of the deep. Some say that she returned to Arganesson, that her act of rebellion was actually a carefully calculated move on behalf of the Conclave. If so, it could be that the dragons subtly planned and implemented both the destruction of the Dakani Empire and the defeat of the Dalkir. Of course, it's possible that the Zoriat incursion was not the threat Varak foresaw. If this is the case, what monumental danger still lies ahead? The prophecy is constantly evolving. As the actions of the present open new paths to the future, these routes are revealed in stone and storm, in the convergent motions of moon and plain. A few thousand years ago, within the estimated lifespan of a gold dragon, the prophecy revealed itself in a new form: dragon marks. Traced across the flesh of a number of the lesser races, these sigils are more than a source of mystic power. To a student of the draconic prophecy, the actions of the dragon-marked provide insight into the paths of the prophecy, much as a lesser augur might read hints of the future in the movements of birds. The appearance of the dragon marks sent shockwaves across Arganesson. Why were the marks appearing on humanoids instead of the far more ancient and noble dragons? Would this give humanoids the power to shift the path of the prophecy? Some declared that this transition from stone to short-lived flesh was a sign that the prophecy was nearing its end, an end that would herald the death of Eberron and the birth of a new reality. Many among the militant Light of Cyberus urged the Conclave to destroy the dragon-marked, to prevent the Lords of Dust or other enemies from using them. Other dragons argued that this was a manifestation of the will of Eberron, and destroying it would be blasphemous, an act that could have cataclysmic results. While the Conclave considered, a new voice was heard in the tumult. Young dragons of all colours challenged the passive philosophy of their elders. The world was changing. This new age called for direct observation and, when necessary, manipulation of the lesser beings. After long debate, the Conclave agreed to give the members of this new movement a chance to explore their theories. Stern warnings were issued about empowering Tiamat, however, and a set of guidelines limiting involvement was drafted, freed, at least in part, from the restrictions that branded Varak and others anathema. The younger dragons formed the territory known as the Tapestry in Arganesson. A select few were chosen to travel across the world to monitor the dragon-marked, to search for other signs of the prophecy, and to oppose the Lords of Dust and others who worked against the interests of Arganesson. This group is known as Kalamaxa, the Chamber. Over the course of the last 3,000 years, the Chamber has spread across Eberron. Its agents are concentrated in Corvair, since this is the center of the Dragonmarkt, a stronghold of the Lords of Dust, and the nexus for events involving the prophecy. Many dragons are still dubious about the mission of the chamber, and the eyes of Chronepsis are always ready to eliminate any agent of the chamber who goes too far. It is a dangerous life, but those who serve the chamber are shaping the future of Eberron. Some say that if you seek proof of the existence of the gods, you need look no farther than a dragon. What natural design could produce such a glorious being? And if the dragons are the testimony of the divine, what secrets must lie hidden in Arganessen?